column. Before making any compression, we must also be aware of the anatomical features near the abdominal aorta. For example, if we compress too far up, it can be painful because we might be pressing the liver edge. If we press too far down, it will not cut off the blood flow. We should also keep in mind the position of the uterus. Fortunately, the position of the umbilicus roughly corresponds to the part of the body where the aorta bifurcates and where you need to make the compression. The first step in this procedure is to localize the femoral artery in the right groin. Using your right hand, put 3 to 4 fingers in a horizontal position and firmly put pressure on the femoral artery in the right groin. Make sure that you can clearly feel the pulsations there. You must do this to monitor blood flow to the lower parts of the body during the compression. After confirming the pulsation with the right hand in the groin area, close your left hand into a fist. Make sure that the thumb is outside and not inside, in order to create a plane surface which will create a good area for compression. And then, very slowly, at the level of the umbilicus, press your closed fist down until you clearly feel the pulsations of the abdominal aorta. If you do not feel the pulse of the abdominal aorta, move your closed fist slightly to the right or left until you locate it. Then push your closed fist further down, compressing the abdominal aorta between the fist and the anterior wall of the vertebral column. If the compression is successful, the right hand will feel the femoral artery pulse disappear. Once the femoral pulse is gone, it means blood is no longer being delivered to the lower parts of the body, including the uterus. This results in reduced blood loss. If your hands become tired, it is simple to switch the hands by moving to the other side of the patient. After confirming that the compression was successful, continue to apply pressure in the same location and make sure to constantly monitor the femoral pulse. There is nothing dangerous about this technique. Since there is substantial collateral circulation in the pelvic area, there will be no risk of reducing blood flow to other pelvic organs while continuing abdominal aorta compression for hours, even during transport to an emergency obstetric care center if need be. For this technique, it is important to keep in mind that the compression of the abdominal aorta in a postpartum patient is much easier than on a volunteer. This is because, 1. Since the woman has just delivered, the abdominal wall does not offer any muscular resistance to a compressing fist. 2. Due to shock, the woman might even be semi-conscious or drowsy. And 3. A woman who has just delivered and whose uterus is bleeding uncontrollably will be in hypovolemic shock, and her arterial blood pressure in the aorta will be much lower than normal. This allows the compression of the abdominal aorta to be performed more easily. Let us now review the steps for this technique. 1. Localize and feel the pulsations of the femoral artery in the right groin. 2. Compress the aorta at the level of the umbilicus between a closed fist and the vertebral column. 3. Confirm the disappearance of the femoral pulse in the right groin. 4. Continue to apply pressure and continue to monitor the femoral artery. Always keep in mind that the compression has not solved any other problems related to or causing postpartum hemorrhage. It has only reduced blood loss.
In this film, we will firstly explain how to reduce the need for manual removal of placenta, and then, if these precautions fail, how to safely perform the manual removal of a placenta.
Anemia or weak blood,
Medical Aid Films has previously produced a training film which explains what you can do to prevent, recognize, and treat postpartum hemorrhage. You are advised to watch that film before this one.
Manual removal of the placenta is a procedure that is performed when a woman has a retained placenta. A retained placenta is when the woman does not spontaneously deliver her placenta within 30 minutes of a vaginal delivery. If she is stable and not bleeding heavily, the midwife can wait up to 1 hour before attempting manual removal of placenta. If she is bleeding heavily after the birth and the placenta is not out, manual removal of placenta should be performed immediately. When the placenta is retained, it means the uterus cannot contract down and can lead to a postpartum hemorrhage, a serious and potentially life-threatening complication.
We now understand that a placenta should be delivered spontaneously within 30 minutes of delivery, and that complications can occur if this does not happen. Now it's time to find out how to help the woman deliver the placenta.
During labour and in the 30 minutes after delivery, you should encourage the woman to empty her own bladder to assist the spontaneous delivery of the placenta. A catheter should only be used if the woman is unable to pass urine herself. You should then try to get the woman to spontaneously deliver the placenta. If you pull on the cord, you must remember to protect the fundus to help prevent uterine inversion. If you pull too hard, the cord will tear away from the placenta. If the cord has already been pulled off, the placenta can still deliver spontaneously, and so manual removal of placenta should not be performed until 1 hour after the delivery of the baby, unless the woman is bleeding heavily. So if there is increased blood loss or concern about the woman's condition, then the attempts to deliver spontaneously have failed, and you will need to perform a manual removal of placenta. You should be aware that there is a risk of hemorrhage, sepsis, and although rare, uterine perforation and uterine inversion associated with manual removal of placenta. By following these steps, you can help to reduce the risks and lead to better outcomes for women and their babies.
Now it's time to go over to our health professional to find out more.
Manual removal of placenta should be done in a facility prepared to treat hemorrhage and to give intravenous infusion or medication. If the woman is not bleeding, then you might have time to transfer her to a better equipped facility. To reduce the risk of shock, you should ensure you are prepared to manage increased blood loss and hemorrhage. An IV line should be in place as necessary precaution in case fluids, blood, or IV drugs are needed to treat shock as a result of blood loss. Especially as the actual procedure might also be accompanied by a further hemorrhage. Remember, the woman and the people supporting her may be frightened or distressed, and so you should provide emotional support, explanation, and encouragement. This procedure is painful, and so before beginning, advise the woman that analgesia or general anesthesia.
Good morning, colleagues. Welcome to this dissemination workshop on postpartum hemorrhage guidelines. This is Midwestern Uganda. We are at Hoima Hotel today, and we are behind schedule, but I believe we'll make it on time. So allow me invite participants that have come today, and I welcome you for this session. We're going to have an introduction session, and that will be chaired by my colleague, who will take on the microphone right now. You're welcome, Dr. Sebwami. Maybe I can introduce myself as he comes in. Dr. Bwaga Ibrahim, obstetrician, gynecologist, Hoima Regional Referral Hospital. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Ibrahim, the chair for today's session. I've been requested to chair this session of self-introduction. My name's Leonard Sebwami, an OBGY specialist, Hoima Hospital. And I take this honor to welcome you. So we are going to follow a simple order. I will bring a microphone to you, so you tell us your name and probably place of work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doctor. Samuel Muinda. I'm the ICT consultant working on the live streaming.
Thank you. You are welcome. Is it possible to separate these, or they work? We need them both. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Secretary Julius, Medical Officer, working at Kakumiro Center for.
Thank you. You are welcome, Dr. Sekate from Kakumiro. How is the Prime Minister?
Thank you, Doctor. Good morning, colleagues. Joy Susan Kabasinguzi is my name. I am a midwife working with Kakumiro Health Center for. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, our dear midwife.
Morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Dr. Mbaz Moses. I'm a senior medical officer at Wijangere Center for Masin District. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much. Morning, everybody. My name is Alex Afeti. I'm a medical officer attached to Bliss Health Center for. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Alex from Bliss Health Center for. Next.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Christine Busulwa. I work in Hoima Regional Referral Hospital. I'm a nursing officer.
Thank you, Sister Busulwa. We call her our mama in Hoima Hospital. She has seen all of us grow, none of us grow.
Good morning, team. My name is Alessio Perry. I'm a midwife in Hoima Regional Referral Hospital. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Perry from Hoima Hospital.
Yes, good morning, members. My name is Taban Gabriel. I'm the Assistant District Health Officer in charge of maternal child health, Bulisa District. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taban, ADHO Maternal Child Health, Bulisa District. We have a new colleague. You are welcome. Thank you. We are celebrating production, the name and place of work.
Morning, colleagues. My name's Dr. Gamel Peter from Kirandongo Hospital.
Thank you, Dr. Peter from Chiriandongo Hospital. You are most welcome.
I am Othniel Musana, the president of AOGU.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are honored to be with you in the Oil City. Madam, you are most welcome. Good enough you have come at in self-introduction period, the place of work and the title.
Good morning, members. I'm Ada Christine Pamoro, Assistant DHO Maternal Child Health and Nursing, Kiriandongo District Local Government.
Thank you, Sister. ADHO, Maternal Child Health, Kiriandongo. Let's go to our colleagues from Augu Secretariat.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Susan Nasuna from AOGU, Administrator. You're welcome.
Thank you. We had another colleague, Yes, we are left with one colleague. Others will do self-introduction as we call it PRN as they arrive, I think.
Is in a purple color. Yeah. I just want to find application purple color. Yes. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Hello. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Katopol Ivan is my name. I'm an obstetrician and gynecologist working with Hoima Regional Referral Hospital. Morning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Katopol Ivan. He's our obstetrician at Hoima Hospital. Yes, sorry for the interruptions. You know, in teaching, they tell us once you get any distraction, you are supposed to stop because people will not understand. So at this moment, the condition and the environment of your working place, if you are going. So I think we have an issue of IT. So at this moment, we want to move to the next program. Come to the door, you know, somebody. We want to move to the next program. For like, be serious on the workplace and the okay, it's okay. Yeah, thank you very much. At this moment, we want to introduce online. Yeah, I think we are good enough to do the backup system. So at this moment, I want to welcome the chair for today's session to take on the other communications. Thank you. Thank you very much, co-chair. This moment we're supposed to have communication. I would love to welcome colleagues who are attending online via Zoom to say a word or two in form of introduction, notably the commissioner, if he's in attendance, senior colleagues who are online. I think this is the time for them to say their introduction remarks as we proceed. Thank you. Dr. Nonge, kindly could you unmute and say a word, form of introduction? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Bwanga and the Hoima team. Good morning, everyone. I want to thank you for organizing and mobilizing people from Hoima. And unfortunately, I'm not able to be there because of competing challenges, but I will keep online in the major part of the time. And if I need to jump out for something urgent, you'll forgive me for that. But I'm excited and delighted to join in this dissemination, and also thank Awogu for this arrangement and the support from Fairing Pharmaceutical for facilitating us all this dissemination in the regional places. And I acknowledge some of them are online. Maybe the organizers will give opportunity to Vishal and Shah to say something. Thank you. I will speak more later when we're presenting. Over to you, the organizer. Maybe allow me invite Vishal to say a word hi to the members in Hoima region. Just to, over to you, Vishal.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Vishal Shah, working with Fairing for Project Family Safe Birth. And I'm, as Dr. Sam Onunge mentioned, I'm also pretty excited to be a part of this particular program, as well as, learn also from the team over here. And also to, if required, definitely along with Dr. Sam Onunge, if required, then I'll chip in over there for some additional information. But looking forward for the great meeting and the great discussion. Thank you. Thanks a lot, everyone.
You're welcome, Vishal.
Thank
back
you, sir.
To you, back to you, Wang.
Thank you. Thank you for those introduction remarks. At this point, I would like to welcome the Commissioner, Dr. Mugahi, if he's online. But in the event that he hasn't joined us yet, I would like to take on my colleague to take us through the burden on postpartum hemorrhage in Uganda. And as he does so, we have a very special presentation, a case at Hoima Regional Referral Hospital, a case of postpartum hemorrhage, which unfortunately resulted into a maternal death. And that presentation will be given by none other than Sister Achan, who will be presenting via Zoom online. If she's online, Sister Achan, kindly prepare for that presentation. At this moment, Dr. Sebwami Leonard will take us through the burden on PPH. Whenever the commissioner comes in, we'll give him platform for the presentation. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, the chairperson, for this session. My task today, where are the slides? My task today is to talk about the burden of PPH, that is postpartum hemorrhage, in Uganda. Pardon? We have the slides. Can I forward them to you? Yes, thank you. Yeah, sorry for that. But we have IT challenges. So I think I'm going to continue verbally. The assumption is that people were immunized against COVID. So I'm going to look at the overview of postpartum hemorrhage in Uganda. And I just have 19 slides. So we should be done within 20 minutes. I won't take so long. But before that, we would want to look at the definition of postpartum hemorrhage. Postpartum hemorrhage is defined as blood loss greater than 500 mils, that is after vaginal delivery, or 1,000 mils after cesarean section. And that definition has got a lot of critique in terms of quantitative measurement. However, a number of authors agree that any loss that is significant to cause hemodynamic instability is defined as PPH. So many scholars tend to agree with the second definition. And in the preamble, postpartum hemorrhage is preventable, and it is the leading cause of maternal mortality in both rich and the poor. So both in high-income country and low-income country, the problem exists. That means for us who are in low-income countries, we have to work a little bit harder, because even those with high-income resources, they are suffering with the problem. So all pregnant women are at risk of PPH. So many women who survive PPH are near misses. Near miss is that a mother would end up with a maternal death, but because the health care system has worked so hard, or you have had your prayers, the mother has survived. So the survivors are near misses. Now the actual burden is grossly underestimated. And those are issues associated with underreporting. So the picture is not well established. Now, existing measurement options have inaccuracies. With the first definition, none of these women who bleed have their blood measured. So that on PPH is not routinely captured. Next slide. So that is the statistics. Globally, postpartum hemorrhage contributes about 5 to 20. The prevalence is about 5 to 25%. That is the global picture. And in our Ugandan setting, Ononga and colleagues in 2016 made a publication about the incidence of this PPH, and they found out that in Uganda, the incidence is about 9%. And they also found out the associated factors. So this accounts for about 8% of the maternal deaths in high-income countries is due to PPH. So the prevalence per 100 women delivering, that's if we use greater than or equal to 500 mils, is highest in Africa. And we have, there are reasons for that. And when you look at PPH, is the leading cause of maternal deaths worldwide, and it accounts for about a quarter of the delivery associated deaths. So the case fatality rate is about 3% in Africa, and Asia, it's 1.7%. Those who died due to PPH. So, and literature has also revealed that being referred with PPH, a woman who is referred with PPH is 3 times more likely to suffer a maternal death. Next slide. So between 12% pregnant women experience PPH after childbirth. 1 in 3 women of these who experience PPH have anemia as an underlying pathology. So the risk of PPH when a woman is already anemic is 50%. PPH case fatality rate in our setting is about 2.3%. PPH is responsible for 34% of all maternal deaths refused. And these descriptive statistics are basically emphasizing the fact that PPH is one of the leading contributors to maternal mortality. So 42%, the rate, when you look at the individual age groups of these mothers who have maternal deaths, the rate is strikingly coming down. So 42% of facility maternal deaths are due to obstetrical hemorrhage. And obstetrical hemorrhage has the 2 subgroups of APH and PPH. But APH strikingly contributes the majority, that is 80%. And in position number 2, we have the hypertensive disorder of pregnancy accounting for the maternal death, and sepsis comes in position number 3. The picture is not different from Hoima Hospital. Yeah, the picture is not different from Hoima Hospital. The local data for calendar year 2021, still we have the leading contributor of maternal death at Hoima being obstetrical hemorrhage, followed by hypertensive disorder and sepsis. Next slide. Next slide. So 6 leading causes of maternal deaths by healthy facility level
in financial year 2020-2021. So we are still, these are all descriptive statistics repeating the same, emphasizing that indeed obstetrical hemorrhage is a leading contributor of maternal death in the data review. This data is reviewed by NAP.
There is a committee that looks at the maternal deaths and the perinatal deaths. Next slide. So these are all trends, and we are looking at the contribution of APH, PPH, and the individual case fatality rate. So the whole message is PPH is contributing the majority of the case, the majority of the death. Thank you. Next slide. Yes. Yes, we can move to the next slide. Trends reported. Now, we are going to look at this table, and still we are looking at hemorrhage. When you look at the first quarter, that's 2020, Jan to March, hemorrhage, both APH and PPH contributed 2.2%. When you look at the column of hemorrhage, has the highest percentage, and the whole message is when you compare to other contributors or maternal deaths, hemorrhage stands out as the leading contributor. The next slide. So institution maternal mortality rates. Looking at our region, emphasis being paid to Bunyoro region. Unao region is strikingly having a high maternal mortality rate. Institution-wise, we have that is 128 against the infant mortality rate of 119. So we have relatively one of the highest in the region, in the country. Next. So since we said that one of our definition of PPH is any amount of blood lost after childbirth that is significant enough to lead to hemodynamic instability. So the HB level of this pregnant woman is very important if we are not to have this cardinal, one of the cardinal killers. So anemia then comes into the equation. So when we look at the percentage of pregnant women with anemia, that is HB less than 10 grams per deciliter at the first visit. We look at this data is taken from January to December. So you find that the first visit we have January to March, we have 9.8. So there is evidence that by first visit, we have anemia. Then when we look at percentage of pregnant women with HB at ANC at the first visit, first contact, in Bunyoro, we have 11, this is about 11.4. At first visit, they are anemic. Compared to, in 2021, we had 9.7. So if you have anemia in these pregnant women, so chances are high that when they lose a significant volume, they will go to PPH. Next. So percentage of pregnant women who were tested for anemia using HB test at ANC first. So basically these slides are showing us that we need to screen for anemia, then you treat, so that at the time of delivery, we don't develop PPH. So when you look at Bunyoro region, we are at 13.7. that is 2020. 2021, it is 26.8. It's 16.8. So that means in our region, we still have this problem of anemia by first antenatal visit. And therefore, if this problem is not treated, there is an increased risk of developing PPH. Next. Percentage of pregnant women tested for anemia in the first ANC visit. Let's go to the region. The Bunyoro is, that is 13.7 in 2020 compared to 16.8. Basically, these slides are driving home the same message, so I don't want to delay on them. So quantifying anemia in pregnancy by region. So we are comparing the different regions of the country. When you look at those who tested for anemia in Bunyoro, we have 18,621, and the percentage is 11.4. Those who had HB less than 10. So the data is showing us that we have anemia in pregnancy, anemia by first ANC visit. So next slide. So cesarean section and PPH mortality. Now in the study of Ononge and colleagues published in 2016, one of the risk factors brought out by this study associated with the PPH, a cesarean section came out clearly. And those women who had been offered a cesarean section were about 7 times more likely to develop PPH as opposed to those women who didn't have a cesarean section. So that calls for vigilance because any cesarean section may lead you to that. So Uganda prevalence of cesarean section is we are at 12%, and maternal mortality after cesarean section is 50 to 100 times more likely in low and middle income countries than in the developed world. People have issues with the developed, because even if you go to Canada right now, you may find a building being constructed. So people prefer high income countries. So in Uganda, 54% of maternal deaths were after cesarean section. So 67% of maternal deaths were attributed to PPH. So the take-home message is that we have to look after these women in the postpartum, post-cesarean period to prevent PPH. So blood as one of the supplies is very important in managing the PPH once it arises. So it is very important. We are interested in its availability, its storage, its utilization, who gets it, how people get it. So cumulative number of days of blood product stock out in a year. So this data shows us, for example, in Acholi region, about 1,300 days of stock out by 2020. Now, when you look at Bunyoro region, the stock out is closer to 1,500 days when you look at 2020 and 2021. But we are happy that Ministry of Health has secured some funds. The government of Uganda has secured the funds to embark on construction of a blood bank that we should be able to collect our blood, process it, and transfuse it instead of collecting take to Nakasero. So I think this number of days will be reduced because once you have a labor suit, a maternity ward, you are the highest customer of blood. Next. Cumulative number of days of blood products stock out in a year by healthy facility. Again, this is also showing, it's driving the same message. So all health facility levels and managing authority experienced blood stock out. So there is no facility that say they didn't have any blood stock out. So government health center force experienced the greatest number of stock outs. And that can be explained because for them, they only come to collect. Now, for example, those in Hoima region, they are collecting from also blood collecting center. So I think that would explain. Let's move to the next slide. So now, are there challenges in management of PPH? The answer is yes. PPH calls for availability of the health system blocks. And we know the health system building blocks, human resource, we should have the infrastructure, the resources. And it also calls for discipline because people should respect their duty. Because if you are not on duty and they call you, there is a PPH, and maybe you are in your garden by the time you reach hospital. So with the PPH, the danger is that the volume lost. The volume lost. That's why blood is important to replace the volume. So one of the challenge noted is delay in the detection of PPH. Sometimes people delay to recognize that PPH has happened. And this will also lead to a delay in treatment. For us to effectively manage PPH, we should have a high, the police, the security people call it a high hypervigilance. You should have a high index of suspicion. There is no danger to overtreat than undertreating. Sometimes the midwives tell you that, doctor, it seems that patient has lost a lot of blood. So lack of essential equipment, supplies and medicines, supplies here, for example, blood as a product, but also giving sets, uterotonics. Sometimes you have to tell people, go and buy pitocin, go and buy this. So blood shortages is clear. Lack of skills to implement recommended guidelines. And that's why now partners like AUGU are coming in to reinforce some skills to see that we can combat this, one of the cardinal contributors of maternal mortality. Lack of infrastructure to support the intervention, maybe electricity and refrigeration. We need electricity and the refrigerators to keep our blood, and sensitive uterotonics. You know, pitocin should be kept in the fridge. So the other one is many health providers do not follow guidelines. We want to emphasize that guidelines are followed, so that we know whether PPH is in Gulu or is in Hoima or Karamoja, these clients will receive care based on the guidelines. So guidelines are not updated, but now we have, I think it's the president will tell us, our go president, we have new guidelines in place. Next slide. So in conclusion, the burden of PPH is high. PPH is underestimated. We underreport it. The impact on maternal outcome is very high. It is one of the contributing condition to maternal deaths. So, and the message is that we must act now because it is preventable. So if we can work together, work timely, we have discipline to ourselves, I think we can reduce this. So at this moment, I would want to stop here and hand over the microphone to the chair. Thank you very much. In case of questions, the chair will take us through.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sebwami, for that elaborate discussion. I think you brought out the major issues. Postpartum hemorrhage is a immortal tumor. It is here with us. as we shall see, God himself declared that some of these things will happen. We have the next presentation that is supposed to be by Sister Achan, a case at Hoima Regional Referral Hospital, which unfortunately we were not able to save the patient. I don't know whether Sister Achan is online, but in the event that she is not online, allow me welcome Dr. Ononge to take
Sister
us through the
Yes,
framework for PPH implementation in Uganda. And if he can probably push us for the next 45 minutes, that will usher us into breakfast. And Dr. Ononge, kindly come in. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bwami, the moderator, and I want to thank Dr. Sibwami. Are you hearing me? Sister Cham was online. I don't know whether she's still on. She was in Western Uganda and she was fearing that there could be some interruption of the network, but she was online. I remember seeing her. Hello, Sibwami, are you hearing me?
I'm here. I hear you.
Okay. Okay. When she joins, we shall allow her time to present the case scenario, and it's good for us to learn. Maybe as they load the slides for the obstetric hemorrhage framework, I would like to greet you all and appreciate the team for organizing this, and those joining online. Thank you so much for joining, and this is a learning for all of us. Just to pick up from what Sebwama just ended on the challenges, what has been observed in a majority of our health facilities, and when we are reviewing the maternal deaths, is the lack of preparedness of our facilities. And PPH surprises you. It occurs in somebody you did not expect, and when it happens, is it the guidelines or the framework? I thought it was the framework, obstetric hemorrhage framework, secretariat. It's not the presentation. Please maybe look for the presentation. So I was still developing on the lack of preparedness of facilities. The bleeding happens and you start looking for where is oxytocin. The oxytocin is in the store and you are calling somebody or you are running to the store basically for you to pick the oxytocin. That is time lost. So we have been emphasizing in the morning meetings that can we drum that message? Let's be prepared for a PPH at all times. And that takes diligence of every person who is on duty and the in charges of units and the people who are supervising, the ADHOs here. If you happen to visit a facility and you go to the labor suit, ask, where is your PPH?
Yes, doctor, are we audible? Yes, doctor, we lost you. I think maybe you can unmute. Something might have gone wrong on your side. Dr. Ononge, I think he's offline. We've lost him. Okay. So what we do, let's first project for the prevention. When he comes in, he will do the framework after. So you project the prevention.
Hello. Hello. Dr. Sebwami, sorry, my internet.
Yes, hello.
My internet jumped off, but I'm back now. My apologies. Can you put on my presentation again?
Welcome back, Doctor.
Thank you. So I was still trying to develop as they share my slides about the lack of preparedness of facilities. So we need to see how do we drum that message to us and to every clinician on the ground. So, but for now, maybe it will come in the discussion, but let me take you through the activity implementation framework to accelerate reduction of maternal mortality due to obstetric hemorrhage. The background to this is what Sebwami has just presented, that the maternal mortality due to PH is very high and is consistent over a period of years. And this decline is really very, very low. If you looked at our MPDSR reports, we're still recording very, very high levels of maternal mortality due to obstetric hemorrhage. And the Ministry of Health tasked the academia, the associations, the implementing partners, plus together with its own policymakers to see how do we try to reduce this monster called excessive bleeding. And that is the origin of this activity implementation framework. This is a soft copy, and for the people who are not able to get the hard copy, you should be able to share this so that you see areas where you can play a role in trying to see that we prevent the mother from dying from excessive bleeding. Next slide. Just a slight background to my presentation is that our population is still growing, and currently we're at about 43 million population, and with a growth rate of 3%. That is really high. And the women in the reproductive age are approximately about 21 million. And from the figures we usually get that we expect about 2 million women to be pregnant. And with that, we need to basically plan. And all of us who come from different regions, in your own area, there's a number of women you expect to be pregnant. So in your planning ability, you say, okay, for pregnancy, these are the number of people I expect to see in antenatal. And out of this, maybe this number will come and deliver. So you get ready to manage whatever morbidities they have. Our maternal mortality ratio is still high. I hope the new UDHS, which is going to be sanctioned, the survey is going to be sanctioned, will be slightly much better, but we are not yet to reach that level of 70 per 100,000 live births, which would be a really good target. Our target is to come to about like 200. But if we did all what we are supposed to do, things will be much better. I'm requesting you to jump this slide because Sebwami has presented it ably. And this is just a slide showing the trend over the 3 years. And I think Sebwami has also presented it. The PPH cases is slightly much better compared to others because yours is 28%. But as Sebwame presented, it may be due to the underreporting. Overall, we find that we were standing at 39% of maternal mortality. So next slide. Why do women continue to die? This has already been mentioned that there is a delay in deciding to seek appropriate care. And one of the things which come out from our meetings is lack of men involvement. And also the other thing is that there is issue to do with the knowledge gap. And when somebody starts having either slight bleeding, they say, no, it is still okay. You'll go up in the morning. And which is really has come out from our reports that it takes longer for people to do what to basically decide to come to the health facility. And the other challenge which has come from the reports is also delay in reaching appropriate facility for the emergency care. And this is related with the referral system. I've witnessed a case where a mother was transferred from Health Center 3 to Health Center 4 in the border with the PPH. And this mother was being supported by a midwife. And by the time the midwife arrived to Health Center 4, she was all full with blood. Which is there to support the referral system in place. And we should be able, all of us who are in different areas should be able to know who is the referral focal person, because they can coordinate and get for you an ambulance from the nearby facilities for you to help transport this mother. And also improving communication, because most often you find that somebody is referred and the facility is just surprised that the patient has arrived. But now with the availability of telephones, if you just made a call to the facility and indicated that there is a mother who is coming, it helps the facility basically to prepare for that case. Why do women continue to die is delay in receiving care when they are at the facility. That's where we as clinicians have actually faulted. Either our drugs are not there or their quality is not good for prevention of PPH. But also we find sometimes that the commodities are inadequate, including cannulas, IV fluids, blood products. They are not there. And it is not uncommon for us to request for the relatives to go and buy some of these things. And if this happens in the middle of the night, that is really what a challenge. The other is the skills of our skills for managing PPH has come. We had a review of a case where when they discovered there was a PPH, the midwife stopped everything she was doing and just says, refer this patient. Even did not put up a drip, did not put up any drug and say, take this case to the next level. There was too much panic. She didn't want the case to die in the facility. The idea here is that first put your emergency management immediately as you organize for transport. But you find somebody is being referred without even instituting any management. So that is a skill. I don't know whether it's a skill or poor attitude, but it's something which we need to address. Before you refer a case, put some basic measures, put an IV line, give a drug, the drugs which somebody is going to share with us, and as you arrange for transfer, and then monitoring after delivery, especially after cesarean section. This is common in the reports which are coming up and say that this mother whom you delivered, doctor has changed the condition. And when you ask the midwife which condition, they say she has deteriorated and she has collapsed. And when you look back in the report, she was delivered like 3 hours ago and there is no BP taken, the uterus is not examined, and the pulse is not there. That is really a problem on our side that we need to close some of these gaps. This is identified from the reviews which we're doing from our own facilities. There are many others, but these are the few which I could list down. So next slide. So the goal of the obstetric hemorrhage activity framework was to accelerate the implementation of high impact interventions for reducing maternal mortality due to obstetric hemorrhage. And our target is, can you reduce maternal mortality ratio to 210 by 2025, but also reduce institutional mortality ratio to 20. Institutional mortality ratio is the number of deaths of mothers as a complication of pregnancy over the total deliveries. The current figure for Uganda is at 92, but our aim is that can we reduce it to 20 in the year 2025. Is this possible? Yes, we can. So let's look at the details in the activity framework. The purpose of this obstetric hemorrhage activity framework is to guide the Minister of Health and the stakeholders on the implementation of these prioritized interventions to address this obstetric hemorrhage, but also as a tool, it has an M&E plan to support tracking progress in implementing the activities. If, for example, it says we need to skill up people in Hoima that up to Health Center 3, have we done that? That should be something which you're able to thank yourself and says, okay, after 2 years of implementing this framework, we have managed to train this number of doctors in this skill, and we believe that could have contributed to the reduction of maternal mortality. So it has two components. There is a results framework, which has the overall goal and the strategic objectives and intended results, but also has the logic framework, which details out the activities and link how these activities can be measured. Those are the indicators, having the outputs and the outcomes and impact to achieve the intended basically results. Next slide. So this is the results framework. I cannot walk you through all the details, but we'll share the slides with you. There are 4 strategic objectives, and each objective has intended results, outputs listed in this framework. But I'll go specifically mention in the next slides to take you through, to read for you the strategic objectives, which are 4 of them. One is to strengthen leadership, accountability, and policy environment for the management of maternal newborn health issues with focus on obstetric hemorrhage. And the other is to strengthen the capacity of health facilities to provide quality MNH services with a focus on obstetric hemorrhage, and to improve access to essential commodities and supplies relevant for the management of obstetric hemorrhage. And lastly, we shouldn't forget the community to improve health behaviors of women and their families for maternal and newborn health services with a focus on obstetric hemorrhage. So in the next slide, I'm just going to give you some examples under each strategic objective, just a snapshot of it. For example, under strategic objective number 2, the intended results, for example, is to provide a conducive policy environment for maternal newborn child adolescent health with a focus on obstetric hemorrhage. Sorry about that. The abbreviation is too long. So the outputs here is having policies and strategies and guidelines in place, and I'm glad today we're sharing some of the guidelines which is as a result of this activity framework. But also we need to functionalize coordination accountability platform for MNH. what we want for Hoima is that there are people, we want Hoima to be like an hub. And if Hoima can have some of these meetings on maybe physical or online, where you have a review of some of the cases you want people to learn from, that is a coordination and accountability platform. Just like what we do every Thursday morning, I know a majority of you attend those meetings. That is a coordination platform, but also is an advocacy platform. And I know Hoima has benefited from that Thursday meeting where some of the health facilities have become functional, basically because of the advocacy which people have fronted through that meeting. Because if you shouted, I need an analysis machine, and this Hoima Hospital has 4 of them and one is idle, Hoima Hospital can be able to redistribute it and send it to Repsengo or somewhere else. But also the other output, the existence of reliable financing mechanisms that prioritize the obstetric hemorrhage and the sharing of the KM products with the focus on obstetric hemorrhage. So these are some of the outputs, and I will give just an example of activities which we emphasize in this strategy objective is we need to conduct our maternity reviews within 7 days. We have had the commissioner saying we need Hoima to report to us on Monday because they have not reviewed the death. Our target is having 100% maternal death reviews within 7 days when the death has actually happened. And we're requesting people to support this. It is not a blame, but it is a way of learning from that death which has happened. And if you're able to learn, then you are able to prevent another death which happens in our facilities. And others who have not had a chance, if this is shared out, they are able to learn from that basically that activity. So support the review of this death within 7 days. The other activity is the update of the guidelines that has already been happened, and you need to give us a tick. Now it is only the Uganda clinical guidelines which is in the process, and we're trying to push that also comes out, and the essential maternal and newborn health supplies list, so that some of the things we mentioned in the guidelines are included in that booklet, so that the government can be able to purchase it. Disseminating the guidelines, we're doing it today, but also you people, I need you to get aware about the redistribution guidelines. I don't know whether you people have it in your facilities. You find one facility is overstocked with certain drugs even expiring. Meanwhile, Hoima Hospital is out of stock. Is there a way we can redistribute these drugs such that we don't actually have any losses? Next slide. Next slide. Hello. Strategy objective number 2. Hello.
Yes, Doctor, we had a technical issue here, but you may proceed as I'm guiding him here.
Okay. So we were actually encouraging facilities to look at the redistribution guidelines such that we don't end up with basically drugs expiring in one area and then another region they're in plenty, they are in scarcity, and yet you could. Similarly with blood, if you know that I have a lot of blood and I have only 2 weeks to the expiry, can I send it to my colleagues so that they're able to use it? Some facilities are high volume facilities. They might require it more than you, other than you keeping it until basically it expires in your facility. So that's basically what we're encouraging. So in the next slide is speaking on the strategic objective number 2, which is on on strengthening the capacity of health workers to provide quality M&H services. And under the strategic objective, was speaking into the intended output is how do we reduce maternal mortality from obstetric hemorrhage, but also to improve the capacity to offer M&H. And here we're speaking into, do we have existence of adequate and competent human resource in place? You have had us in the Thursday meeting speaking onto anesthetist on board. This facility, Health Center 4, does not have an anesthetist, and we've actually encouraged or begged to some implementing partners, basically to provide support when it comes to anesthetist. And I think Western region has really benefited from NFPA, where they have hired some anesthetic officers to support Health Center Force. And I'm hoping to also, I believe Hoima also has benefited. Wanga, you'll bail me here, where you have benefited from employment of an anesthetist in one of the health centers. Maybe I'll leave you to comment as you sort out the slides, or you are still sorting out the slides. The other is intended output is having adequate and appropriate and functional equipment for the management of obstetric hemorrhage. You know, there are certain things sometimes we require to have in place for you to manage PPH. For example, if somebody goes into shock, the use of non-pneumonic and shock garments is very, very good in diverting blood to the vital structures. I'm glad that Hoima was one of the regions which participated in that study, where they are implementing the use of anti-shock garments. And currently, CHAI has a number of anti-shock garments. If you don't have one in your facility, please get in touch with the CHAI people or AWOGU. They should be able to get at least one of them. It is something which, even during the transfer of patient to the next level, it can support the life of this mother, because if somebody gets brain dead, it's difficult to resuscitate that person. So the use of having equipment in place which are functioning is key. The uterine balloon tamponade in place is also very important. And soon you'll be receiving some training from AWOGU when facilities are available, in order for us to have the uterine balloon tamponade. It's something which I've included in the guidelines, but to have a low cost UBT, like having a condom and a catheter, is something which can be even manufactured or would say assembled, not really manufactured, can be assembled in the ward, and you're able to insert in the uterus, especially if it is due to atony, and it is able to save the woman's life. The other one is the safe infrastructure and the appropriate facilities with essential amenities. This is where we are looking at the functionality of Health Center Force. And the target of Ministry of Health is to have 100% of Health Center Force functional. Okay. And for people from Hoima, if you have a Health Center 4 which is not functional, continue shouting. Don't stop shouting until your voice is heard, because a number of facilities have actually benefited from that advocacy, and it will be upon you to basically let it down. And also having blood refrigeration fridges in place, that is really key for the supply of blood to your facility, because if you cannot store blood, then it will be useless for you to request for blood. If it expires, if you just kept it in room temperature, that it will just actually get spoiled at that level. So under that strategic objective, some of the activities which we listed basically, my slides, what has happened to my slides, Dr. Bwanga? Dr. Bwanga, we're not seeing any slides. I'm trying to remember the presentation from far. Or you want me to, can I retrieve my presentation so that I can present? Is it okay? I share the slides. Dr. Bwanga.
Go ahead and share some technical issues here,
okay,
but we are following.
Let me see if I can retrieve and see.
So you may share on your side. Thank you.
Allow me to share. Secretary, allow me to share. Give me the right hosting sharing rights.
Rectify the issue.
Allow me the sharing rights.
He's working on it in the next 1 or 2 minutes.
Okay, okay. Meanwhile, let's try to answer some questions. Okay, thank you, Adija, for posting that.
Tries to rectify the technology. We may allow students to be sent in through the chat section.
Okay.
Maybe that will allow you to save time as you respond to some of them before you officially go off. So colleagues attending via Zoom, please, you may come through with your questions in the chat. Thank you.
I think the only question was the name of the unshock garments, which somebody has already indicated, and we shall share the slides. If there are other questions, we shall be able to really answer. So I could go slowly, maybe. Apologies for the technology, but I could continue, maybe to save time. Under strategic objective number 2. Hello. Is on improved capacity to offer. Intended results was to improved capacity to offer emergency obstetric and newborn care.
Excuse me, doctor. Quick
Yes,
one.
please. Yes.
Now Zoom is back. You may now share your slide. He's allowing you, right? Sir?
Okay.
Please.
Not yet. Yet. Okay. Let me see. Okay, fine. Are you able to see the slide? Are you able to see?
We're able to see you.
Okay, okay. So I was on strategic objective number 2, which was to speak on the strengthening the capacity of health facilities to provide M&A services. And the intended results was to improve capacity to offer MOC services. And one of the things I'd mentioned earlier is having existence of adequate and competent human resource skills mix. That is having an ethicist, a doctor, a midwife who has the adequate skills. And I just picked out some of the activities which we thought could speak into this intended results. Is that we needed, first of all, to know how many people on the ground by conducting a national baseline survey on the critical cadres. How many, what are the numbers, what are their skills, and also their skills. But not to forget also to document how many ambulance drivers we have, because they are really critical when it comes to basically referral. It is something which was thinking as PPH subcommittee of NASMEC that we need to conduct this. When the opportunity comes, we shall be contacting some of you to assist in seeing in each of the facilities we have how many midwives and doctors are on the ground. And that is easy basically for us to capture that information. The other activity is to conduct training and mentorship providers. This is happening through the CSOs currently, and even what we're doing today is really basically the training, and especially with the rational use of the blood and the blood products, and also the use of the new drugs. We have a colleague who is going to take us through the heat stable carbetocin clearly. When should you use it? What are its properties? And when should you not basically use it? It is something which will help us when it comes to challenges of cold chain, which we are currently experiencing with the oxytocin. The other drug which has been included in the guidelines is tranexamic acid, which we say that if any PPH happening to your facility, give oxytocin, give tranexamic acid. Don't wait until I want the bleeding. I'm not sure whether the bleeding is there or not. Give it. It may save you from disaster of wanting to transfer this patient to the next level. So that is the training which we're emphasizing, and I hope people who are here today will start demanding that in their facilities, there is tranexamic acid for treatment. At least when we know that 9 to 12% of the mothers experience PPH. So in your facility, you can actually budget and say, can I have double that number such that at any one time I'm prepared to give tranexamic acid to this woman. The other activity is the established skills lab. Dr. Buami and Sebwami, I don't know whether you have a skills lab in Hoima, but it's one of the ministry stages that in all regional referral hospitals, we have skills lab. And if it is not there, start demanding for it and just avail space so that you can use it for training of health workers. Next slide. Strategic objective number 3, next slide. It is me, okay. Sorry. Is to improve access to essential commodities and supplies. relevant to management of obstetric hemorrhage, and the intended results is, can we have an improved access by clients to essential commodities and supplies? For example, what I picked out from this framework is having an efficient function network for blood and blood transfusion services at all levels. That when you need blood, blood is available. Not having those several number of days of blood stockouts as Sebuami is actually presented. And the other output is an uninterrupted access to efficient commodities for the management of obstetric hemorrhage and access to effective and appropriate technologies for and PPH management. In the next slide, I'll just give you a snapshot of some of the few activities. If you look at output number 1 is related with the blood and transfusion services. One is, are we able to functionalize blood banks in all regional referral hospitals? And I'm glad Dr. Sebuami mentioned that Hoima is going to be a regional blood bank, and you will be able to have that testing and screening of your blood within there. And we hope that that should alleviate the challenges of having run to Nakasero for blood, because we end up getting patients the whole way from Mubende. Maybe Mubende will be now getting it from Hoima, referred to Kawempe because there is no blood. And then functionalizing blood storage and distribution at the district level, but also ensuring that you have blood storage facilities at all CMOCs. So if you are doing xeran sections, make sure you have a blood storage facility that you're able to store some blood, that when you need it, you are able to give the blood. Strategic objective 4, which is speaking to improving health seeking behavior of women and their families for MNH services. And we want to increase client satisfaction with MNH services. And one of the things which the outputs we want to have is having an improved maternal and newborn health literacy with focus on obstetric hemorrhage. How can we increase ANC visits? Now we're speaking about 8 contact visits. We're moving away from 4 because of the benefits. The benefits are included in the guidelines, and we need to encourage people to read the guidelines. The increased birth preparedness and complication readiness is the other thing which we want all our women who are attending antenatal. That birth plan should be there. Please, 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 please. Do you have a birth plan? Do you know where you are going to deliver? Can we drum that message? If you have opportunity to meet a pregnant woman, do you know where you're going to deliver? Who is going to take care of the home? Do you have money, for example? Have you bought the resources? Few questions for you to help this woman prepare, because it can be a challenge. When she's labor pain starts, she doesn't have a single coin. She doesn't have a clothes to receive the baby. She will say, let me deliver from home. And when she gets a PPH, that is going to be a near miss or not a maternal mortality. Increased skilled birth attendants and institutional deliveries. Currently, we're looking at increasing it from 72 to about 90%, and increasing postnatal service utilization. And from here, we also want to see how do we get the men involved in seeking MNH services. And lastly is having an output of increased contraceptive use among women of reproductive age, because we know if we prevent a pregnancy, we're going to prevent a PPH and also prevent maternal mortality. So if you have increased contraceptive use, we're likely to reduce maternal mortality. Now, some of the activities just on one output, that is improved maternal and newborn health literacy, focus on MNH. The NASMEC committee is trying to develop and translate and print and distribute appropriate MNH AIC materials in the form of talking points, such that when we are called to a radio talk show on, for example, PPH, you have something in base. You don't need to prepare from scratch. And this also helps us to standardize across the whole country. When you're speaking that the moment you experience any bleeding, please mention it to the health worker at the health facility or go to the health facility. That's the same message which is talked in Arua, in Nebi, in Hoima, and in Kampala. So standardizing the messages is really key, and this is something we're trying to basically work on. Mobilize and engaging the religious and cultural and political leaders to promote maternal and newborn health. I want to thank our president of Awogu. He was able to engage with the politicians last week on some of the key things, the reduction of maternal mortality, and I think that's the way to go. We are all leaders in different capacities. If there's opportunity for you to engage a religious leader, our women have been delayed in some of these places when they needed to have received care from a professional, and including cultural leaders. There's a voice they carry which is so strong, which we need to basically embrace on. Speak to them, even if you give them just talk one message, all pregnant women go for antenatal. That sounds really very, very big in the eyes of that cultural setting. Conduct health education through mass media, that's radios and talk shows. We're informed that in every district there is an airtime which is available for us, and we need to utilize that opportunity to basically air out some of these health education messages. What are some of the achievements through this active framework? I mentioned early reduction of intentional maternal mortality ratio from 100. Now we're at 92, but our target is to come to 20. Functional national coordination and accountability platforms. The weekly morning meeting is as a result of NASMEC achievement, and want in the regions, for example, Sebwami and the team in that region and Bwaga, can we have those regional platforms established where you're able to share this information easily? And I believe if you started one, some IPs in your region should be able to support you in coordinating this, just like how the NASMEC Thursday meeting is supported. And those meetings are very good for sharing learnings, success stories, and advocacy. There's a lot basically we learn out of it. The guidelines have been updated, and today we're disseminating. We're so glad that heat-stable carbetocin has been registered by National Drug Authority. That's something which has been achieved. And we have had a great support from some IPs in basically supporting implementation of the recommendation from these accountability platforms. The functionalization of health center pods is happening from these advocacy meetings, and the mentorship and skills training are conducted through the Ministry of Health Chief. And I'm glad that the Baylor team is in Hoima region. Please utilize that opportunity to learn, but also to help in supporting the region in achieving the skills gap which is existing in a majority of our settings. And then the monthly webinars which happen, it's a good area for us to basically learn from. It is as a result of NASMEC, and this came following the start of that driving this activity framework. And the other is the working with the Uganda Blood Transfusion Services is innovating ways to reduce unnecessary referrals. So if in one of the health centers, like Kakuto has a Zeran section, instead of you referring the mother, can you request for blood than referring a mother to Hoima, which is already overloaded? Because I know people also use it as a way of reducing their work in the lower facilities, but you're overloading Hoima at the end of the day when it could have handled the other complicated cases by you just requesting for blood. Send for us blood group O, we have a Zeran section. And we have continued to create awareness about what we're doing. So this is my last slide, is just looking at what is your responsibility and my responsibility. Ministry of Health is providing technical guidance and supportive policy environment. And this is really something which we need to applaud the Ministry of Health and the policymakers. And also they're mobilizing resources and the partners basically support some of these activities. The Safe Motherhood Committee is coordinating some of these interventions. However, development partners are helping in one way or another to give us financial support in implementing some of the framework, and the low down on the ground also putting down implementation activities and also coordination. But at health facilities where the majority of the people in attendance are, could we provide a good infrastructure for quality maternity care? And I give an example is that if, for example, the request for you to avail space where you can have an HDU, for example, high dependency unit in a facility, can we have that space for those critically sick cases where they can be monitored adequately, where so that they are not in this big patient load where a very critically sick patient gets lost from. And the health workers, let's do our best. Let's follow the guidelines to provide care. And meanwhile, the people in academia, can we continue to support in form of research? And that research could be used as advocacy for also implementation. And on the other side, for the cultural leaders to support in advocacy, as I mentioned earlier, they are very good in supporting in advocacy. Don't ignore them. It's an area which you are not taught in school, but it's an opportunity for us to anchor on their network so that women and the communities get to know about it. Meanwhile, the community is to demand. So thank you so much. I would like to thank you for organizing it and all these partners who have been listed here, and for fairing to, again, for supporting this dissemination process. I will welcome any questions. Over to you, Bwanga. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Menge. I think this was a very elaborate presentation, and it settles all the dust that has been happening around postpartum hemorrhage and which direction we are taking as a country. And more is yet to come after our breakfast session. But before breakfast, and probably as colleagues send in their questions, I would like to comment or respond to one of the questions you raised. Yes, we have actually a platform for the region that we have set up, and our meeting days are scheduled to be Fridays, morning hours. We intend to have our meetings from 8 up to 9 every Friday. Midwestern region, that is Bunyoro region, including all ADHOs, doctors in the region, colleagues at Ministry of Health, colleagues beyond the region. And the purpose is to work together as a team and improve services within the Midwestern Uganda. And through the NASMEC meeting that usually happens every Thursday, we've been able to lobby for some support. Funds have been scheduled to the region. Currently, as I speak, Chikube Health Center 4, which had not been functioning theater-wise for quite some time, right now they are up and running, and more support is coming through. We have other facilities, especially within the district. We have one facility, Kigorobia, that has had challenges for many years now. But there is light at the end of the tunnel. We have support coming through WHO, UNICEF, Baylor Uganda, the Association of Obs and Gyn, and I would like to give special thanks to the Association of Obs and Gyn for considering our region to disseminate these guidelines. At this point, I would like to probably welcome questions as our time for breakfast has come. But just to inform you that we have sessions coming after breakfast, and those include the PPH guidelines on prevention, the new commodities in PPH management, and then the treatment, including the bundle care approach. Please stay tuned. Don't miss those next sessions. Thank you very much. If we have questions, they are welcome. Physical, but also from the Zoom attendants. And that should be probably over the next 5 minutes. So colleagues, if there are any questions, you may raise up your hand and we'll have them answered. We have a question from one of our participants here, physical.
My question is on ectopic pregnancy. Does death as a result of ectopic pregnancy makes it a maternal death?
Yes, the question was very, very clear that a death that results from an ectopic pregnancy, is it considered to be a maternal death? The team has answered ably that yes. So that has been answered. Dr. Nonge, that one has not reached you. Do we have any other question? Yes, we have one here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Mine is concerning one of the delays, and that is referral system. Actually, that is one of the biggest challenges we are facing. That is one of the biggest challenges we are facing. Specifically, if you take Bulisa area, there are situations where they say the emergency ambulances are there, but calling and for you to get the service is a problem. A number of times, really, we have gotten a challenge. I think from this Zoom meeting, you may give us a way forward, and the region can also still discuss. We see a way of how we can stream the ambulance system. Fuel issues were with DHO that the cards were given, but you ask, there is nothing. So we are struggling via referral. Thank you.
That question cannot linger around when the focal person for emergency medical services is in the house. May he respond to this question? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson and colleagues around. Well, the EMS system, we gave out fuel cards. And those cards, we have evidence that people signed for it. However, for Bulisa, we had issues. And some other districts where the person responsible gets the card, but then there are issues on the ambulance accessing the fuel. However, we are discussing the way how to have this, to have the fuel really used when you need it. Because actually we also waiting for accountability to give out more fuel cards. You receive more after giving us accountability. So we shall have a honest discussion at a later date to see how this fuel can be used by the ambulance, not by any other person. Thank you.
The question has been answered. And then the final question comes from.
Okay. My name is Taban Gabriel, the Assistant District Health Officer, Maternal Child Health Bulisa. Yeah, one of the issues is the blood bank in Hoima Regional Referral Hospital for Bunyoro region. This thing has taken really abnormally long. The issue of lack of blood in bank here really need to be taken as an emergency. I don't know what the ministry and the responsible stakeholders are doing to ensure that this thing takes place immediately. Then the other issue is about the theater equipment to functionalize our theaters in health center fours and hospitals. Yeah, Ministry of Health has been doing a lot. They have provided us a lot of supplies, some equipments, but sometimes they give them in piecemeal.
recently we received the theater bed, but we don't have anesthetic equipment for Bliss Eye Center 4. Now, even having the bed alone can't help us. I wish it was given as a package. You say full package so that somebody begins to functionalize the theater. But giving them in piecemeal really still leaves us the facility non-functional. Yeah. Then the next one is the last one, the accountability issue for the fuel. So as we wait for the accountability, mothers are dying. I think we need to streamline the process of this accountability to make it a bit simple in a way that things will be followed without delaying. Because the more we delay to wait for accountabilities, or even to send accountabilities from down, people are dying, there are problems. We need to streamline that, I think. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taban. I'll respond to, I think, question one, why the blood bank has taken so long to be set up in Hoima. The answer is resource prioritization of resource allocation. And now we should be appreciative that it has come, because there are regions that do not have. We are very grateful that it has come at long last. Yes, not yet established functioning, but the initial steps for its implementation are already in motion. So there is no worry about that. About the issue of the theater bed not being procured or whatever, those issues, I believe the commissioner will be online very soon. And when it comes online, I would like you to ask that question again, because I'm not yet in that position to answer such a question. So at this point, I would like to say our breakfast is ready. And as we go for this, I think we should probably allocate 15 to 20 minutes maximum, and we'll be back to have the next presentations. May we have just one word as we pray for this breakfast. Dear Lord, the grace for this breakfast we pray in Jesus' name. Amen. Have a nice breakfast. Be back in 20 minutes.
Maybe the secretariat can screen for audience online some of the videos.
Yes, I think, Doctor, you still have the sharing rights. I hope so.
Aesthetic will be necessary for pain relief. Make sure you manage the pain adequately.
And we'll have to share that.
You should either give spinal
For now,
anesthesia
we're displaying
if
some
this is over
videos, and
here,
maybe
and
after this,
it can be administered quickly and safely. So obviously,
in this film, we will firstly explain how to reduce the need for manual removal of placenta, and then, if these precautions fail, how to safely perform the manual removal of a placenta.
Anemia or weak blood happens if women do not eat.
Medical Aid Films has previously produced a training film which explains what you can do to prevent, recognize, and treat postpartum hemorrhage. You are advised to watch that film before this one.
Manual removal of the placenta is a procedure that is performed when a woman has a retained placenta. A retained placenta is when the woman does not spontaneously deliver her placenta within 30 minutes of a vaginal delivery. If she is stable and not bleeding heavily, the midwife can wait up to 1 hour before attempting manual removal of placenta. If she is bleeding heavily after the birth and the placenta is not out, manual removal of placenta should be performed immediately. When the placenta is retained, it means the uterus cannot contract down and can lead to a postpartum hemorrhage, a serious and potentially life-threatening complication.
We now understand that a placenta should be delivered spontaneously within 30 minutes of delivery, and that complications can occur if this does not happen. Now it's time to find out how to help the woman deliver the placenta.
During labor and in the 30 minutes after delivery, you should encourage the woman to empty her own bladder to assist the spontaneous delivery of the placenta. A catheter should only be used if the woman is unable to pass urine herself. You should then try to get the woman to spontaneously deliver the placenta. If you pull on the cord, you must remember to protect the fundus to help prevent uterine inversion. If you pull too hard, the cord will tear away from the placenta. If the cord has already been pulled off, the placenta can still deliver spontaneously, and so manual removal of placenta should not be performed until 1 hour after the delivery of the baby, unless the woman is bleeding heavily. Uterine inversion associated with manual removal of placenta. By following these steps, you can help to reduce the risks and lead to better outcomes for women and their babies.
Now it's time to go over to our health professional to find out more.
Manual removal of placenta should be done in a facility prepared to treat hemorrhage and to give intravenous infusion or medication. If the woman is not bleeding, then you might have time to transfer her to a better equipped facility. To reduce the risk of shock, you should ensure you are prepared to manage increased blood loss and hemorrhage. An IV line should be in place as necessary precaution in case fluids, blood, or IV drugs are needed to treat shock as a result of blood loss. Especially as the actual procedure might also be accompanied by a further hemorrhage. Remember, the woman and the people supporting her may be frightened or distressed, and so you should provide emotional support, explanation, and encouragement. This procedure is painful, and so before beginning, advise the woman that analgesia or general anesthetic will be necessary for pain relief. Make sure you manage the pain adequately. Preferably, you should either give spinal anesthesia if this is available to you, and if it can be administered quickly and safely, or IV ketamine slowly at a dose of 1 milligram to 2 milligrams per kilogram, which in adult patient is 50 to 100 milligrams. You must also manage the risk of infection and sepsis, which are associated with this procedure. You do this by ensuring that infection precautions are adhered to and giving prophylactic intravenous antibiotics starting at the same time as inducing the anesthesia. Give a single IV dose of antibiotics before starting the procedure using either ampicillin 2 grams IV plus metronidazole 500 milligrams IV, or use cavasolid 1 gram IV plus metronidazole 500 milligrams IV if the former is not available. The infection risk associated with retained placenta is high even after the placenta is removed, so you should give a 5-day course of prophylactic oral antibiotics, ampicillin 500 milligrams 3 times a day, and metronidazole 400 milligrams 3 times a day thereafter. If there is already clinical evidence of infection, such as abdominal pain offensive lochia, which means a bad smell from the vagina, increased temperature, or in some cases rigors, then sepsis is likely. Sepsis can be life-threatening, so depending on what drugs are available, it starts with one dose of IV gentamicin, 160 milligrams stat plus ampicillin, 1 gram, 3 times a day, IV or oral, and metronidazole, 400 milligrams, 3 times a day, IV or oral. Or use fluoxetine, 1 gram, 4 times a day, IV or oral, preferably IV, for the first 48 hours, and then orally for a further 3 days. Oral clindamycin, 450 milligrams, 4 times a day, is preferable to ampicillin and fluoxetine if it's available. The woman is now ready for the procedure, and the health workers need to prepare themselves. Post-procedure infection can be life-threatening, and so the need for sterility and the use of aseptic techniques is very important. The health professionals' hands and forearms need to be carefully washed, and the woman's vulva should be cleansed and draped. Before beginning the manual removal placenta procedure, please make one last check to determine that the placenta has not moved down into the vagina and can be simply removed without manual removal of placenta. After anesthetizing, cleansing and shaking the woman, you are now ready to begin the procedure. If the umbilical cord is still attached, then hold it with one hand and pull the cord gently until it's taut and parallel with the floor. Wearing high-level disinfected or sterilized gloves, use long gloves if available. Insert the other hand into the vagina and up into the uterus. If the cervix has closed down, then gentle, continuous pressure must be applied to the cervix with the fingers of your cupped hand until it responds and dilates. Follow the cord to reach the placenta unless the cord is already detached prior to the procedure. In this case, insert your hand gently up into the uterus and feel for the edge of the placenta. Having located the placenta, let go of the cord and move that hand up over the abdomen to the fundus of the uterus to provide pressure to bring the fundus down onto the hand inside the uterus. Detach the placenta from the implantation site by keeping the fingers tightly together and using the edge of the hand to gently and gradually make a space between the placenta and the uterine wall, leaving it off. Do not open your fingers wide and claw at the placenta or the wall of the uterus. Proceed slowly all around the placenta bed until the whole placenta is detached from the uterine wall. Try to only bring your hands out of the uterus when the placenta has been freed and is now in your hands. Bringing your hand out and reinserting it greatly increases the risk of introducing infection. If the placenta does not separate from the uterine surface, by gentle lateral movement of the fingertips at the line of the cleavage, remove placental fragments. If the tissue is very adherent, suspect placenta agrita and refer the woman for consideration for laparotomy and possible subtotal hysterectomy. Once the placenta is freed and ready to be removed, hold onto it and slowly withdraw the hand from the uterus, bringing the placenta with it. At the same time, apply counter pressure suprapubically with the other hand. If the placenta has not separated, this will prevent the uterus inverting or turning inside out. Explore the inside of the uterine cavity carefully to ensure that all placental tissue has been removed. Give Santosinone 10 units in 500 milliliters or 20 units in 1 liter of Ringer's lactate or normal saline and run at 60 drops per minute. The placenta has now safely been removed. Ask an assistant to massage the fundus of the uterus to encourage a uterine contraction. If there is a continued heavy bleeding, use bimanual compression and give misoprostol 800 micrograms rectally. Or consider intrauterine tamponade using a balloon catheter as postpartum hemorrhage protocol. If the placenta appears intact, you must still carefully examine to ensure that it's complete. It should either be laid on a flat surface while it's examined, looking especially around the edges, or better still, place it over the back of your cupped hands and examine it carefully. Obviously, this cannot be done if the placenta has been removed piecemeal. If any placental lobe or tissue is missing, explore the uterine cavity to remove it. If the placenta has been removed piecemeal, it will not be possible to identify missing cotyledons in this way. As with any delivery, ensure you check the woman, repair any tears to the cervix or vagina, or repair episiotomy to ensure that all possible sources of bleeding have been identified and managed. Now that the procedure is complete and you are sure you have completely removed the placenta, you should make sure you wash and dry your own hands and arms carefully.
Monitoring the patient and post-procedure care is important. Here's what you need to do.
Take care to observe the woman closely until the effect of anesthesia or sedation has worn off. Monitor her vital signs, pulse, blood pressure, respiration, and temperature, all of which can indicate a sign of infection. Ensure that you record details of the procedure you have carried out in the woman's record. Palpate the uterine fundus to ensure it remains contracted every 15 minutes for the first hour and then every 30 minutes for the next 4 hours or until stable. Watch for any abnormal bleeding. Even if the placenta appears intact, continue infusion of IV fluids until the woman is conscious and able to drink, or longer while there's any suspicion of likely further bleeding. If the woman has been in shock or lost more than 2 liters of blood, then transfuse as necessary. This should be done sooner if she was anemic to begin with. For example, if she had hemoglobin less than 5 grams. You should explain to the woman that her placenta did not deliver spontaneously and you had to manually remove her placenta. This means there's an increased chance she will have the same complication after her next birth. So you need to recommend that she gives birth to the placenta equipped to deal with manual removing placenta and that she informs the staff of her previous complications.
So now you've seen how to manage a retained placenta and how to perform a manual removal of the placenta. This information will help you to save a woman's life. We hope you've enjoyed watching.
There is no greater joy than the birth of a child, and no greater tragedy than the death of a mother during childbirth. As often as 1,000 times a day, a mother dies giving birth. The leading direct cause of maternal mortality is hemorrhage. Women rapidly go into shock from hemorrhage, but they die from delays. Delays in finding transport, delays during transport, and delays waiting for definitive care in referral facilities. What can save these mothers is a low-cost, reusable, easy-to-apply first aid device, the NASG, a non-pneumatic anti-shock garment made of neoprene and Velcro. By compression, the NASG stops bleeding and keeps blood in the vital organs during shock. The Safe Motherhood Program at the University of California, San Francisco has demonstrated that the NASG buys time that helps mothers survive delays.
Madam, you are bleeding too much. You are bleeding too much. We're going to save your life, madam.
The NASG is a lightweight compression suit made of neoprene and Velcro with 6 segments that close around the ankle, calf, thigh, pelvis, and abdomen. The Velcro fastenings keep the garment on tightly. The abdominal segment, number 5, contains a small foam ball to apply pressure to the uterus. Anyone can be trained to apply the NASG. First, place the NASG under the woman. The top of the NASG should be at the level of her lowest rib, and the row of yellow dots should be along her spine. Starting at the ankles, close segment number 1 tightly around each ankle. Make sure it is tight enough so that you can snap it and hear a sharp sound. Next, close segment number 2. Try to leave the woman's knee free so she can bend it.
Are you okay, madam?
Apply segment number 3, the thigh segment, in the same way as 1 and 2. Apply segment number 4, the pelvic segment, all around the woman at the level of the pubic bone. Place segment number 5, with the pressure ball, directly over the umbilicus. Then close the NASG with segment number 6. Although 2 people can more rapidly close the leg segments, only 1 person should close the pelvic and abdominal segments, 4, 5, and 6, to avoid applying too much pressure. All segments should be applied using as much strength as possible. However, do not close the abdominal segment so tightly that it restricts the woman's breathing.
Are you breathing okay?
If the source of bleeding appears to be uterine atony, administer uterotonic drugs and massage the uterus. The NASG stretches, allowing room for your hand. The NASG adapts to many sizes of women. Here, for demonstration purposes, we are applying it to a fully clothed model who weighs 227 pounds, 103 kilograms. The NASG can also be used on a shorter woman. First, place the top of the NASG at the level of her lowest rib. Without closing the Velcro, check that the ball in the number 5 and 6 panel will be over the umbilicus. Now, move to the woman's feet. Check to see if the NASG extends beyond her feet. If so, then the NASG is too long. To shorten it, fold segment number 1 back inside segment number 2. Then start with segment number 2 at the ankles. Continue with the rest of the segments as on a taller woman. It takes 2 people to apply the NASG to an unconscious woman. Use the same principle as making an occupied bed. Turn the woman on her side. Fold the NASG in half along the dotted line. Fold the abdominal and pelvic segments, 4 and 6, so the Velcro is inside and won't stick. Place the top of the NASG at the level of her lowest rib and place the dotted line along her spine. Push the flat half of the abdominal and pelvic segments with the Velcro folded to the inside under her body. Next, roll the woman to her other side. Have the second person pull out the flat half of the abdominal and pelvic segments. Roll the woman on her back. Recheck the placement of the NASG by placing the ball, without closing segments 5 and 6, over her umbilicus. Then begin closing the NASG, starting at the ankles. The NASG buys time to transport women to facilities where definitive care is given. Ambulance drivers and others who help transport hemorrhaging women can easily learn to apply the NASG. The NASG NASG can be left in place while any vaginal procedure is performed. Surgery to obtain hemostasis can also be performed with the NASG in place. The abdominal and pelvic segments must be open, but only immediately before the first incision. Prepare the operating theater and personnel for surgery. The anesthesiologist or anesthetist must be aware that the blood pressure will drop as soon as the NASG segments are open. Open only segments 4, 5, and 6. Close segments 4, 5, and 6 as soon as the procedure is complete. Using a clothed model, here's how to help a woman in the NASG to urinate or defecate. Slide segment number 4 up and out of the way in the back, which will allow her to use the bedpan or toilet. You may help the woman raise her hips while you slide segment number 4 up along her back. Then slide the bedpan under her and help her into a sitting position. Or you may roll the woman onto her side. Slide segment number 4 up along her back, then roll her onto her back and place the bedpan under her. Help her to a sitting position. When she's finished, lower segment number 4 back into place. Do not remove the NASG. If the NASG becomes badly soiled with blood and the woman needs to keep it on, you may change her into a clean NASG gradually so that compression is not lost. Slide a fresh, clean NASG under the woman. Position it so the top of the NASG is at the level of her lower ribs. Starting at the ankles, open the soiled NASG and roll the soiled number 1 segments up and out of the way. Close the clean NASG number 1 segments on the ankles. Next, open the soiled number 2 segments and roll them up and out of the way. Close the clean number 2 segments. Continue the same procedure with segments 3 and 4. Segments 5 and 6 are the most crucial. To maintain compression, remove these soiled segments and apply the clean segments as quickly as possible. The person standing on the side of the NASG with the foam ball should pull the soiled garment to her. Then immediately secure segments 5 and 6. Put the soiled garment in a biohazard container. The woman is now wearing a clean NASG. Removing the NASG should only be done under medical supervision and with the woman's IV still running. Once the woman's vital signs have been stable at least 2 hours, with systolic blood pressure greater than 90 millimeters of mercury, the pulse less than 100 beats per minute, and bleeding is less than 50 milliliters per hour, you can begin removal. Even though you have been monitoring vital signs, you must take the blood pressure and pulse immediately before beginning NASG removal. Open segment number 1 on each ankle. Wait 15 minutes. Recheck blood pressure and pulse. As long as neither has changed by 20, that is, the pulse has not increased by 20 beats per minute, nor the blood pressure decreased by 20 millimeters of mercury, the rule of 20, move on to open segments number 2 on both legs. Wait 15 minutes. Recheck blood pressure and pulse. If blood pressure and pulse remain stable, remove segments number 3. Then continue with 4, then 5 and 6, waiting 15 minutes between each segment. If at any time the blood pressure drops by 20 millimeters mercury or more, or the pulse increases 20 beats per minute or more, stop the removal. Starting with the last segment open, rapidly reapply all segments from top to bottom and look for the source of bleeding.
But they are watching what?
When the NASG is removed, it should be immediately placed in a plastic, non-leak biohazard receptacle. Always wear heavy rubber utility gloves when handling a contaminated NASG. First, remove tissue or other body materials by scrubbing with a brush. The next step is to decontaminate the NASG. Prepare a 0.01% bleach solution. Bleach comes in different strengths, so the amount of bleach you'll need to make a 0.01% solution will vary, depending on the brand of bleach you're using. The correct mixture may vary from 40 milliliters to 100 milliliters of bleach per 30 liters of water. Refer to this chart, which is in the NASG training toolkit, to determine the correct amount of bleach. Submerge the NASG in the bleach solution for 10 minutes. You may need to place a heavy object, such as a rock, on the NASG to keep it submerged. Next, wash the garment with detergent and cool or warm water by hand or in a washing machine. Do not put it in a drying machine. Hang the NASG to dry. If the NASG is not folded properly, the heavy-duty Velcro will stick to itself or to the NASG and slow down application during an emergency. Place the NASG on a clean, dry surface. Spread it out. Start with segment number 1 and fold it in on itself so that the Velcro doesn't stick to the colored outside material, but is resting on the inside. Fold segments 2 and 3 in the same way. Then fold the leg segments together like a map or fan. Place the leg segments all the way into the abdominal segment. Fold segment number 4 so that the Velcro is lying on the black, not the colored part. Then fold up over the leg segments inside the abdominal segment. Fold segment number 5 across the leg segments. Wrap segment number 6 tightly around segment number 5. Once communities.
Welcome back, colleagues, from that. Welcome back from that session. Well, I hope you are now okay. The enzymes are settled. We are going to have a session on prevention of postpartum hemorrhage and as my earlier colleagues in their presentations, it was mentioned that the best management for postpartum hemorrhage is ideally to prevent the event from happening, and that every patient who is pregnant is at risk of postpartum hemorrhage. And just to give us a historical perspective, to make you look at the and he said, you will go and multiply. But at the same time, when we see God was very furious and he cast us. These are words from the Bible, people. God said, you, the woman, you, because you have sinned, you will suffer pain during childbirth. God defined labor, whether you like it or not. Obstetrics is as old as this earth.
Money.
And
I told you 9 in the morning.
The devil we are talking about today, postpartum hemorrhage, is as old as the baby itself. For some things who may not know, you know, man called Jacob in the Bible. Israel. His wife died. The lady they called when she read and speak through all those injuries of having very years and been dying. Yeah. The men have lost the conditions in and I was when the forefathers sit and you look on, that is the meaning obstare. So they would look on and say, we want to see what is going on. That is your fate. Unfortunately, many of those deaths were not documented. But you can imagine a woman who had a malpresentation, with transverse lie during those times. Was terrible. And for them, what they knew was that whenever they saw a red fluid coming from, get a bad outcome. But it also didn't want to lose their women. They started coming up with interventions. They started by things with like dust. You know, when you get soil and you try to give a lick some soil, hoping that it will help, it didn't help. They tried water, it didn't help. They tried everything. Until they thought of trying some, when you get some herbs and choose, and you know, prostaglandin effects have been here for a long time. Now, there were researchers from all those ages, but now for us, we have modified it. We have introduced good science in it. So these are not new things, but rather there is a shift in the way we do things. And we are currently practicing what we call prophylactic obstetrics. We no longer wait for the red fluid to take life because we have extracted the drugs, the active agents from these plants, which our forefathers thought. To this day, some of them still use herbal medicine. And you see, when these women come in labor, sometimes after consuming herbs, they have consumed prostaglandins beyond what is necessary. And you know, prostaglandin, the contraction they cause are not really the ones we desire in labor. This is the challenge we have. So today I want to talk about postpartum hemorrhage and what we are able to do currently. So can we go to the next slide? So in preventing patients from getting postpartum hemorrhage, we looked at the definition earlier. We quantified that a patient might get postpartum hemorrhage. We can say they have postpartum if they have lost a certain volume of blood. After vaginal delivery, we said 500 mils. After cesarean section, 1,000 mils. We also gave a functional definition that if the hemodynamic stability is compromised, we say this patient has PPH if she's bleeding, regardless of the volume. Now, in some states, mentioning anemic patients especially, you don't need to lose 500 mils to deteriorate physiologically. So such patients, we can anticipate these complications from happen, like they will happen to them. So we start our interventions during NC, but even before she conceives, there are some patients that we know are at a terrible risk of postpartum hemorrhage. For example, the young girls. Why would you allow her to conceive when she's of young age? You know, so we want to delay marriage, delay pregnancy, If she's a patient who just the contraception, family, these are measures we can do before she even conceives. But now that she has conceived, let us do the interventions that can prevent postpartum hemorrhage. One of them is administration of hematinics, noting iron and folate. We know that folate, folic acid, is important in development of the embryo, even the fetus, but because it is also one of the components that are required for red blood cell production, we need to enhance that. And in pregnancy, the demand increases. Iron, the demand increases. We know this. So there is need for us to supplement. So that is the rationale for giving them iron and folic acid. Folic acid in first trimester, we continue with it throughout pregnancy, but at a lower dose from second trimester onwards. Iron starting from second trimester. Unless she has anemia in first trimester, may we give iron. But ideally, we give it in second trimester ongoing. For malaria in pregnancy, malaria, many have defined it that it is double trouble in pregnancy. It gives challenges in diagnosis because some of the symptoms tend to mimic those of normal pregnancy. You want to give treatment challenges, at times it is atypical, the complications are worse. So we want to give prophylaxis, okay? And the current guidelines are that we start at 13, 14 weeks with IPT, and we give it 4 weekly, every 4 weeks. So use of a long-lasting insecticide-treated mosquito net. This is still under prevention of malaria in pregnancy. If you get malaria, then the risk of anemia is higher. So that's why we are mentioning them here. Then screening for anemia to know the age level of this patient, but we repeat later because of the volume changes that are anticipated, physiological changes in pregnancy, we repeat at a later stage, 6 weeks and at onset of labor. The reason is very simple. The fetus has been surviving in the uterus for a long time. In talking about contraction to the extent of causing hypoxia, because we know they may have some kind of subclinical contractions, but these are not adequate enough to suffocate a fetus really. But the ones that start in labor, and yet the fetus has to survive on no supply whenever there is relaxation. We hope that this patient should have hemoglobin. Now, during pregnancy, unfortunately, many of our patients never planned for their pregnancies. They don't. But now that she is pregnant, she has come to you, then you need to establish where will she deliver from. To who is that person to her? Who will take her to hospital? Who will attend to her? But importantly, who will take care of her staff at home? So this is a farmer who has chicken and goats at home. Sometimes decision-making is delayed because she's wondering, who do I leave my chicken with? So some of those issues have to come up. Next slide. So in the active management of, or rather, after we have delivered the baby, I almost rushed it. We want to be very, very cautious in the way we manage third stage of labor. I want to tell you a story. It is an immortal story between the fetal head and the pelvis. The fetal head, for a long time, has been telling the pelvis, whenever my arsenal tells me we are ready, we shall come. The pelvis is saying you are not ready. So during labor, it is a war, and this war will continue for eternity, as long as we want to pass on. You know, we exist for 2 reasons, according to Darwin. Darwin said that we want to survive predation. That is one. But secondly, you want to pass on your genes. How do you pass on your genes? You go back to this now, labor. So after the war has happened, I hope you know that the fetus has to fight with the pelvis. The fetus has an arsenal, including uterine contractions, okay? Itself, it is able to mold, but the pelvis has the inlet, the mid cavity, and the outlet. So we hope that the fetus wins. And for us as health workers, we have been put there as referees. And our tool to monitor this battle or the war is the pathograph. We want to ensure the fetus wins. But for some reason, if we are not able to do that, then we lose the war. The uterus will tell the fetus, you can make it always. That's why it contracts without ceasing. But when the pelvis is determined to tell the fetus, you can't make it, that is when the fetus will now get some issues like caput. Even the vulva will get edematous. You get a Bando's ring because the uterus is all fumed up, you know? But eventually, because it is telling this fetus, you will make it, this uterus may in the end rupture. And you end up delivering a baby not coming out, but into the peritoneal cavity. Is that what you want? So for us health workers, we have been given this simple assignment to monitor this labor. And this is our role. Unfortunately, we are failing in this sometimes. And the fetus sometimes fights its way out forcefully and it comes out. There is a lot of dynamics there. When the pelvis already gave you a sign, you as a referee, you allow a match to go on. When one team has 12 players and the other one has 10, you don't. So why would you allow a 2 previous scar patient to be in labor at your facility? Surely, this is not a fair match. So there is a lot for us to consider. But why I'm telling you this on this slide, when that war is and the fetus has come out, this uterus wants to celebrate. And you must celebrate with it. You have to play with the uterus. Please, if you forget anything, remember this. Play with the uterus. Massage the uterus. If you don't play with it, it will get angry with you and it will cry later. It will cry and bleeding, that is now, postpartum hemorrhage, and it will force you to come and play with it on its terms now. So active management of third stage of labor involves these 3 elements here. The first one, administration of uterotonic agents within 1 minute after the baby is born. Why are we administering uterotonic agents? Now, colleagues, I want to remind us, the best preventer of postpartum hemorrhage is the uterine myometrium. It is not our suture. It is not the fluids we want to give. To prevent, we want the uterus to contract. Other players do their part, but if it remains atonic, you'll go out with it. So this is why we want to give uterotonic blood. But also when it contracts, it reduces the size of the uterus. I want to draw your attention to some law here. Some gentleman described a phenomenon and they called it the Laplace law. The Laplace law is emphasizing that since this placenta and the pregnancy has been in the uterus and they have been supplied by blood vessels from maternal circulation, and physiologically, we know it that the trophoblasts invade the tunica of the spiral vessels. These vessels enlarge in pregnancy, that they create what we call a high flow but low pressure zone within those vessels. If this uterus remains uncontracted, these vessels can still bring blood. This time not to perfuse the placenta, this time to bleed. You understand? So what you need is the uterus to contract, constrict the vessels, and achieve hemostasis. So we are explaining that the force of myometrial contraction is inversely proportional to the radius of the uterus. So when you have a small uterus like that, this radius, call it R1, and you have a big uterus, this is A and this is B. I think it is clear. If you consider this, so according to this, F is equal to a constant over R. So in patient A, the radius is small. This force becomes higher. In patient 2, we are having a bigger uterus. That means this force here, force 2, is smaller than force 1. This patient is at risk of uterine atony. And that is why we always elicit the risk factors for PPH. Your patient has multiple pregnancy. You anticipate this really, because prevention is better, surely. Your patient has polyhydramnios, a big fetus, even a patient whose uterus has contracted for so long. What do you expect? What about a patient who has undergone elective cesarean section when the uterus has not contracted at all? You want to train it to contract after you have removed. It's a bit tricky. So very many issues we look at. So the uterotonic we want to administer is helping us to achieve as a prevention measure. Controlled contraction. This one improves the outcome of patients to reduce PPH. We become active, but again, we don't want to cause worse complications like uterine inversion. That's why we do control. Uterine massage, this I've already talked about it. Never forget to play with the uterus. If you forget, it will play with you. And that time it will be crying. You know when you're playing with someone, but you're crying. He tries something, you say no. Tries something, you say no. So this is why we are here today. Next slide. So in the recommendations, according to WHO, we want to use an effective uterotonic for the prevention of PPH during the 3rd stage of labor for all births. And one of the following should be used, okay? Only one. So the current practice is that we are administering oxytocin, but we have other options. Carbetocin, this is heat stable. You know, oxytocin follows the cold chain pattern, really. If you take it outside the temperature regulations recommended, it becomes a bit ineffective. But the carbetocin is a bit heat stable and it is longer acting, okay? Oxytocin analog. So this is a very, very viable option for us. We have a session on it. It's coming in next. Misoprostol is a potential drug that we can use in prevention of PPH. Egometrin, but this one, we have to be careful not to give in hypertensive patients. Be careful for that. Oxytocin, and maybe just to mention one or two about egometrin. We have some patients who present to you with, let's say, abruptio placenta. And those patients present with, they might come even with a normal BP according to you. But one of the risk factors for abruptio placenta is actually hypertensive disorders. So you need to ascertain, preeclampsia especially. If you can, a quick urinalysis can guide you through. Sometimes you might find it useful. So you can also have a fixed dose combination, oxytocin and egometrin. It can be used where you have oxytocin 5 international units and so okay. So in the routine management of 3rd stage, we have active management of the 3rd stage of labor that we have gone through. And if you follow through, kindly project up there. So you give oxytocin 10 international units, anterior outer aspect of the thigh. That is within the 1st minute. Or you can give misoprostol 600 micro. That is for prevention. But if we are treating, we step it up, 800, as we shall see. You can give carbetocin, 1 milligram IM, that is 100 micrograms. So you deliver the placenta and membranes by gentle, controlled cord traction. That prevents uterine inversion. Uterine inversion is one of the worst obstetric complications you can have. And when you complete this, usually within 15 minutes, you should be done with that. You inspect, so you do observation, take observation vitals. The first 2 hours are very critical. It is one area where we are lacking. You know, everybody knows that who is at risk of postpartum hemorrhage, by the way, any pregnant patient, surely. If you carry pregnancy, everybody. And we know that once it happens, nobody guarantees that the management of PPH is optimal. That is why you call for help, that you have very many hands to work with you. But now that she has not yet gotten that kind of hemorrhage, and we try to observe the vitals and prevent that. Okay. May I please? Hello? So observation of vitals, examining the placenta for completeness. Sometimes we have a lobe that might remain in there. That lobe might be the one to cause bleeding later. Secondary postpartum hemorrhage. That might happen even after 24 hours, but within 6 weeks, because PPH is within 6 weeks. Maybe just to re-echo this, because it is very important. Postpartum hemorrhage, friends, is not necessarily vaginal bleeding. Postpartum hemorrhage is genital bleeding. The genitalia are a spectrum. And the genital bleeding we are talking about could be seen through the vagina, could be vaginal bleeding. But it can also be into the peritoneal cavity. If a patient had a silent rupture, and these are, we have seen them, I hope you have also noticed, that a patient can deliver and she has a silent rupture. She continues bleeding and nobody notices. But we also have patients who have undergone C-section, or she had a ruptured uterus and there was failed hemostasis. And the patient is in the ward postoperatively, she's into the peritoneal cavity, may not be vaginal bleeding. Please, you should have a high index of suspicion. We have another category of patients who are not bleeding into cavity or vagina. The bleeding is going into the myometrium. The myometrium is retroperitoneal space. That one has a very big capacity. She has a hematoma there. The only way you can save that patient is if you are monitoring her vitals. Because once you close the abdomen, you can't see it unless you go back. The person who can now save that woman is the people who are monitoring, who should be midwives and doctors. So this is task sharing, not task shifting, really. Doctors in the house, please. We are managing this patient together with our friends, the midwives. But this business of not monitoring patients, and they usually die in the night between 3 to 5 a.m. after C-section at 8 p.m. And in Africa, our caretakers know very well that you're not supposed to disturb a patient after operation. This is what they know. So they cover her very well. If you want to come and talk around the patient, the Nazara, the mother-in-law says, no, keep quiet. You are disturbing the patient. She bleeds, but nobody notices because it is not pouring on the floor. Eventually, she asks for water to drink. The caretakers are worried. They are like, should we give her water? Of course, they don't know these issues of shock. But by that point, if someone was monitoring her, the pulse has already gone high because the brain has communicated to the heart. Autonomic nervous response, increase the pumping. So the heart rate has increased, but nobody is detecting it. Eventually, the brain tells the lungs, the respiratory center, and the brainstem, we need more oxygen. Hypoxemia is setting. The patient starts breathing very fast, very fast. But even at that point, the caretakers don't know this, do they?
You, the health worker, you're the one who knows. So for them, you know, when they come and they knock on your door, you are there in your nursing station or whatever. Sometimes you are there doing WhatsApp. Other times you are breastfeeding. It is a terrible, terrible issue. We are even very rough to them. Don't disturb me. We are very rough to the patients, by the way. So they go back because they fear you. But for them, when they know that the patient is about to die, is when she's gasping. You know, gasping. The patient is gasping at that point. The hypoxia she has to the brain cannot allow her to perceive even what she's seeing. So the visual cortex no longer perceives anything. Like there is darkness is all she sees. And at that point, the pupils will try to dilate so that more light enters. But in the you know, it is trying to ensure that they see you, but they won't see anything. They are not even hearing. So people are calling her. They are calling her name, but she's not responding. She can't. And when they are gasping, you should know the anatomy that happens in the death of a hemorrhagic shock patient. They never gasp with their head in neutral position. Because all these muscles are deprived of the little blood, it can't go to the muscles. The muscles, the head falls to one side. But as she's gasping, and this is their death, how it comes. They are seeing darkness, and suddenly they meet God. You know, you have sent them to the journey beyond. And for you, you continue celebrating because you are the Musao. It is not a blame game, but think about it. And imagine how many have you sent to God or Satan? So the simple things we had to do were here. After that, the placenta is out. We are going to monitor her. We show the baby to the mother. We identify the sex, repair episiotomy if it was there. Keep them warm, both mother and baby. Okay, clean the cord, apply tetracycline. This is essential newborn care. Examine and label the baby. These are things that we sometimes overlook, but they are very, very important. Document the outcomes. Next. So monitoring after childbirth in the first 2 hours. The first 2 hours are so critical that any patient has a right to monitoring. Every patient has the right to monitoring, colleagues. Actually, if you want to know that she has a right, let them one time challenge you that you are the attending doctor or midwife, and their patient passed on, and you were on duty, and there is nothing to show that you monitored. You will know that the rights exist, but this is their right. So early detection of PPH before it has become massive is very key, people. This is an eternal tumor. It will be with us, but we try to intervene and reduce its occurrence. Okay? Mortality, morbidity arising from it is not acceptable. We said, according to Darwin, we want to pass on our genes. And as scientists, what we call immortality is you passing on your genes so that, you know, your trait continues, survives. But you have a primigravida who was trying to procreate, and then she passes on because of PPH. Why are we making pregnancy and childbirth a punishment? So we initiate early resuscitation and treatment. These are done in labor ward, ideally. Blood loss, blood pressure, pulse. Ideally, the blood pressure is a late indicator of worsening hemodynamic instability. But the pulse rate is very, very important because it is one of the initial compensatory mechanisms when your blood volume is reducing. The heart rate increases very fast. Next. So this is the last slide on prevention. I'm going to welcome my colleague to give us a session on carbetocin and other new drugs we have in PPH management.
Dr. Bwanga. Hello, Dr. Bwanga. The commission has joined us.
Dr. Nonge has a comment.
Yes, the commission has joined us, and we want to take this opportunity for him to give his remarks such that we don't lose opportunity, and then we can continue. Is that okay? Commission has joined. Dr. Richard Mugai is on.
We can
online.
allow Wanga to continue to finalize with this session, Dr. Sam.
He has already finalized, unless
with this particular session. Then I've been listening in.
He has finalized.
There are no questions for him.
Okay, maybe let's wait for the questions, and then maybe there are also questions for you. Wanga can come on board, and there were questions which were raised. Maybe he can raise them to you. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, dear Commissioner. We had questions in the earlier session, questions that I thought only you may be able to respond to. One of the attendants here asked us a question on why the issue of procurement of equipment takes so long when actually they are needed like yesterday. For example, if they needed an operation table in Bulisa General Hospital, why should it take a year or two, and yet they have patients they are attending to, and according to him, he thinks the resources are available somewhere. So that is the question that I said probably when you come online you'll address, but I also welcome questions about the session on prevention. We can answer them right now. Thank you very much. Even to the colleagues attending via Zoom, if there are questions, we could have them read. Are there questions on Zoom?
I'm trying to see if there
is a question that about the non-pneumatic anti-shock garment. We implemented, it was a pilot kind of study, implementation study in the Mubende and Hoima region about the non-pneumatic anti-shock garment. And that was in 2020, if I remember very well. The districts that participated included Mubende, Kasanda, Mitiana, Kakumiro, Chivale, Kagadi, and Hoima. And that was a study that was conducted by CHAI at that moment. The results really guided us, informed us on the need for a non-pneumatic anti-shock garment. Because imagine a garment that you wear and you reduce hemorrhage in a patient, that the patient can even wear it for 48 hours. It is easy to understand that the patient can be referred from Arua to Kampala in a NASC. We can perform surgeries when that non-pneumatic anti-shock garment is still on the patient. We only remove it when we have corrected the cause of the hemorrhage. When the patient is stable is when we remove them. Don't you think this is a gadget that, but now the good news is that it has been implemented, it has been put into the guidelines. So we are sorted. I hope I answered that question. Over. So over to you, Dr. Mugahi. And then maybe you'll respond to the question about availability as it has come up. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, colleagues. I hope I'm audible enough. I'm happy that I'm joining this team, and thank you. Thank you, Dr. Samononge. Thank you, Fering, and the team for a very important meeting. This is part of the efforts by AOGO and NASMEC, Ministry of Health, to ensure that we have the dissemination of intervention framework. I'm aware that so many speakers have become before me, but I had a challenge with connectivity, but finally I'm able to connect, and I'm happy that I've talked to you and we share not only as colleagues, but also as people who are very passionate about concerns of maternal and newborn health. We want to appreciate the work done so far in the line of reducing preventable maternal and newborn, which is something that is within our means as frontliners, as care managers, as policymakers, that the people of Uganda or the mothers in this country are given the best quality of care there is, despite the different limitations. Meetings where I've had chance to interact with providers. I told them that indeed everyone needs to do their role very well. There's a role for each one of us, the risky, and it's a chain responsibility where each one of us does, and we collectively get an outcome. If Dr. Bwaga, I want example, if you did your part as an obstetrician, gynecologist, and the nurse on duty doesn't do her part, you'll definitely have a bad outcome. If we at the policy level do not do our part of resource mobilization, providing guidelines and ensuring that things at national level death can also be looked at from another perspective of saying what are the indirect causes, or what could be the other causes, the health system causes that are contribute towards the direct causes. So if we did that analysis, it would really, really help us to ably understand and fix the issues that we're currently having. I want this region of Bunyoro is a region that I like so much, not because I married there, but also I understand Bunyoro. I started in the Bunyoro sub-region, the Greater Chivale, and I'm happy that associates in and out of the Bunyoro sub-region. When you look at the statistics, it's also not very, I see the biggest rates for the last 3 years, the highest institutional mortalities for the last years in a row, even where I am right now, we have been analyzing, and I was concerned about why the high numbers of maternal death in the Bunyoro sub-region for the last 3 years in a row. So I think there is something we need to do different. We need to do a little bit of business unusual. We are talking about so many things. We are forgetting the little things. We talk about the big things and shock, pneumatic and shock government. Maybe we're forgetting the little things. Monitoring. When I was coming in, I found Dr. Bwaga commenting about post-delivery observation. Clean the mother, examine the placenta, basics of the things that we are taught in medical school. Early detection of PPH. PPH is climbing 40% of the mothers. We are now coming out with an intervention framework. It cannot work unless the people who are going to implement this have changed their attitude, thinking is different, their methods of work have changed. This is just a document. The PPH intervention framework is just a document. A couple of weeks ago, 2 weeks to be exact, we reviewed the maternal death, and I had requested Dr. Sam Ononge that we catalog it and use it as a learning example from Azul Health Center 4, just next to within Hoima town, city. we clearly see gaps in monitoring. We clearly see gaps in monitoring. I don't know if I'm still audible, but we can have an intervention framework. We can give all whatever we do. We can have the unshock garment, but as long as the small little steps are not followed, we shall still have a challenge of losing mothers. I like the question from Bolisa about equipment, and this takes us back to each and everyone's responsibility. I imagine Chigorobia is in the house. Is Chigorobia in the house? Chigorobia. I imagine Hoima is in the house. I don't know if we have anyone from Chigorobia, Dr. Wag.
We have
hello?
Representation from the district.
I earlier mentioned that the districts in Bunyoro have very different priorities. Their priorities are not on maternal and child health. The hospital is one of the few hospitals not an obstetrician gynecologist. There is obstetrician gynecologist in Kagadi Hospital. I had an interaction with write to him why he has refused to recruit an obstetrician gynecologist at a general hospital. Dr. Abwaga, you know, the issues of Bulisa center force. Chigoro, we sat with the DHO, we agreed in principle. Let us prioritize the renovation of the theater. And there they had of something else. Money is being given. Minister of Health has sent the money. What we are going to do is to begin conditioning the money. This money is something else. I think if the DHO of Hoima is in the house, testify. District Council, I don't know with whose guidance, says theater is not. But Shikorobia has doctors, is referring all, is not doing a cesarean section. Me, I think we need to fix as soon as yesterday. They may not be providers, but the managers are having a big challenge. Those, and I've just seen you in the audience. I want to thank you. When you went to Kabra, you requested me, you found there a gynecologist, you requested me to write to the cow a letter. Immediately I called the cow. Letter has been written. The gentleman has picked it today, and I know they are going to engage. Iganga has done. All the other districts are engaging. All the other districts are engaging to lead the to support the MCH activity so that WAGA and my friend Dr. the regional referral do not be overloaded with cases. These general hospitals saturating of Bojiri are becoming a sun. So this is not a meeting for complaining, but build up from our colleague from Bulisa and his, that there is a leadership, a very big leadership component to all the systems you see in our, whichever unit has a system failure, whichever system failure, whichever district has a health system failure, the first culprit is and governance. The money we send to Bulisa is in non-wage, and I repeat this. The money we send to Bulisa district as PH and wage. There is money that it comes, PHC development, but not conditional. They can send money that this is for upgrading. We send money that this is for upgrading 3 the name, but there's also money million or 120 that we send as PhD's development. It is intended do renovation works, buy equipment according to the needs of the district. This is the same man I'm talking about. I should have used it to renovate Chigorovia Theater, Chigorovia for theater, and flexible. You can use it. Some district microscopes, others have used it to buy dental sets, others have used it to buy furniture. It is for money. It is given development, but not conditional. It can be used to renovate the facility, two things that you have. If a theater bed costs 50 million, this is the money you can use. This is the money you can use to buy. So why I'm trying to say this is that the ministry system that you can be able to navigate. If you need any of the Ministry of Health, you have the money and you need to buy an urgent equipment, please help. I will help immediately. Those who have worked with me, it will not take a week before you receive your letter. Those who are on our groups, you know, have been at the we need the theaters. We are very happy what we got from each one of you to functionalize Chikube, but we need to work. We need the two facilities in Bulisa to work. Optimally, and I'm going to visit of these days. I really owe you a visit. So the health center I also sub Kakumiro has not recruited an aesthetic assistant. Kagadi has not recruited an obstetrician, not even a DHO. So the health system cannot hang in air, must have a basic good leadership, people we can hold accountable, people who are competent and can resist political and say, this is with the direction. People who can consult at us any time. So me, I think as PPH is as a result of many system gaps. And that's why I gave, and now the focus on PPH. It's what you're doing as Aogu, what you're doing as front is the best thing we can do for this country. I want to thank you for attending this. When you have additional knowledge and skills in managing of people in Kila, nothing makes us proud like this. Me and Waga and we had agreed that we make Hoima Regional Referral as a special case. So it begins weekly reviews. I have not interacted with Waga to hear it has gone. I know it has not taken off, but it is still struggling. But Dr. Waga and your colleague, I've forgotten the name, the consultant, want to see this happen. You have 100% of our total support. I had a chat with the executive director of Baylor. She's in the US, and she's willing to support some of our intervention. Little money to fix the lights in the Center 4. She was willing. We just give her a budget and she supports us to fix the lights. I think most of the things are doable. In leadership to be at the top of the game. There is Yasitura Wawunya, I think, something like that. Mukama wa let us join hands. Let us join hands. PPH is something that we can manage. I had earlier also told you that I have very good networks in national medical stores of supplies and logistics. We are happy. At the central level, we have done progressively very well than ever before. To do more, we want to work with a team that is not negative. But let us fix the gaps that are within our means. I don't know if my friend, the DHO of Bulisa, is here. I'll probably give him a call today, but I want to to see police are function to the optimal level. Kagadi has a very good wall fence, but I'm told inside the buildings. So these are some of the things. Where did we get the money for the wall fence when the inside is broken? Everything is breaking. I need to know where the leadership of these things went. No equipment, wall fence 100%. We focus on how we get the best possible services for the mothers and the newborn. Lastly, I want to comment on Dr. Waga's last slide of early detection of PPH. I think, Dr. Waga, we can take it a notch higher. You missed some of the morning reviews. I think the notch higher is we must do education for PPH. Let us identify risk. Don't wait for PPH. Too late. Early detection, I want to repeat this. Early detection of too late. Let us take a notch higher and do risk identification. There's absolutely no reason why a Gravida 6 para 5+, we do not flag them or put a red sticker. We have done this in the HIV clinic. While adhering are given stickers. Why can't we give a red sticker for someone who is a potential candidate who has ever had a PPH and now is coming back with another one with a grand malparity that we can red flag and say, so that they are under increased surveillance, increased monitoring from our healthcare workers. The principle does not work. The principle, Dr. Wag, of saying shout for help does not work. Usually one health worker on duty. There is organized absenteeism. Organized absenteeism. And you write this, the ADHOs, you shout help for help, and who comes? The porter or the askari? Even the askari is absent. So with organized absenteeism, you shout for help does not. Are they alone? You're the one attending theater. You're the same midwife attending the ward. So these are serious issues. They don't need Jesus. We need to fix them. They are human. Issues of attitude. No cannula. No cast inserted. Can affect no examination. Last week on Monday, this week, we listened to a case where a woman was examined and found with a cervical tear. The woman bled to death. The doctor said we had nothing to do. In a Muslim, we wondered whether they had sponge holding forceps or they could clamp the bleeding area of the cervix. They did. The woman died. When you listen to some of the, and I want to interest some of you who attend our early morning reviews, it's a sign of commitment. We do, no one pays us. We have no reprimand if we didn't do it, but we do it with love. 7:30 to 9, we are doing these reviews. There's a lot of learning. Thursday morning, 7, we are doing these reviews. Kawempe has started doing that. They are making progress. KCCA is doing maternal and prenatal death reviews. They are making progress. But a facility like Kagad has been quiet. We don't know whether there is an MPDSR or not to hear if there's any. Some facilities like Masin have been quiet. Chiriandongo, quiet. The leadership of our region must be up to the challenge. The health leadership, I'm not meaning the LOC5 RDC and leadership of the region must be up to the challenge. The DA, we've never even gotten in touch about the health centers that are not functional. The PS wants to know, actually our next move, it should be the Hoima sub-region. I've been scheduling the visit of the PS. I think we should come to so that we sit together and really brainstorm. So once again, I'm sorry for taking a little long, but I think the low-hanging fruits are getting over and over, but we need to fix issues of quality of care. We need issues of attendance to duty and coverage. we need to improve those intra-facility delays, issues that are causing intra-facility delays. Chigoro, you miss this year without being functional, I'll be the most disappointed. But I'm coming back and we see what we can do. Thank you so much. I don't know if there's any other question. Bulisa, I've told you, if you still have for PHC development that is there, please commit it to buying a table. I will give you the letter that will now direct him that that money is for buying a theater table. Supply you have it fixed. I think those were some questions I'm happy to take up. I'm still around.
There is a question in the House. The President, Association of Ops and Guy himself.
Thank you, Dr. Mugahi. And at a personal level, I think I would like to thank the members I know, the ones I know. I'm not aware about the others, but the ones I know. I think this last 1 year has been a very progressive year in terms of reducing maternal morbidity and mortality. Dr. Bwaga has been advocating for this region wherever we go, whether it's Awogo conference, whether it's Awogo meeting. Bwaga says Hoima has a challenge. Please come and sort out Hoima. Now I'd like to speak on to the issues of accountability that the commissioner has spoken about. I think as health workers, we must be accountable for those deaths. Much as they say that the MPDSR is not a blame game,
An executive order.
Progress. Sorry. To sign an order, either from the PS or somebody, to actually assign some of these issues to the regional referral hospital. I've been made aware that you only have three specialists in Hoima Regional Referral Hospital. You're now 4. But one, okay, there are 3 appointed and 1 not yet appointed. So I'm hoping that by the end of this meeting, Dr. Bwaga will send in the name of that specialist to have them appointed. Hoima also has no senior consultant. That is odd. Regional Referral Hospital should have a senior consultant. So 1 should get appointed. Then 2, to enable some of these facilities actually work, I actually think that we should get resources, as Ngahi says, to actually support the hospital, General Referral Hospital, to actually sometimes send cadres to some of these centers to perform cesarean sections. Women should not die. So Hoima can actually support the other facilities which are not performing C-sections. And if it is 3 days a week, we send a team there, it comes there, it does the C-sections, it does some clinics, so that these people do not die or get mismanaged wherever they are. If you're referred, as they keep saying in the audits, if you're referred, you will likely die. That is the fact. So let us refer the doctors to down there. So Dr. Mugahi, I think we can have a meeting. We can identify doctors from the regional hospital, from some of the centers here, and send them there for at least 3 days a week to ensure that services are actually covered. If there's a theater, an athletic officer. Last time I was in Hoima, I know there are students who come from Mulago for anesthesia. They should be sent there. And they help and get supervised from that place there. So I think as AOGU, I think Hoima is now ringing in our heads. Dr. Bwaga keeps advocating. The other issue is that lines of accountability. I will discuss later about how to account. The most senior person is the senior consultant, and if there is none, it is the consultant. That is the head of the ministry here. And they should manage all the problems of Hoima here. So if there's no consultant in this place, I think they should involve one. And they should be given the resources to actually supervise. They should be allowed, and they're actually allowed to send resources to those centers to ensure that they are functional. So if someone not doing a C-section in a health facility, and I'm saying Dr. Bwaga here, by the end of the day, he should know that he can actually say, you medical officer, go to, what is it called? Chigorobi, for 3 days. I've assigned you there for 3 days a week, okay? And set out that area there. I'll supervise from there. We should not allow mothers to die. A woman should not die. Why is she dying? If she dies, then who is accountable? We should find somebody who is accountable. Was there no switcher? Did I come in late? Did I dodge duty? This no blame game is good, but we must take accountability. Where were you? Where were you when you were called? That's my opinion.
Those are very elaborate remarks, and I think the House likes them. Thank you, Dr. Msana. There's another question here.
Yeah, thank you very much. Dr. Afet Alex, Bliss Health Center 4. Mine goes to issues concerning politics. Politics has greatly affected service delivery in Bliss Health Center, actually Bliss in general. We have concerns of politicians. This one comes in office, and then the other one brings issues. There's a time the district advertised. When politics came, a new guys came in office, they took the service commission to court. And the issue all along has been in court, issue of service commission, no recruitment. Up to now, I think last time even money for recruitment was sent back. So my request here, if you could also look into this, because politics has really gone too deep. There are certain things you want to implement, but somebody is dragging you in a political way. And unfortunately, some of my bosses may not really be advising the politicians according to what they are supposed to do. So we down there, you may not really do much. And then the other thing is concerning equipment. Still, I remember some time back, Bliss Health Center 4 was well equipped. We had the health sector support program. And when they equipped the facility, and then later they built the general hospital. The district built the general hospital, but they didn't equip the general hospital. Instead, they removed all the equipments of Health Center 4, Bliss Health Center 4, to general hospital. And the Health Center 4 remained redundant. Of recent, when we started RBF, I started buying some few items so that we can move on. I remember the theater bed which was brought last week. It was bought by DHO's office. Maybe only my colleague, ADHO, maternal child health, was not aware, but I think there is also a communication gap in his office up there, because if he's not aware, and yet that bed was bought by DHO's office, so that is one of the issues. Me, I actually appreciate what you said. The leadership is where the biggest challenge is. And I wish my DHO was here. I've not seen him around. At least some of these things he should have heard by himself. Because for us, when we talk down, people look at you as if you want to take over somebody's job, yet you don't want to take over. Thank you very much.
Bwaga, Dr. Bwaga, I want to know the name of that young man. Dr. Bwaga, I want to know the name of this young man. That is exemplary leadership.
Dr. Afet Alex, Bliss Health Center 4.
Dr. Felix.
Alex Afeti.
Okay,
Bliss Health
thank you
Center
so
4.
much. What you are saying is the attitude we want in the new breed of leaders. That is leadership. And that's what is going to transform from Bunyoro sub-region, if we get people speaking like him.
I think about the issue he raised, the issue of politics, colleagues, I think we have had a discussion on this, Bulisa in particular with the commissioner himself, Dr. Mugahi, you remember, and we tried to handle this issue. But I think during your visit, when you come to the region, the next time you come to the region, you had suggested that we'll go to Bulisa and we try to have a kind of discussion with the politicians there. But I think it has come out from the horse's mouth himself. So we can't dispute what he has said. Politics is really strangling them. And we don't want to discuss the politic issue, because every district will now come up with politics, because it is in the region, across the region. If you go to Masindi, same story. If you go to Chiriandongo, same story. If you go to Chikube, similar issues, but Bulisa is in its own league. So, Dr. Mugahi, please, when that time comes and you have come to the region, please allow me to take you to Bulisa. There is a question here. I think it is also for you. Maybe, yes, please.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Mugahi. I've heard you appreciating for our theater being active now for Chikube. For us, we have now one problem. We have one anesthetic officer. And in normal circumstances, someone is entitled to off. He can be sick anytime. So as the other doctor said, for us in Chikube, we are requesting at least we get help from Regional Referral Hospital, Hoima. If there is another anesthetic office, at least during the weekends, he can come and support our theater in Chikube. Thank you.
That is a good suggestion. I think it is subject to discussion later, because it involves
We can also have an alternative.
Several layers of administration. But Dr. Mugahi, kindly respond to these queries.
The last one of Chikube, your structure, the structure of Chikube actually has an anesthetic officer, the old one, the old structure. We are working on a new structure that's going to give you more human resource, which is actually complete. We are just waiting for resources. But according to the budget that was ready yesterday, we don't have money to recruit. We have money to increase your salaries, and most of you should be happy. Beginning July, you have a better, an account that's more heavier. It has been part of your protracted effort and our effort, but it's going to demand us to do more. Inevitably, increased salaries are going to demand us to do more. And we want to make sure that we show the government that we can do more. We are motivated, more motivated than we were, and we are able to deliver the results. And this would also help us as policymakers to advocate for more. Even cars, I'm told cars are coming. Okay, now, specifically for that one, for Chikube, you can use the position of an anesthetic assistant that is in the structure to recruit another anesthetic officer. The chairperson of the Health Service Commission guided us in one of the meetings that since there is no more production, the anesthetic assistants are not on the market. So you can use the position, you can use that money for an anesthetic assistant. Ideally, an anesthetic assistant should have one diploma in anesthesia, and then an anesthetic officer has a higher diploma in anesthesia. So his guidance was, we can use that money because this is in the structure and the money is available. You can upgrade that position to the position of an anesthetic officer. Of course, the challenge is we don't have anesthetic officers on the market, but if you actively look for them, you can get them. I did participate in looking for the young man who is in Chikube, and we can still get you another person to support him if the cow, and you have a very good chairperson, very nice chairperson. We can also look outside the box for MTI, the one that is working in the other place, Changwali, to or an anesthesia person. So I think we can look around. It's an issue that we can take on. we can have the district recruit their own, the second anesthetic officer instead of an anesthetic assistant.
Sir, Dr. Mugahi, kindly confirm if you're still on.
I'm on, I'm listening. I don't think I had any other question. The young man from Alex, what was I talking about? He's a phenomenal leader. And if I get a few right, another very nice young man in Kakindo is called Lawrence, very nice, very good doctor. Kakumiro is using one of trained anesthetic graduate. It's of anesthesia. Bwaga, you know them. These ones who are trained from Bositema University. You can, as a district, using your RBF, motivate some. These are graduates who are not yet employed by government, but you can use RBF to motivate them, and they come and facilitate. It is acceptable. You can use RBF. I know we still have challenges. RBF, we haven't transitioned it well. We don't have money to transition it. Immediately we get money. It's an arrangement that you can work on to ensure that these people can come and offer. No, Chikuvi is already using a pro bono doctor, someone who's giving services to help. As we ensure that we fix the funding gap, then we shall be able to go. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Dr. Mugahi.
Bwaga, Dr. Bwaga.
There's a question in the house.
Dr. Bwaga, the gametes are available. Dr. Bwaga link up with Dr. Murokora. The question of where the gametes are, I should not. Now Baylor should be having enough non-pneumatic and shock gametes that were donated to us by China. So if the training was conducted in this region, every health facility should. That one is just an instruction that should happen as soon as this week. Kasim of Baylor, they might even be in Hoima regional referral. To the regions, and I'm sure Hoima is one of the beneficiary regions. Over.
Thank you, Dr. Mugahi. There is just one burning question. This one is, I'm asking this on behalf of the whole region. We have colleagues who have patients that are coming from districts of Chankwanzi and Chiboga. And if you had a patient, even you yourself, if you are a patient in Chankwanzi or Chiboga, you see Hoima as the nearest regional referral hospital rather than Mubende. So according to guidelines policy, these two districts are under Mubende catchment. But practically, the patients of Chiboga and Chankwanzi, they come to Hoima to seek care there. Now, according to the budget framework for Hoima, we are not mandated to implement or rather supervise, support Chiboga and Chankwanzi. We had a discussion with Dr. Isagara from the gynecologist in Chiboga, and we're in total agreement that if Chiboga and Chankwanzi were in the Hoima region, we aggregate as one big region, we merge forces. Probably it will help us reduce some of these complications, because many of the patients that end up having poor outcomes actually come from Chiboga and Chankwanzi. So it is in that vein that we are asking, is it possible to reallocate those two districts to Hoima catchment? And if so, what is our role in that? Thank you, and over, Dr. Mugahi.
Hello. Thank you. Dr. Musana had already run me. I personally think there is absolutely no problem. There's a problem. we just need to probably write a small brief for the attention of the Director General, who can in turn communicate requirement to supervise under Hoima Regional Referral. Our challenge is, even Hoima is not doing well on the hospitals and the facilities that's already under you, Waga. Well, now when we add you another load, I am not sure what will happen. I don't know, my only worry as we push for this, because I know for a fact, and I'm not happy that I've not had anyone from Masindi speak. Masindi Hospital, General Hospital. The quality of care in hospital is not good. I participated in the change of the DHO there because serious fights. We participated in the change, not monitored whether anything has changed. Just mentioned that Kagad has refused to recruit an OBS gain. We don't know why. We've just mentioned with really things that are not really working and working, but really so many gaps, I must say. A region that has not recruited us. If the anesthetic, like Kakumiro has 0 anesthetic officers, 0. No anesthetic officer in Kakindo, no anesthetic officer in Kakumiro, Health Center 4 on payroll. I have been sending people for them to recruit. They have not recruited. The DH even appear in meetings. So I have a challenge with this region, to be honest. And if it needs any other help, please, the leaders, the local leaders, you help. We want to see us who can easily need help here. Just like Alex has mentioned, I need help here. You come in and help. So that is the that we need. So for annexing Chiboga and Chang to Hoima is a good idea. Whether Hoima Regional Referral will manage the increased workload of when they are struggling with supervising, the available is also another issue. So if you are convinced aside, Dr. Musana, the recruitment of a senior consultant is critical. First of all, it makes some people like my friend named to senior consultant and then create a place for consultant like a Buag and team. And then you create space for each other. But that one has not happened. Muko, his recruitment plan, maybe it is coming up with our show. It should have. And this would be in charge of designing this supervision framework. The supervision of Hoima supervising is also not 100%. It's not where we want it to be. So when we add you another load, will it be better or worse? Ovaga and team.
Right. My analysis from what I have heard, but also from previous, not physical, but what I hear in LGU meetings about Hoima as a region, some of the issues, not some, a good amount of the issues are leadership. And I believe that if the leadership at the hospital can be sorted out, Hoima hospital can be sorted out, I think this will go into a long way to provide the supervisory structure that is required. Also do know is that being high volume sites, the number of doctors may be stuck in tasks, doing cesarean sections and things like that, and not have the time for actually supervision. 2, as you are aware, when we last spoke, when I was in Soroti, about the Kabaramaido issue, when I spoke to the senior consultants, even the consultants, many of them fear the DHOs. And as a person, that room had DHOs there. And I said, who supervises who? The DHO is junior to the senior consultant. Because in the contract of the senior consultant and the consultant, You're the one supposed to make sure that services in that region are functioning well. So Dr. Mugahi, I think part of this is some of our consultants, PNOs, senior consultants have not been told their actual job description, what they're supposed to do in those regions. That's why I'm focusing on the senior consultant wherever I go. That guy there, that position, and that office which is demanding that impenkoni. What is the impenkoni for? You must make sure that women don't die in the region. If they die, the gun is on you. So no DHO, no ADHO, no MP should stop you from reaching those facilities. No one should stop the senior consultant, or there is no senior consultant, the consultant then assumes those roles to actually make sure. I think Dr. Mugahi write a circular or a memorandum directing these people, copy to the DHO and tell them this person is the one supposed to make sure in the whole region that services are run properly, including making sure that we as specialists, doctors and the rest are complying with our code of ethics. So we must empower Hoima. If we need leaders, let us go and steal leaders from somewhere and put them in Hoima. But women should not die. Chivoga Hospital cannot have one obstetrician, I think, because it's a busy place. It should have at least 3 obstetricians because the work is there. And I'm made aware that there is somebody who finished school recently in Chivoga Hospital for MED, but not yet on the payroll as a specialist. So Dr. Mugahi, for us as AOGU, we can name and shame. I don't work for the government, but we must support our public facilities to do well. We can name and shame. Can even call a press conference and say, this person is at Lemesa. Women are dying for ABCDE. But also, as I've said, we must empower Hoima. Then put the gun at you and say, now, please deliver. Okay? We must empower the region. And I think that when we went to the North is doing very well because they have leadership. They have 5 senior consultants, and all of them are strong people. When they stand up to speak, everybody's like, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, madam, yes. Huh? So things get done. So in line of supervision for health services, the senior consultants at the level of commissioner, so they represent the ministry and all its programs and audits at the region, and they must make sure that, reading their job description there, they say, ensure effective and efficient delivery of quality services. The DHO cannot stop you. If they stop you, call us. We shall also call people. We shall name and shame. So Dr. Mugahi, for us as AOG, we shall support Hoima. If you need us to train leaders, we shall train the leaders. When I say Hoima, I'm not talking about only the obstetricians, because the midwives are also our members as AWOGU. Even the PNOs in the region, they are busy seated in the offices. What are they doing in the offices there? They're at the level of senior consultant for midwifery. They should be on the ground supervising. So I think we need to come back to Hoima, Dr. Mugahi, have a talk, a real honest talk, and assign roles and make sure people do their work.
The speech has summarized it all. You know, the mission of AOGU is to advance reproductive health services through excellence in practice, education, research, collaborations, and advocacy. So if you didn't know what advocacy means, that is exactly what the president has done. Thank you very much. I think our time is fast spent.
Waga, I'm just making a request. 1 minute.
Yes, doctor. Yes, doctor.
Let Dr. Musana, arising out meeting, write a letter to the PS about the Hoima senior and how that is affecting service delivery. Copy me in, we shall respond. Write a letter as a AWOGU president to the permanent secretary. A lack of a senior consultant is affecting service delivery, especially mentorships at lower level health facility and CMOC sites, and call me in, and we shall respond immediately and have this senior consultant. We shall push it to Kobe and understand why he has not recruited. Thank you. I think that will be sorted.
Thank you. I think that deserves a hand clap. The region, and thank you, Dr. Mugahi, for those remarks. Colleagues, our time is fast spent. I want to take us to the next session, but there's a hand online from Ruth. Kindly keep it short, unmute and keep it short. Ask your question.
Good afternoon, colleagues in the profession. My name is Dr. Muhindo Ruth. I'm working with KIU as a tutor at Ginger Referral Hospital. I have been supervising some of the students from Busitema University as well under training, and we have those who have finished training. And I'm very happy about what Dr. Mugahi has said about the fact that they can be recruited under the RBF funding. What I'm not sure about is whether there's an official written document to actually allow hospital directors to recruit these people. Otherwise, it would be a very welcome move from the Ministry of Health to allow these people to start supporting anesthesia services in health center fours, in regional referral hospitals, which are lacking anesthetic officers, and services are not actually having anesthetic providers to continue with their obstetric care of these patients. Thank you. Let Dr. Mugahi tell us whether there's a written document to actually support their recruitment. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that question. Dr. Mugahi, this
I think
question
I can
goes
respond to that
directly
in
to you,
1
I
minute.
think.
1 minute. I don't want to waste a lot of your time. We are working on service anesthesia of for the anesthetic cadre, because the first lot that we are having of graduate anesthesia is from Busitema University, and there are only of them. So the scheme of service is almost complete. It's actually complete. And this group was not catered for, is not in the, they've been able to put in the structure now. The new structure accommodates graduates with degrees. So there was a small issue about doing internship or not, but I think that is being waived off because of the need. There's no conclusion, but I want to applaud the decision of a district like Kakumiro. Kakumiro Health Center 4 is using one of these graduates, touch with them. So the challenge right now is they cannot be formally recruited by government. They cannot be formally recruited by government. Formally, I know you understand what I mean, because of service, and they're not in the structure, but they can be engaged. They can be engaged. If for that, please write to us requesting for clarity. They can be engaged by partners. They can be engaged by on temporary basis until we have until we have their scheme of service approved and then put on. So I think I've made that one clear. This is a very critical human resource that we need as soon as yesterday in maternal and child health. Anesthesia is one of the means of reducing preventable maternal death. Many mothers because of unsafe anesthesia. For us, we know who do the audits. Someone tells you we gave some, and that was the end. So thank you so much. That is the explanation. But go ahead and engage them. If you need any clarity, we can write to you and on how to engage. Thank you so much.
For those
feedback messages. Now, at this point, I would like to welcome Sister Hadija Naka today, who will take us through the new commodities in PPH management. That is the correct use of heat stable carbetocin in particular, and tranexamic acid for PPH management. I would request that if you can, probably in the next 10 minutes, you should be able to summarize this, if you can, or overshoot by just a few minutes, as our time is fast spent. Over to you, Naka, today.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ibra, and I'll try my best. Good afternoon, dear members in Hoima. I have really missed to be there physically, but nevertheless, I'm here to make this presentation on heat stable carbetocin. Once again, my name is Nakatude Hadija. I am a midwife, I'm a tutor. I am a member of the PPH National Subcommittee and Secretary, National Midwives Association of Uganda Eastern Region. So I'm going to talk about heat stable carbetocin, a new commodity that is used for the prevention of postpartum hemorrhage. So I can take off my video because my network is not really nice. So I'm going to skip the first slides because we have been going through this, but most important is the previous discussants have been telling us that mothers who are dying of PPH are not far away from us. They're either our sisters, they're either our wives, or they're either in-laws. Name them, they are people that we know. But the most important thing also that we know is PPH is really preventable. So that's why when I'm going to make my discussion, it is really about prevention of postpartum hemorrhage. So in this slide, we see that maternal mortality due to PPH has a negative impact on women, their families, and the communities in low, middle, and income countries. So we have immediate health complications, which include shock, there may be sepsis, heat or renal failure, and even loss of fertility. And then when we come to the long-term consequences, we know that when a mother experiences severe commodities, it results in negative physical, psychological, and this actually has a very negative impact on their family. So, overcoming the heat barrier to prevent PPH, when Dr. Ibra was presenting, he told us that we know that drug of choice that we have, oxytocin, is a drug that needs cold chain. And we know so much what happens in our facilities. And as I'm making this presentation, I equally want you to reflect back what is happening in your facility. So we know that the majority of deaths from PPH due to uterine atony could be prevented. But the oxytocin, the drug of choice, requires standard cold chain transport and storage at 2 to 8 degrees Celsius, typically in a refrigerator to maintain its effectiveness. And what does this impose? It means that if you do not have access to oxytocin, which has been in a cold chain condition, it means that you're going to give a non-potted drug to this mother. And so you're not going to be able to prevent PPH. When we look at this slide again, we see that 99% deaths occur in low and middle income countries where cold chain storage can be difficult to achieve and maintain. And again, in this same study that was conducted, the current standard of care medicine for PPH needs to be stored between 2 to 8 degrees Celsius. But 22% of health facilities surveyed across 64 countries have no refrigerators. To some, and then to some where the refrigerators are there, there is no electricity. And then also when it comes to the health personnel themselves, some of them don't even know about cold chain maintenance. So what does it mean? It means that new solutions were urgently needed to prevent PPH in the countries which face the highest burden, and Uganda is one of them. So what is this commodity, the drug that we are talking about? It is a heat-stable uterotonic, which we call heat-stable carbetocin. It does not need to be transported or stored at 2 to 8 degrees Celsius. It is stable for 48 months when stored below 30 degrees Celsius. It does not require refrigeration, meaning that it is going to reduce pressure on fragile cold chain transport and refrigerated storage infrastructure. So how is this uterotonic different from oxytocin? And the things that I'm going to really emphasize so that we really understand, because I'm basically having discussion on the correct use of this new commodity. So carbetocin is a long-acting synthetic analog of oxytocin that contracts the uterus. Doctor did talk about this already. And then according to the WHO recommendations, it supports the use of carbetocin in the prevention of PPH in all births. Okay, and then carbetocin has been added on the WHO EML, and then it is equally approved for the prevention of uterine hemorrhage due to postpartum uterine atony following cesarean section and vaginal birth. So when we look at the WHO recommendations, as doctor was, I can refer back to the last presenters. They said the first recommendation in the prevention of PPH is using an effective uterotonic. And the first one is oxytocin. The next one is carbetocin. Then we go to misoprostol. Then we have egometrin. And then we also have oxytocin and egometrin fixed dose combination. So this again shows us the recommendations from WHO, say that the first one is still oxytocin, then the next one is heat-stable carbetocin, and then the last one is, as you can see in the slide. So still, as I said earlier, heat-stable is included on the WHO EML. We see it comes under uterotonics, which is carbetocin, comes as an injection, which is heat-stable, which is 100 micrograms, which is equivalent to 1 ml. So still on this slide, we are looking at, I'm going to compare so much with the oxytocin that we have and this new commodity that we are bringing on board. So when you look at oxytocin, the class of drug is oxytocin here. The example is oxytocin. The mechanism of action, we all know that it binds at oxytocin receptors and stimulates myometrial smooth muscle contractions. But then when we look at this analog of oxytocin, what we call heat-stable carbetocin, how does it work? It is the same as oxytocin, but the difference here is its duration of uterine activity is longer. So if we understand the mechanism of action, it means that even it will be easier for us to understand its correct use. Next slide. So clinical value of heat-stable, one, I said earlier that it does not require refrigeration. It can be stored for up to 48 months. And then it is given as a single dose and easy to administer for the prevention of PPH. And then so important to note that heat-stable carbetocin is the highest ranked single uterotonic agent for the prevention of blood loss. It may not, it also reduces the use of additional uterotonics, and then it has the most favorable side effects among the uterotonics that we have for the prevention of PPH. That's heat-stable and oxytocin. Then when we look at the safety profile, we see that per the meta-analysis, heat-stable carbetocin and oxytocin have the most favorable side effects. And those side effects, we know them. It's either fever, then we have nausea, shivering, and then vomiting. So in this slide, we are looking at the duration. We are trying to compare oxytocin and then carbetocin. When you give oxytocin, same time with carbetocin, oxytocin given 10 international units IM, it's going to last for 30 minutes. And then carbetocin, which is given 100 micrograms IM, is going to last for 119 minutes. That's why I said earlier on that it has a longer duration of action. So heat-stable carbetocin is only and only approved for the prevention of uterine hemorrhage due to postpartum uterine atony. I can repeat this. It is only and only for the prevention of uterine hemorrhage due to postpartum hemorrhage. And it must not be administered before the delivery of the infant. So what are the contraindications of this drug? Of course, we said it is contraindicated for labor induction or augmentation, during pregnancy and labor before the childbirth. In women with serious cardiovascular disorders, don't give heat-stable carbetocin. Then in women with hepatic or renal disorders, in women with epilepsy, and then any woman who has hypersensitivity to carbetocin or oxytocin, please don't give heat-stable carbetocin. And also to emphasize, we are not phasing out oxytocin. This is a new commodity that is coming on board, but we are still maintaining the WHO EML. But because we understand we have challenges with cold chain, that is why heat-stable carbetocin is coming on board. But that oxytocin will still be there because we know it has added advantages compared to heat-stable carbetocin. Next slide. So warnings here, the use of heat-stable carbetocin at any stage before delivery of the infant is not appropriate because of its persistent uterine activity. So please, it is important that you rule out presence of another baby before you give this drug, and then never inject heat-stable carbetocin before the birth of the infant. So when we come to the composition and packaging, it comes like this. So this is carbetocin fairing, which contains 10 ampules per box. As I said already, that 1 ampule is equivalent to 1 ml, which is containing 100 micrograms of carbetocin. Then on administration, we said, I'm just re-echoing this, before you give heat-stable carbetocin, make sure that you rule out that this is not a multiple gestation, and you give it preferably before delivery of the placenta, because doctor talked about the active management of third stage. It is one of the things that will help us prevent PPH, and giving a uterotonic is under active management of third stage. Then also heat-stable should only be administered by skilled health personnel. And then administration, the solution is in an ampule for the use, and it is undiluted. This is also important. Please don't dilute the ampule before you give heat-stable carbetocin. And of course, as I said earlier on, when you use heat-stable carbetocin, it is approved for no additional use of another uterotonic. So it is going to be 1 patient, 1 dose of heat-stable carbetocin. And then for IV injection, I still emphasize, please, we do not dilute heat-stable carbetocin. We shall give it directly into the IV port for over 1 minute. So here the precaution is do not inject heat-stable carbetocin into the intravesicular bag. So we give it directly into the IV port. Then for IM injection, we've all given injections, so it's still the same way, the way you give oxytocin. But important here, it is 1 ml, which is equivalent to 100 micrograms. And then what are the interactions? Heat-stable carbetocin can be administered for prevention of PPH, even if oxytocin or any other uterotonic has been given before labor. And then if bleeding occurs, it means that now we are no longer preventing PPH. So we are going into the management. So what do? You follow the local protocols for the management of PPH. Because I said earlier on that I'm emphasizing heat-stable carbetocin is only and only for the prevention of PPH due to uterine atony. So for the storage, we are saying that it remains stable for 48 months if stored below 30 degrees Celsius. And data is available for supporting these high temperatures during transportation. Do not freeze. Please make sure that the ampules must be kept in the outer carton to protect the product from light. And then, of course, just like any other drug, before giving it, you look at the expiry date. So as Uganda as a country, what is our progress? One, this drug, this new commodity was approved by MOH, and then it is registered by National Drug Authority. And for those of you who have accessed the new essential maternal newborn care guidelines, it is included there in the management of third stage of labor. And then what are our plans? We intend as a country to include it in the essential on the EML of Uganda. And then after, it will be included in the UCG, then it will be procured by AMCHIP. And of course, we shall continue training on the correct use of this drug. And then in summary, just to emphasize what shouldn't be left about this drug is number one, Heat stable gabetocin is a WHO recommended uterotonic for the prevention of PPH, and it is on the EML of WHO. Then number 2, it has a longer duration of activity than oxytocin. Then it has a benefit, it is beneficial for use in PPH prevention, but heat stable should not be used during pregnancy or before birth of the baby. And also heat stable gabetocin and oxytocin have the most favorable side effect profiles among uterotonics to prevent PPH. It is the only injectable uterotonic that can be stored in approved storage condition. And as I said, and ending, it is 1 patient, 1 dose, which is 1 ml ampule of 100 micrograms injected IM or IV for vaginal delivery or cesarean section. Thank you so much for listening. Over to you, Dr. Ibra, as people are clapping for me.
That was a very detailed discussion on heat stable gabetocin, and thank you for bringing that knowledge to us. I want to run over the treatment of postpartum hemorrhage very fast, and I will also talk about the bundle approach, and this is exactly what the bundle approach. But before that, I'll talk about what we have been doing ideally, which still stands. So, okay. So next slide. So we said earlier that postpartum hemorrhage is best. If a patient suffers postpartum hemorrhage, you cannot guarantee the outcome. So it is very good for you to have a high index of suspicion. You anticipate and you institute preventive measures before it occurs. But now that it has occurred, diagnosis should be quite easy, that you're having bleeding from the genital tract. We emphasize if it exceeds a certain volume for vaginal bleeding, that is 500 mils, and for cesarean operative delivery exceeding 1,000 mils. This patient is described to have postpartum, but also any volume of blood loss from the genital tract that causes hemodynamic deterioration falls under postpartum hemorrhage, and we classify it into 2. We have primary postpartum hemorrhage. That is the hemorrhage that occurs within the first 24 hours. And then we have secondary postpartum hemorrhage, the hemorrhage that occurs after 24 hours, but within 6 weeks. So PPH is a devil that can happen anytime within 6 weeks. Next slide. So I think I've talked about this. I want now, when we come to the predisposing factors, we have heard about the 40s previously. We talk about the tone, that the uterus can get atonic, and the number 1 cause of risk factor for postpartum hemorrhage is uterine atony. Almost over 70 to 80% of patients with PPH have uterine atony. But we also have patients who have genital lacerations or trauma, and that could be the cause of the genital bleeding. If you're having retained products of conception, that is the 3rd T, which usually stands for tissue, which simply is telling you that these tissues are not supposed to be there. You must remove them. If you don't remove them, the uterus is still not happy, it will bleed. So remove them. Then the 4th one is the thrombin issue, thrombopathies or coagulopathies that are likely to happen. So prolonged hemorrhage from all those causes listed above can actually lead to coagulation disorders. And this is quite easy to understand, that as you are bleeding, the body is trying to achieve hemostasis. So you use up your clotting factors, but
eventually, as you are transfusing the patient or even giving more fluids, you cause dilutional coagulopathy. So the factors get diluted and coagulation becomes a problem later. So in patients who have intrauterine fetal death, preeclampsia, and in patients in whom you've used anticoagulants, heparin especially, for patients who are at risk of thromboembolic disorders in pregnancy, those patients can be at risk of coagulation disorders leading to postpartum hemorrhage after delivery. So you have to think about that. Next slide. I think there is a flow chart here, but I think I have it in the next slide. So let's proceed to the next. So if you could expand that for me. So we are talking about the causes of PPH, the 40s, placenta tissue, or any other products of conception. They could be clots, they deserve to be removed. You might have uterine atony, the uterus needs to be contracted. And we shall see other measures that can be done for uterine atony. Lacerations or tears, you have to repair this and stop the bleeding. And then coagulation disorders, we have some blood products that can address this. If you don't have them, there is room for you to refer actually, but there are some measures you can put in place as you work on that. In case you have retained products of conception, and if it is a placenta, you can please proceed as we always do. You do control called traction. You massage the uterus, but it is also possible that they may remain there. In case it gets retained, a placenta, for instance, you proceed with manual removal of the placenta. And that is an option you can do while in theater. In case the products are out, you now assess for uterine atony, we are massaging. So in management of PPH, we are supposed to treat as we assess. And this has been the trend, that we are supposed to treat as we assess. So you are massaging the uterus as someone is trying to assess. Is there any genital laceration? So a speculum is being done as someone is massaging that. So something like you expel clots, and if you confirm it is uterine atony, again, we are going to administer uterotonic drugs. In this case, we have said it clearly that heat stable carbetocin is in prevention, okay? In treatment, we are still going oxytocin. It has a very fast, a short, like fast acting. Within 1 to 6 minutes, you have the result. Really, you repeat, you give tranexamic acid, which we said we can give in PPH. So you can administer it 1 gram, usually in 10 mils, you administer it over 10 minutes, but in case the patient is still having bleeding issues within 30 minutes, you can repeat the dose. You can also administer carboprost, that is a prostaglandin F2 alpha, IM 125 micrograms, that is every 15 minutes, and the maximum should be 2 milligrams. Those are 2,000 micrograms. You can also administer egometrin. Egometrin is a very potent uterotonic drug, but you should know when not to use it, especially in hypertensive patients. Please don't use egometrin. The patient should be able to afford it. So you treat anatonic uterus with oxytocin infusion. You can also administer the oxytocin by way of infusion. The doses will come with the slides. The details are there. By manual compression, this can be internal or external. The external is where we do it on the anterior abdominal wall, but compressing the uterus, the fundus especially, the body. And then the internal is where we make a fist into the vagina, anterior fornix, and then the other hand on the abdomen. And we try to compress the uterus within your fist and the hand abdominally. So you can also perform a uterine balloon tamponade. This is a measure that you can do in cases of uterine atony, one that can buy you some time. It can also treat, but most times you will find that it may buy you time as you're rushing, probably you're waiting for theater or something like that. Very easy. Anti-shock garment, the non-pneumatic anti-shock garment. We had a video while we were having the break session. This garment is very easy to use. you have a patient who is having a hemorrhagic shock in obstetrics, we can apply that gamete, not only in postpartum hemorrhage, even antepartum hemorrhage, as long as the patient has, the fetus is not live. Please don't apply the gamete on a live fetus. And on patients who have cardiac issues and pulmonary issues, don't apply the gamete. But here in a postpartum patient, we can apply the gamete, but still in cardiac patients, careful. Patients with respiratory issues, careful with the gamete. But it is very good when you apply it, the vessels that had collapsed because of shock, they become visible suddenly. The reperfusion to the upper extremities of the body, the brain, and the patient starts now, comprehending what you're talking to, telling them. They start responding. The blood pressure improves. You establish your IV access. So this gamete, and I think the guidance was that we'll get in touch with Dr. Murokora. We'll get that for the whole region, I think. Then blood transfusion. This, I don't need to overemphasize this. You all know that when you have lost blood volume, your patient has been bleeding. As long as the blood is not in the vessels, whether it is in the peritoneal cavity, it is no longer circulatory volume. It doesn't contribute to venous return and cardiac output. It means your patient still suffers hypoxemia, hypoxia, those issues. And shock is a momentary pause in the act of death. So if you have overgiven fluids in your patient, managing the patient, so the normal saline, much as we want to correct the shock, manage this, at some point we have to transfuse. So this is very, very key in the management of postpartum hemorrhage. Then referral is part of management. If you are in a facility where you don't have what it takes to manage PPH, referral can be acceptable. But how you refer matters. Don't send a patient who will die on the way. Imagine the distance from the distance from Kakindo to Hoima, I think is like 1 hour, right? 1 hour. So maybe you are sending a patient who will die on the way while in Nalweyo. So you have to really appreciate some of these things, that before I refer, how do I ensure she reaches the next facility? And then how do you communicate? Because we are now one team. So communication leadership is very, very key in management of PPH. Then explore in theater, if the bleeding continues, and the options we have in theater, we have options that range from devascularizing the uterus, where we can say, let's do internal iliac artery ligation. Okay, we ligate, we reduce when you ligate the internal iliac artery, it doesn't mean that you have cut off blood supply to the uterus, because there's a tubal branch from the ovarian artery. But the flow within the placental bed, the uterine vessels, is reduced to some kind of venous flow. And venous flow facilitates coagulation. So we can also do uterine artery ligation. And don't worry that the uterus will be devascularized and ischemic and necrotic. Some people fear that. No, but this is an option you go for when you have the skill, because if you go to ligate the internal iliac artery and you go for the external iliac artery, you have caused a dead limb somewhere. You understand? So very, very careful. In case you have tried that and you think it's not working, we also have uterine compression sutures. The B-Lynch in particular, we have several stitches, over 10, over 17 types. But the B-Lynch is so easy to perform. The B-Lynch compresses the uterus. You remember what we talked about, the Laplace law? The uterus becomes smaller, the radius becomes smaller, the force increases. But while doing it, make sure you don't again, this is one where if you do it wrongly, you can devascularize the uterus now properly. Be very careful. And before you do the B-Lynch, which colleagues like doing so much, you try to do compression of that uterus and assess whether uterine compression stitch will help. Because a patient who is bleeding, imagine she has been in shock, unrecordable BP, or let's say BP is that of unrecordable. and the patient has allowed you time to reach table, and you want to firstly try out the B-Lynch. You all know, the ones who have been on table with such patients, the anesthetist is fidgeting, he's telling you the patient is unstable. If someone made up their mind very fast to do a subtotal hysterectomy, within 2-3 minutes, the uterus is out. Dr. Isagara bears me witness. Dr. Kato, am I lying? But you see, when you're doing the B-Lynch, you have to bite inside, bite outside, go around posterior, bite, bite, bite. So you have to be very serious. Attempt to do a compression, and someone will observe from down. You know, when you compress, there is no bleeding, don't worry. There is no bleeding, you are in time. And if the compression can achieve there is no bleeding on compression, it means your B-Lynch stitch can help that patient. Or any Pereira stitch, Hoima suture, they are very many. And that is just something for you to note. The decision to do obstetric hysterectomy, we call it obstetric because it happens in hemorrhagic conditions in pregnancy. Sometimes we call it subtotal hysterectomy. Other people call it supracervical hysterectomy. All those three are correct. But importantly, it is obstetric. We do it in pregnancy. And usually because of hemorrhagic issues. All other issues, really, we fail to understand why you are doing a subtotal. And please don't attempt to do a total hysterectomy. Don't come out and you are telling us, for me, I do total hysterectomies in patients with PPH. No, that is now undermining someone's right to live. Because by the time you finish a total, the patient will be dead. Okay, next slide. Or maybe talk about coagulopathy, that we have products like fresh frozen plasma, we have concentrated clotting factors, cryoprecipitate, platelet concentrates, depending on what you find that the patient is suffering. You can also give tranexamic acid. It is an antifibrinolytic drug that it prevents, once a clot is formed, it prevents dissolution of those clots. So it spares your clotting factors from being used up very fast, and it also favors hemostasis. Really. Next slide. So secondary postpartum hemorrhage is the one that is happening following 24 hours after delivery up to the end of 6 weeks. Usually in the setting where you may have retained products of conception, patients with puerperosepsis, trauma. The one that commonly causes this is a lobe. Imagine you have delivered the placenta and one lobe remains there. It means during involution, when this uterus is involuting, this lobe gets detached partially. And wherever it detaches, the bleeding might start from, and it might be brisk, by the way. So it is one of the common, so it is very important for you to examine the placenta after, ensure it is complete. If not, then you have to complete. I don't know whether we are practicing that, but that is the standard. So the differentials for secondary PPH, you might have gestational trophoblastic diseases, and to note especially issues like choriocarcinoma. They may come up, rectal bleeding, hemorrhoids, cancer of the cervix. Dehiscence means breaking away, giving way of the incision site. So that can happen, and you might also have issues like hematuria. So for secondary PPH, I would like to go through this flow chart. Is the patient stable? The patient who has secondary PPH, is she stable? Let us begin by saying she's stable. Yes, she's stable. If stable, are you able to perform some investigations? You can, a complete blood count, an ultrasound scan can guide, coagulation studies can be done, and other investigations as you may deem necessary. You also administer antibiotics, as we have seen. Sepsis could be one of the causes. If you assess and you find that there are products of conception, you will go on and you perform MVA. Curettage is a bit risky, okay? But you may attempt it, but it is quite sometimes risky in a postpartum uterus. You can also do digital evacuation. Sometimes it is easier. I know you are imagining, how do you put your finger inside the uterus? Yes, we can put it there. And we depending on the cervix dilatation at that point. But if you don't find retained products of conception, then you have to explore the uterus under anesthesia. If the bleeding continues, if you find retained products of conception, you follow the path we saw before. If you have vaginal tears or a ruptured uterus, which can happen, and many patients have died because we tend to think a rupture can't happen after she has delivered, but it's possible. So in that case, that is a patient that you may have to repair. But if your patient is unstable, then you have to act like the way you act for patients with primary postpartum hemorrhage. Setting up IV fluids, oxytocin, misoprostol, or carboprost. What you want is, first of all, achieve a contraction. Tranexamic acid, as mentioned earlier, can be administered. A complete blood count, blood grouping and cross-matching, prepare for transfusion. Transfuse if you have an antibiotics. If the patient is still unstable, you transfer to a comprehensive emergency. So what we call a CMONC, comprehensive emergency obstetric facility, is a facility that has a capacity to perform cesarean section or obstetric surgeries, laparotomies. That is a CMONC facility, and they have capacity for blood transfusion. So you must refer such a patient to check for GTDs. Quantifying HCG is easy. If you have the facility, of course, a CMONC facility is expected to have a lab. They should be able to do serum HCG quantification, not urine. Serum HCG is what we need. Transfuse with blood if the patient is severe anemic. Explore the uterus. Again, you go through the same channels. We are saying in management of PPH, there are very many possible causes. We don't want a patient to die from any of them. And we have guidelines that have been in place for some time now. Unfortunately, we sometimes fail to implement them, because we are human beings at times, but also because of attitude. Sometimes we may have human resource issues. And these are things that have been taking our patients. The patient dies when she came to hospital healthy. Next slide. So we have talked about this next. So in management of PPH, we have seen and we have all been told before that you have to call for help. The help is because you need many hands, not because you don't know what to do. Colleagues, don't personalize patients. That patient is for the whole facility. If possible, even if you have a team of 20, as long as it is well coordinated efforts, they are worth having. Okay, so call for help, assess the airway, breathing, and circulation. This, I won't go so much into the details. I hope they are clear. That empty the bladder, we catheterize the bladder for two reasons: that we want to drain the urine. A full bladder can support, or it favors uterine atony. But also in a patient who is having postpartum hemorrhage, hemorrhagic shock is bound to happen. So in our resuscitation, the urine output, the quantity of urine helps us to know the efficiency or effectiveness of our resuscitation. So we catheterize for two things. First, to aid the management, the PPH, but also for monitoring purposes, monitoring your resuscitation and treatment. You rub the uterus to encourage a contraction. We said this earlier. Now that it has invited you to play with it, please do so. And if you're on table, the doctors in the house, when you're performing cesarean section, I want you to take note. When you have delivered the baby and you are now repairing the uterus, it sometimes have that kind of lousy tone. But when you touch it on the fundus and you try to play with it, it beefs up and it grows wrinkles. It becomes a body. It is happy with you. So this is now what we are supposed to do in PPH, that we have to rub a contraction. You set up 2 large bore lines because you're managing PPH, but shock is coming very fast. So you order for a minimum of 2 units, but you can even order for more. You can order for more. Okay, uterotonics, as we have mentioned earlier, tranexamic acid is not a drug, a luxury drug anymore. It is one of the drugs we have to administer in postpartum hemorrhage. Deliver the placenta by controlled contraction, if not yet delivered. Look for the cause of PPH. So it is a game that everybody should master how to play. You assess in a team as you also manage. Like they said in the earlier presentations, you can't manage alone. The problem is sometimes you are faced with this challenge alone. And then no effort is made to call for help. Even when the help would come, actually, it is a problem. But sometimes you call and no support comes. Again, this patient is bound to get challenges. So the emergency box for PPH should actually have oxytocin, misoprostol, egometrin, tranexamic acid. I just want to just pose a question to any colleague from Hoima Referral Hospital. The midwife, labor suite, Sister Perry, do we have any of these 4 drugs in Hoima right now? Labor suite. Don't be shy. Don't be shy.
Yes, we have, but what we're lacking is tranexamic acid. We don't have it in Hoima. We have. It has been there. Doctor, it has been there.
When you have been telling patients to find it. I seem to be disconnected with sister, but when I'm in theater and we are operating, we are telling all patients to buy drugs, even oxytocin. Why do we always hide these things? And I'm asking you whether this has just been a new thing that the drug came yesterday. You are saying we have always had. So we are sending patients to buy drugs which are there. Okay, fine. Then that is good. It seems probably in theater doesn't have. Okay, there is no blame. Nobody's going to fault us, but just to surely alert us that these are drugs that are supposed to be with us. Yeah. Then you have IV access, the cannula, the giving sets, blood giving sets, the syringes and vacutainers, okay, surgical gloves. So we have a complete list of items you need here: surgical blades, catheters, urinary bags, KYJ, the oxygen masks, uterine balloon pump. Of course, the uterine balloon catheters, we don't have these ones. Okay, measuring jar, vaginal speculum, sutures. So I may say authoritatively that we have an incomplete PPH box. It's incomplete, but I think we are yet to get there. So just to take us through a quick run through pharmacology, oxytocin, usually given 10 IUs, but you can also give egometrin 0.2. Oxytocin can also be given in normal saline. So if you have a patient in whom you're anticipating PPH, please, she has had obstructed labor. She's a gravida 7. She's been to cesarean section. Don't send her postnatal. And you are expecting the one midwife to monitor 10 patients. We want her to monitor, yes. But she also has those who have delivered vaginally. So one person, or even if they are two, and you want them to monitor every 15 minutes for 2 hours, which is ideally right, isn't it? But practically. So these high-risk patients, we continue with oxytocin, okay? In normal saline. If bleeding persists, you now can bring in carboprost, IM. You repeat up to a maximum of 2 milligrams. Misoprostol is a viable uterotonic drug, prostaglandin E1. We use it in doses of 800 micrograms for treatment purposes. Even 1 gram, we can go to 1 gram. That is acceptable. Tranexamic acid should be administered at a fixed dose of over 10 minutes. Please don't get the drug and you give it very fast. Dilute it in 10 mils, inject 1 ml per minute, gradually, over time. Next slide. So for a retained placenta, we know we have to remove it, but now we want to do it in a safe way. And this is usually in theater and anesthesia. Of course, as we manage to perform the manual removal and anesthesia, we shouldn't forget that uterine atony is waiting to smile at us, laugh at us. So manage the retained placenta, but continue with the management of PPA, or rather atony, anticipating bleeding. That is the prevention bit. So oxytocin continues massaging the uterine fundus, check and record vital signs, bleeding every 15 minutes. You inspect the placenta for completeness. Yes? Okay. Okay, next slide. Okay. The president wants to add to this slide. Yeah. Yes.
I think the slide is very important. It's a perform a manual removal under anesthesia. And you can hear me.
This question has kept coming up in all the things we've been going to, all regions. But no matter, I just put my hand there and remove it. I'm a hero. The guidelines say remove it under anesthesia or adequate analgesia. Don't torture the women. When you fix your hand there, it can cause shock. And women have died because of shock. So it must be under anesthesia or adequate analgesia. Once you stretch the cervix, you can easily go into vago shock. So midwives in Health Center 3, don't assume, even doctors, don't assume you are a hero, you've done this thing and people are not dying. It will get you. Okay? That is a take-home message.
The doctors, I think you have heard, in labor suit, you want to come. Yes, please.
You're talking of the infusion in the 20 international units in 1 liter of normal saline, but the normal supply is usually 500 milliliters. So, and we've been using that 500.
Doctor, that one shouldn't be an issue, really. Eh? So that one shouldn't be an issue. Okay. Yes. Can we look at the next slide? So uterine atony in management, we want to empty the bladder to give out oxytocin as a uterotonic. There is a hand in the Zoom. Maybe, is it possible to first finish this and then kindly colleagues online, let us finish these slides and then questions. There is a session on questions and answer. A session on questions and answers. Okay, so for uterine atony, we continue to massage the fundus. You set up a drip and allow to run fast. As we have already mentioned, 20 international units, so we have 500 mil. So what is the problem with putting 10 international units in 500? Not a problem, really. So you inspect the genital tract for tears, you perform a speculum exam, please, a Sims speculum, 2 Sims specula. They enable you to retract either anterior and posterior vagina. You see first apical, but those specula can even be rotated in several positions. You see, you can move them like a spider, and then you're able to inspect the genital tract, at least from cervix downward, you should be able to see that. And then performing abdominal aortic compression. The abdominal aorta is situated on which side? Maybe I will inquire from my good doctors here. But anyway, we won't go into that. We are always telling the patients to lie on the left. In case of fetal distress, for example, the patients are told to lie on the left lateral position. And the purpose is to relieve obstruction on the inferior vena cava. So it means the inferior vena cava is somehow to the right. You understand? The aorta is slightly to the left, okay? And the aorta, being an artery, they are usually generator vessels. The veins are capacitance vessels. So the veins are easily compressible. The aorta is not easily compressible. So if you want to do aortic compression, you have to go slightly on the left of the umbilicus, about 1 or 2 centimeters above the umbilicus. And then you will do that by way of a fist. And if you have done it effectively, you shouldn't palpate femoral pulses easily. That means the genital bleeding should be, but it is a temporary measure that you can do to surely reduce blood loss in that kind of acute setting, as you probably run to theater or something like that. We also have internal bimanual compression. We talked about this. If bleeding persists, a balloon tamponade, and then antibiotics given. Next slide. So for traumatic PPH, we again administer fluids, blood loss, and we estimate the blood loss and we transfuse as needed. How much fluid do we replace? If the patient has had PPH and probably in shock, we do 3 to 1. So for every one unit of blood loss, you anticipate you replace with 3, something like that. Inspect the perineum, so you need good light. Inserting a cascos speculum, you can inspect the cervix, but as we have said, even a SIMS does it for you. You need SIMS actually, and sponge holding forceps. To observe, if you need now in the management of PPH, you need to examine the cervix. You need 2 SIMS specula and 2 sponge holding forceps to examine, plus gauze, of course. So you repair lacerations and tears if you see them. Just to note, sometimes you can have a laceration maybe in the cervix, on the cervix, and you can't see its apex. The apex goes beyond where you can see. It has most likely gone into the lower segment of the uterus. That is now not just cervical tear. We are now dealing with the ruptured uterus, a patient who needs laparotomy. That is okay. If a ruptured uterus is suspected, I think this I've already mentioned, you refer to a CMONG facility, which you know now. Observations and reporting accordingly. I think documentation is one area where we have not been doing well. We have a patient who is sanctioned for cesarean section at midday, and the patient ends up having the operation done at 8 p.m. And you ask from midday up to 8 p.m. So what has been happening? Monitoring. But even then you are not documenting. What are you monitoring? Next. So in CMONG facilities, examination under anesthesia is ensured there. We have what it takes. We have the operation tables, examination tables. We have the light. We have the equipment, or you have all the speculum to yourself, the sponge, the forceps, everything. If you want to inspect the genital tract for tears, you surely have. Why should the patient suffer in a lower level facility when they can come to a higher level facility where these things are done? Okay. Exploration of the uterus. So manual exploration can be done, especially in theater. Very easy. If bleeding persists, laparotomy. Very, very easy. You know, there is a professor who said that a patient who has postpartum hemorrhage
Next slide. To mention about the cochlear uterus, perhaps just to previous slide, just to mention, we have that condition we call a cochlear uterus, where you have red blood cells have been extravasating, but now into the myometrium.
You remember the situation that I talked about, that sometimes you have the bleeding into the peritoneal cavity, but you can also have bleeding through the vaginal tract. You can also have bleeding into the myometrium. And in this case, you open the abdomen, you find the uterus is blue. Some of you have seen this kind of uterus. It looks blue. When you touch it, it feels like liver sometimes. And even your finger can simply break through it. This kind of uterus is what we're calling a cochlear uterus. It has grades. So some of the cochlear uteri will not allow you really to even do compression, but you try to attempt. But the decision making is yours, because life is given once. Once it is taken, nobody can give it back. Okay, so we have another condition, coagulopathies, and the most common one is DIC, disseminated intravascular coagulation, that the patient has a plethora of complication that is eliciting the coagulation pathway to start using up clotting factors. They have been used up that you can't sustain coagulation anymore. And you know, homeostasis is different from hemostasis. Homeostasis is about maintaining the internal physiological environment. That for every process you're talking about vasoconstriction, there should be a balance with vasodilatation. You are talking about coagulation, there should be a balance with anticoagulation mechanisms. In DIC, you have offset that. So the factors are used up in several conditions, conditions like IUFD, patients with the preeclampsia, patients with all these embolism issues, they are likely sepsis, they are likely to get DIC issues. So what we want for such patients, we want to assess for their coagulation, and those at risk who have been exposed or prolonged to hypoxia. We want to ensure fluids and blood products are available, but assessment comes first. So clinical observation and lab findings. So clinically, how do you suspect? The patient is having easy bleeding, is having petechial hemorrhages. You open the abdomen, and wherever you touch, there is a bleeder. Wherever, so clinically, you can see that. But even lab investigations can give findings. Next slide. Although the lab investigations tend to come a bit late for patients who have DIC, and you need to make a decision very fast. So how do we treat these patients? Mothers with uncontrolled PPH should be considered for treatment with 1 gram tranexamic acid. This we now know. And if DIC is suspected, we can administer fresh frozen plasma. Some colleagues find this a bit disturbing. The fresh frozen plasma is part of your blood volume. When you remove the components, the cellular components, what remains is usually plasma. So it has clotting factors in it. The unfortunate bit is that when you donate blood, yes, you give out some of your plasma, and if someone was to use it there and then, fresh as it is, fresh whole blood, the plasma you are giving out, you as a donor, it can help someone to correct the bleeding issues, right? But because this blood sometimes remains in the lab for some time, by the time they give it to you, we say this is old blood. The clotting factors are not there really, but what we have are the red blood cells. You get what I'm saying? So when you are transfusing this patient and you give massively in a patient who has had PPH, and you give massively, you've given 4 units of old blood, you even dilute the little clotting factors that the patient may have left. So for you, who do you think you are to offset such a balance? So in case of such, we have a product that has been extracted. We call it a fresh frozen plasma. And this one, now that we are going to have a blood bank, this one should be available. So some patients should benefit from this. So we also have platelet concentrates, patients who are having thrombocytopenia, that if the platelets fall under 75, please, we want to start administering platelets. You know, platelets are very important physiologically. When you get vascular injury, the platelets are activated, they get aggregated, and coagulation eventually, when you're having a fibrin, a clot is forming, but again, it's a background of platelets. Now, if you don't have platelets or they have been used up in a situation like DIC, how will clotting occur? Becomes a problem. So platelet concentrates, unfortunately, they are not ready products for you unless you have a bank near you. But they are very good products for us to use. We also have other products like cryoprecipitate. We even have concentrated factors, coagulation factors. So next slide. So in the patient who has DIC, you monitor the condition, you provide warmth, you review the previous management, IV fluids, bladder drainage continuously, of course, counseling to the patient and documentation, correcting anemia. Don't manage the PPH and you forget sepsis. So antibiotics have to be part of the management. And then explaining to the spouse what is happening. Very sad that the patient came to the facility, she has delivered in your facility, the patient has died, and you, the doctor, have walked away without even saying a word to the man because the man had a blue and a red slipper. Please come back to this earth. Next. So secondary PPH, the predisposing factors we talked about, I think we mentioned this earlier. Next. 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 So what precautions do we need to take care, to rather think about to prevent complications? Universal precautions should be adhered to at all times. Infection prevention measures strictly followed. The infected uterus handled gently, otherwise a perforation will happen. Avoid excessive curettage. We talked about this. This is a condition we call Asherman syndrome. You will manage happy pH today by doing aggressive curettage, and she will never conceive again sometimes because of the intrauterine synarchy. So mind about this. Next. Surgical management of uterine atony. We talked about assessment and replacement of fluids, the ratios 3:1, transfusion, the uterotonics that we have talked about, the different forms, tranexamic acid, uterine massage, surgically in theater. We said your hands and your brain. We talked about compression stitches. There are very many. You just have to choose which one. But before you do it, decide very fast. Decision making is very key. The patient's life depends on how much time you take to decide. No patient should be buried with her uterus if the uterus could have been removed to save her. It is that simple. So uterine devascularization, we talked about this, and then a subtotal hysterectomy. Next. So these are, and this is a B Lynch, the classical B Lynch. Now, I have been seeing doctors, my colleagues in the different facilities, saying they have done a B Lynch stitch, suture, on a patient, but no incision was made. A classical B Lynch involves making an incision on the uterus. Imagine the site where you ideally would want to make your incision for the C-section. And the incision, the needle has to go from the lower, you see the lower lip, you have to prick through it into the cavity. And on the upper edge, you click from inside out, you run over the fundus posterior. you come to almost the same level where you did the initial bite. You will now prick from out posteriorly, out coming into the cavity. And you move to the other side. You bite from inside out. You come out with the suture. As you see it runs, you run over the fundus again. You come anterior and then you bite from out inside, and then on the lower edge from inside out. And then you make when you make a knot, the uterus does the cabode. You get, as you are tying it, you also see if there's any vessel. If the fundus, the placental site which was bleeding, there is no room for the vessels, you are compressing them. That is ideally how it works. But for the colleagues, I think whatever method you are using, these compression stitches are very many, but it might not be B-Lynch. I encourage you to look at the different uterine compression sutures we have. Next. So the key to successful management is about teamwork and communication, anticipation and planning, early identification and management according to the cause, because majority of PPH-associated deaths could be avoided by the use of prophylactic uterotonic drugs in the third stage of labor. Early decision to use an intervention like a B-Lynch, immediate postnatal care and monitoring, difficult to predict women at. I want to add something to the early decision to use the intervention like B-Lynch, but also early decision to remove that uterus. Very, very key. Have you had a patient in whom you have done a B-Lynch and she dies 2 hours postoperatively? How would you feel? How would you feel in that patient? So probably the monitoring could have saved that patient, but also decision-making. You were the one to decide. Had you removed it, she would still go home to meet the other children. So I want to run very fast to the bundle approach. Now we have seen what we need in management of PPH. Something is just not happening, that some of these interventions become hard for us. But when someone mentions ABC in medicine, everybody understands. Am I wrong? When someone calls you and says, we have a patient like this, and then you say, have you ensured ABC? Everybody understands, isn't it? That we have to secure the airway. We want to ensure that the patient is breathing and circulation. And if the airway is not patent, you want to create avenues to make it patent. Maybe she has secretions where you suction them. Maybe the patient is not breathing. If the patient is not breathing, the volume is, the chest is not expanding. If the chest is not expanding, there is no blood flow into the chest. This is how the physics is, that the chest has to expand for the blood to run into the chest and something like that, according to Boyle's law, physics. But now here, we are saying, because people forget a lot, we are thinking it is because about people forget. Let us bundle these interventions. And the very need for this bundle approach was based on the fact that people were missing some key interventions. So we decided that if we can bundle these interventions and we say the first bundle, the way you know ABC, you should know these bundles at heart. Next. We are saying your patient has postpartum hemorrhage and you have detected it, initial bleeding. We have a very quick bundle that you should all know. That first, of course, active management has been done, or you are doing it. You call for help. The first response, this is our first bundle. From today onwards, you should all know the bundle. That you will do uterine massage. What we called playing with the uterus. The second package in that first bundle is to administer IV fluids. And the third one is to administer uterotonic Fourth one, administer tranexamic acid. Is this very hard? Massage the uterus. Uterotonic drugs, which we have seen today, IV fluids, tranexamic acid. And the support measures to that, as you are doing the first bundle, we are saying examine for any tears, treat the tears, empty the bladder, empty the uterus. First bundle. So as you are doing the bundle, you are massaging the uterus. Fluids, uterotonics, tranexamic acid. How is your cervix? How is the vagina? Have you emptied the bladder? These are the things we are looking at. Okay? Empty retained products of consent, you remove them. So you basically see, we are trying to do what the initial interventions have been. We have been doing this before, isn't it? Only that now we want to streamline your thought process, that you think in a certain way, and it helps you. It is something that helps you to implement what you need to do in a very timely fashion. It is efficient. It has worked in very many settings, and this is a setting where we think it will work. In case your patient is having refractory postpartum hemorrhage interventions, or rather the PPH is non-responsive to the first bundle packages, you now come to the second, you can call it the second bundle, that you now want to do compression, aortic compression. As you see, you compress, but you also assess for the femoral pulse to ensure that it's working. The balloon tamponade, the pneumatic anti-shock garment, you can use it. And then the support measures for this. In other words, these interventions, the second bundle, is about compression measures to reduce blood flow to the uterus, to buy you time to go refer the patient, or you want to transfuse, or to buy you time to reach theater and perform your surgery. So when we see you performing aortic compression, we automatically know that you have done the first bundle. It wasn't helping much, but there is no harm. There is no harm you doing it concurrently with the first bundle. But this approach is helping you, or helping the community to guide the health worker into something that is practical. You think about it very like in a snapshot, you understand? So the first bundle, the second bundle. So why do we use bundles? Next. So you want to call for help. Next. The first response, as you see, massaging the uterus enhances the uterine contraction. These are interventions we talked about earlier. IV fluids replacing what is lost. Uterotonics, contractions again. Tranexamic acid, antifibrinolytic drug. You discourage further bleeding. And that is basically the rationale. You want to treat the tears because PPH is not only about uterine atony. Actually, after uterine atony, you have genital lacerations and products of conception, a common cause as well. Then these other measures, aortic compression, reduces blood flow to the genitals, all lower extremity organs really. But in this setting where we are about to lose our patient, we are more concerned about the uterine bleeding, or the vaginal bleeding, or the vulvar bleeding. But all of them you can achieve by aortic compression. The tamponade, simply it sort of applies pressure to the bleeding surface, and you don't have bleeding from that. It buys you time. And then the anti-shock garment redistributes the blood. What the patient has, the blood volume has reduced. You simply restrict blood flow to the upper extremities, the vital organs, the lungs, the adrenal gland, the heart, and the brain. And it helps to improve outcome. Next. Yes, please.
I've seen some doctors that try to just use cold ice baths.
Okay. Okay. So we shall respond to that in a minute. Next. So support measures, we have talked about this. Next. Next. And next. So blood transfusion. I just want to talk about blood transfusion. Please, the patient is bleeding. We can't afford to lose a very vital resource like blood. Really? Do we? We can't. Must you transfuse her when she's still bleeding? Not really. But desperate times, in desperate times, you know, we say shock is a momentary pause in the act of death. You really don't want to transfuse when she's bleeding and you think you can buy time and reach the theater and stop the bleeding. But at desperate times, your patient is gasping, please. You may have to make a decision as a health worker and you say, let us try this as we run. But don't make it routine for you to take. Otherwise, what you're giving in comes out, okay? And the measures we have talked about, the compression measures, can allow you to stop the bleeding and you transfuse. That is allowed. Surgery, you don't want to run with your patient to theater when she's bleeding. So if you can do some measures and stop the bleeding from the genital tract, you can, as you reach. The non-pneumatic shock garment has done that before, and we have seen it working. We have used it in patients who have a ruptured uterus. Before delivery, she has a rupture, 2 previous scars, and the fetus is dead, and we have applied the NASD. And on table, we just remove a few segments, we work. Because you even don't remove it before they give anesthesia. They give anesthesia, which is usually general anesthesia. And for you, when you are gowned up and ready, that is the only time when they can release now segment 5, 6. You have access and open the abdomen very fast. You get your like very fast. You know, we said once she allows you to reach table and you have the uterus in your hands, surely, and the uterus is misbehaving, this is not acceptable. So surgery is very good, but we want to reduce the risk of unsuccessful surgery by applying these bundle measures. Next. So continued care of the woman, once the bleeding is controlled and the woman is stable, we have to monitor her for the next 24 to 48 hours. The monitoring is very key. It is not over until the patient is stable. So you have left theater with a patient whose BP is now, although it is improving, but it is 80/30. And then you are recommending further fluids and transfusion. But then now the monitoring has to be key because now she had hypotension. With hypotension on table, some vessels will bleed and you may not, you know, because the pulse pressure is reduced. You may not see a bleeder sometimes and you miss it. And in attempts, now that you have closed, when you attempt to bring the pressure up by giving your fluids, the vessels now unleash, but she's post-operative. So monitoring has to continue. The tone has to be monitored. Vital signs, estimating ongoing blood loss, adequate fluid. So a fluid balance chart has to be employed here. Monitoring blood transfusions, urine output. This is part of the fluid balance chart. And then ensuring the continuous presence of a skilled attendant, one who maintains good documentation. I think this is my last slide. Colleagues, our time is really, we are really out of time, but we have a case of a patient who passed on due to postpartum hemorrhage, and the presentation is ready. It can be done within the next five or so minutes. Allow us to have that presentation. The presenter is online. So, do we allow to share the screen? Okay. Sister Jane, you'll be given rights to share from your side. And you start immediately. Thank you. Asante sana. Jane Francis, kindly please unmute and say hello so that we can identify you. I don't think she's online. She might have gone on off. Okay, maybe we can allow questions and answers, or should that come after? But we have closing remarks after lunch. We can allow questions and answers in the next 5 minutes. Lunch. Okay. Can we have a session on questions and answers? Questions, you may raise the question, but also feel free to give an answer. Oh, Sister Jane is here with us. Okay. So there was a question on ice packs. I think we tend to come up with some kind of interventions. I will tell you briefly as Sister Jane comes about the monkey king phenomenon. The monkey left the mainland with a certain group of animals, and they went to the island with consent from the king lion, the lion king. And they had agreed to send deliverables to the lion king on a regular basis. That, you know, probably after this time, we shall be sending you fruits and gatherings and what. So they went to the island. When they reached the island, the monkey declared himself king there and climbed up in the trees and started dictating on who should eat fruits. So he would occasionally shake the branches from up there, and whatever fruit falls, now you have a chance to eat. He told them, you people, you are not allowed, fellow animals, you're not allowed to eat eggs. But they were like, but the lion told us the eggs are okay. He said, no, not on this island. News reached the lion. Eventually, some animals escaped in the cover of night from the island back to the mainland. The lion couldn't believe. He said, no wonder I no longer get my fruits from there. The monkey has declared himself king. We need to pay him a visit. When they came, the monkey scattered. So you ask me, what do you learn from the monkey king? What I'm saying is, we have guidelines, isn't it? These guidelines have been developed by a system. There are very many heads that sat, and probably you were also among the people that were invited and you didn't participate. You should have brought this knowledge of the ice pack. You get what I'm saying? But you kept it to yourself. Now you want to share it here. And probably you are doing it on the island. I don't know which island now. Thank you very much. Sister, please unmute and share your presentation. Sister Jane Francis. I think she's probably having some technical issue. Okay. So can we have some questions?
Thank you, Doctor. You've talked about cabatocin as one way of preventing PPH, but in the treatment, you've not talked about it. Isn't it used in the treatment of PPH?
It was clear that it is for prevention. Because of the long acting of it. In face of PPH, you want a faster acting mode, but this is not the reason why. For now, it has been given clearance for prevention, because now the patient has not yet gotten the PPH. It is a better, more effective even than oxytocin. Longer acting. Oxytocin, which is acting longer, is carbetocin.
The reason why I'm asking, I may be having it in store and yet I don't have oxytocin. That type. Can it save life?
This is a very good question. But why should you have carbetocin right now and you don't have misoprostol, for example? I have a colleague, Dr. Ononge, who will take interest in your question. Do we have questions? Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Good afternoon, colleagues. I have liked this presentation. I came in a little bit late, but I have been listening and observing. I've taken enough time to care for the mothers as a medical doctor, even as a student of obstetrics and gynae. Now, whatever we are discussing is good, but I want to be advised on the issue of attitude. Whatever you are saying is okay, but ourselves can always come for these trainings. You go and do an operation, right? Post-operative instructions to the ward nurse. Please monitor vitals every 15 minutes until the mother is stable. And maybe that is the number one. And you find there is only one post-op mother on that ward. There is a working blood pressure machine. And I can promise you within the 2 hours, you not even find one BP taken and documented. I'm just giving an example. I'm not saying all of us are doing that. And most of what we are discussing here are issues of attitude. Sometimes I get tired. We are doctors, we are midwives, we are mentors, but we come in here, we receive a lot of good information. When we go back, we don't practice what we are told. I want to be advised. I don't know whether it's a school of attitude and behavior, because most of these things we know. You see, you're talking about PPH, someone calls you, a midwife calls you doctor, there is a mother who is bleeding. And she has been with that mother, she cannot even put a large bore cannula. You reach the mother maybe after 15 or 30 minutes, and all the vessels have collapsed. And then you ask yourself, this is a registered midwife, this is an enrolled midwife, this is a senior colleague. So I don't know whether we can discuss that here. That's why I'm saying whatever we're discussing is good. But if we don't change our attitude, getting the knowledge is very okay. But can we do this in our facilities? Logistics are okay. Human resource people are not enough. They will never be enough. What are we doing? And I'm closing by saying we should be held personally accountable. What the president said, this issue of audits are good. We can come and say, it is a learning process. Yes, we had this. But can we identify those people who had that gross negligence and can be punished? Maybe we shall learn. Thank you very much.
Okay, Dr. Mugahi has raised his hand. I think he wants to respond to that one. Dr. Mugahi, please unmute.
Thank you. This is the longest lecture I've had so far in a very long time. And thank you, Dr. Bwaga, for making it very interesting. I think you're a very good teacher. The gentleman who has spoken last, I want to meet him. He's another breed. He's made from another piece of cloth. He subscribed to what Mosana has just been talking about, but I just want to know his name. At the moment we get like a critical mass of people thinking like that gentleman and this Alex who spoke a little early, then we are making progress. We are going to transform Bunyoro sub-region within 6 months if we get a critical mass of people thinking like him. Actually, the cause of maternal death is not what Bwaga was presenting. The cause of maternal death, number one, attitude. Number two, poor coverage of duty. Number 3, lack of monitoring. Bwaga, you did mention among the key areas, monitoring post-operative of patients. That is number 1. Actually, it should come at the top. At the top. The supplies are there. Lack of preparedness. These are soft things that we are talking about, but they have the biggest impact. Lack of preparedness. The midwife in let me say, Chesita Health Center 3 is referring a mother with PPH to Hoima, does not even call that we are now referring a mother, please prepare his PPH. Does not even put up a cannula, well understanding that this mother will reach Hoima regional referral when the blood vessels have collapsed. So I think what Dr. Bwaga should have mentioned in one of, I just mentioned, you did very well. One is what should be done at the pre-referral before you refer. Health Center 3, Chisita Health Center 3. You are referring to Hoima. What this media, some of them just say, go. No cannula, no what. And they have the cannulas. They can put up a line. They can replace some fluid. So that is very critical. And for me, we need a small SOP. We need an SOP. You can make your own as Hoima. You can make your own as Bunyoro and say, please, ADHOs, put this in every maternity. Every mother with potential risk of PPH should have a large bore. Whether he gets PPH or doesn't get, must have a large bore cannula in situ. So that we know that we are prepared, that level of preparedness. Number 2, I think you need Dr. Bwaga to elaborate a little more on fluid replacement. Our frontliners do not know how much fluid to replace. In terms of crystalloids, the crystalloids to be replaced, how much? This should be matched with the estimated blood loss. If you have estimated a blood loss of 1, then the fluid replacement should be 3, 1 to 3, in a ratio of 1 to 3. So fluid loss, colloid replacement, crystalloid replacement is very, very critical because you are now trying to fight with volume. You want to recover as much volume as possible. I don't think we should be very worried so much about the fluid overload because the volume, if the volume we are losing is too much, then try as much as possible to replace the fluid in that ratio of 1 to 3. I think I've asked Dr. Nonge to provide a protocol on fluid replacement. We have lost so many mothers because the healthcare workers fear. This is aggressive fluid replacement. They fear to replace fluid because of fearing probably of fluid overload. But in such a case, we need as much as possible to keep the vesicular system functional. The gentleman talked about what I was going to say. Doctors are not part of the monitoring process. The problem, the head of the frontliners in a CMOC site is the doctor. If you're not part of the response, if you're not part of the monitoring, if you cannot call and say, did you monitor 15 minutes? Did you monitor this patient? Most of the maternal cases, maternal deaths we are reviewing, the nurse on duty finds them already dead. I have scenarios, and I wanted you, Dr. Bwaga, the moment you pick some of these to use them in your lectures, they would be very nice. When a mother gets hypoxic because of either internal or external or concealed PPH, concealed or external PPH, the first symptom they present with is altered mentation. I have in one of my facilities where I was a manager, my colleague, the doctor, gave diazepam. Other than the nurse give diazepam. Altered mentation because of hypoxia, they gave diazepam. I have been seeing it in the other reviews. They give diazepam. Sedate the mother. They think that it is now witchcraft. So altered mentation must be clearly a sign of hypoxia. There isn't adequate supply to the brain and must be fixed. Must be fixed as PPH. It's one of the earliest signs. There is no way we can save mothers who are dying if we are having only one midwife, the same midwife in labor suit, the same midwife on the ward. Never. We are not going to change things. There must be a high dependency unit at every CMOC site where patients who are coming from theater must be put for some hours before they are sent to the general ward. These critical 24 hours, the first 24 hours are when we are losing mothers. And it should come out in your presentation that the first 24 hours, how are we going to structure our monitoring? Where is the doctor in the monitoring? For me, that one should come out very clearly. Lastly, I wanted to mention, but finally you brought it out. There are some rare situations. In the recent 2 weeks, we've lost mothers due to broad ligament hematomas. It is a rupture that happens around the posterior area around the broad ligament, and all the doctors find is a broad ligament hematoma, but management of this has been very, very poor. We end up losing mothers. I would encourage that Dr. Wag and your team, you conduct a special CME for this group. That's why we wanted the other, so that you can have, how do we manage a convoluted uterus? How do we manage a broad ligament hematoma? These are maternal death killers, and these tears, the cervical tears. If we can have these special sessions where we can have maybe one of them, or learn from near misses that you've had in the regional referral, we shall make our doctors very confident, we shall make them competent, and all the other cases that they are managing will be much, much, much easier. So I think for me, that is what I wanted Dr. Musana Ononge to comment about the use of oxygen in a refractory PPH, as we try to maneuver all the other maneuvers, because the uterus as a muscle needs oxygen to contract. And in the event that it is not poorly perfused with blood, the little blood that is going to the uterus should be well oxygenated. I don't know if we have very good evidence in that direction that oxygen, I'm happy that most of our health center force now have adequate supply of oxygen cylinders. It is an area that we can also recommend and say, I've seen some centers doing that and it has given good results. So I would think that you can make an additional comment. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mugahi. I think I missed your last, the question on oxygen. Dr. Musana is going to address it in his presentation. And I think we will allow 1 or 2 questions. Doctor.
Thank you, Dr. Bwaga. I have a few comments to make. I'm Dr. Isagara, Medical Officer, Special Grade, Chivoga Hospital. About the issue of analgesia or anesthesia when we are removing the placenta. Yes, it's, I've told people below me that we are lucky that we will never have a genital tract, a female genital tract, where you just push your hand without analgesia. These women are suffering with pain. So we must make sure that we give them analgesia, even for simple things like repair of episiotomy or cervical tear. Yes, these women are in pain. Then for speculum, if you have a SIM speculum at your unit and you don't have, I mean, if you have a casco speculum and you don't have a SIM speculum, you can dismantle the cascos to get a valve which you can use to use as a SIM speculum. Then, luckily enough, Dr. Mugai has talked about oxygen. I was going to ask that you've forgotten an important drug in the management of what? Of PPH, and that is oxygen. And how many of our units down there have pulse oximeters to monitor the oxygen saturation of a patient? And also, if RBF could allow at our units, for instance, we don't have so many patients that are very sick. We could purchase patient monitors, which you could set the parameters that maybe every 15 minutes, the patient monitor is taking the BP, is taking the recording. Since we have fewer staffs, this could help us to monitor the patient, such that whenever a midwife comes or the doctor, then they can look at the recordings. Then the doctors also should participate actively in the monitoring patients. We work with patients, but they are never seen until they are discharged. What is our role there in the monitoring of what? Of mothers. So if we operate a very sick, these are patients potential recoverable condition. How often do you call a midwife back on the ward that have you monitored the patient? What is the reading now? But we just throw them to the ward and then we never go back. Thank you so much, Ms. Dr. Wag.
Thank you. Dr. Isagara, I wanted to come to you. Hand online will allow them to ask that question and will allow 2 questions from the physical, and we call that a session. So the person online, kindly unmute and ask your question.
Yes. Thank you so much, Dr. Bwag. Thank you so much. I'm Amanya Arnold, and I'm an MBCHD finalist. And I want to thank everyone, my seniors and my dear lecturer, Dr. Bwaga. My question is, if you get this patient who has issues, maybe has a cardiac issue, and after maybe a cesarean section or a normal vaginal delivery, and she gets hemodynamic instability, actually not due to a lot of blood, but because of an underlying cardiac abnormality, and maybe you perceive it as if it is PPH according to the physiological definition of PPH. And to this patient, you start giving her blood and something like that. I really don't know how you can actually differentiate between that case, a patient has a cardiac issue and an actual PPH. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that question. We will address it later.
Now, people have talked quite a number of issues, but there's one issue which people are not talking about the issue of supplies. Okay. Hospital. Kyandongo Hospital might be an area that is slightly blessed, that we might have the human resource. Okay. For instance, we might have the
I just want to put on it, and that is last year. So in that situation, even when you have that situation, I think much of the addressing issues now.
The blood is mostly out of stock in most cases. The mother and we don't have blood, and we try somehow like that. So I'm asking, if the surgery is done under NASIT, could it be of any help to keep some blood in circulation for this mother, because the blood is out of stock?
if I got you right, you wanted to know if the NAS can help to reduce the blood loss. That is exactly why it was brought. And there was a question on the NMS supplies. I think we'll have a discussion on this. We can't really influence much what NMS does, but we can, through advocacy, we can recommend that they improve on their supply cycles. The question on cardiac disease, we are very careful on who we take to theater. Cesarean section in cardiac patients is actually a risky operation, high risk operation. If you look at patients who have cardiac disease, you perform surgery on them, it has to be for absolute indications, absolute obstetric indication. And following that, we are worried about PPH, yes, as you mentioned, but we are worried of a worse level, we call venous thromboembolic disorders that can happen postoperatively, especially in the second post-op, third post-op day. But in case your patient gets postpartum hemorrhage, and we are talking about bleeding from the genital tract. So we have that can be used even in cardiac. I hope you know. A multidisciplinary questions they are sprouting from everywhere, but we need to cut this short. Maybe if they are banning, can we allow only 2? Maybe let's allow these 3 because they seem to be banning.
Dr. Edis Kayumba from Masinde Hospital. 3 points. Thanks so much for supporting us. We are now having hope that things will continue to get better and better. It's really better than before. I think we had been abandoned before, but we are now seeing a future. Thank you so much also, Commissioner. We have appreciated your inputs and we have picked a lot that we are going back to implement. And 2 questions. One is on prophylaxis for particularly those mothers with high risks of PPH. Yes, we have talked about the uterotonics and the prophylaxis of the general, every mother, but those specifically with high risks of PPH, what are we exactly recommending to use for prophylaxis? The first line, are we going to use misoprostol or oxytocin? Since we are now going to use, I think I picked my question. Yes, now the second question is on management of PPH. PPH, yes. The maximum dose of oxytocin, the one I know is 40 international units, 60, okay, 60. So what is the recommendation in regard to the use of the other uterotonics, especially, let me say, misoprostol? Are we supposed to complete, to reach the maximum? So when do you make a decision to shift to misoprostol? Thank you.
Advantages, benefits over oxytocin. But if you have oxytocin, it is a fast-acting drug, but decarbetocin has long-acting properties. So if you want to prevent, the newer drug might be a better option for you. And it's coming on board because it seems to be a bit cheaper and affordable, affordability. Now, if you are managing a patient with PPH, you say, oh, you are asking also about the choice of the drugs to use. I think it was very clear in the presentation. But there are those that you would prefer. But if you don't have, you can also go for this. You can go for this. They were mentioned. In some extremely high-risk patients, don't hesitate to put oxytocin in normal saline for your patient as they go to the postpartum ward. It is a prevention measure. 2 questions. And we hand over the microphone. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Wag. My concern is we have had very many deaths due to late referrals. I think for us midwives, we have issues during referrals. Midwives also delay doing all the interventions we have seen here. By the time they make their decision to refer the mothers, already things have worsened. Then another issue is during transporting these mothers. Maybe are there some interventions we can do during the transportation of mothers to big hospitals? Because by the time we refer these mothers, you find the situation has not worsened to the extent by the time we reach to the hospitals. Then also there is delay by doctors. You escort the mother, you reach in the hospital, they call the doctor says, I'm coming. But remember, I've been doing all the interventions from a health center. You also feel as if, what can I say? You also feel they are setting you back. They call the doctor is saying, I'm coming. Sometimes you wait. No. So that is happening. Then another thing, what I asked about the ice packs, I was not saying that is what I use. Someone advised me to do that. Then me, I was scared of the cardiac embolism. Can't it cause the cardiac embolism? Okay, that is it.
So the late referrals, Dr. Mugahi addressed it, that before you refer, you call first, but also prepare your patient. You set up a line, run fluids, give the uterotonic drugs, let her go with them. Apply the non-pneumatic and shock gamut. We are talking about a patient who is referred from Chikube without a cannula and she has PPH. About the doctors delaying, I may agree with you, but even the midwives delay. So we are now done, colleagues. The questions have really been, some will be answered during the presentation. And at this point, I would like to welcome Dr. Musana to take us on in the next presentation. Welcome, Doctor.
Thank you very much. I think Hoima has proved to be a problem, even for me who is going to speak. But Dr. Waga has called me several times, I think in the past 2 years now. I've been president for barely a year, but Dr. Waga keeps, come to Hoima, come to Hoima, come to Hoima. So I cannot be an expert of Hoima because it's my first time to visit here as president. But I have traveled the rest of the country and I can compare. I've been to the north, those who are on the LGU forum, I don't know if you're there. You hear me talking about the north, setting an example for the rest of the country. Okay. The reason is there is leadership. Somebody spoke about, I think he spoke about why aren't people being accountable? So who is the leader? So I'm actually disappointed that I did not find my senior colleague, who is the consultant here. Do or die. He should have been, he or she should have been here. He or she should have been here. Because they must account for why women are dying. And that's why I am here to hold my colleagues accountable, because AOGU, our vision is to be leaders in quality. So when we are talking about here passionately, why aren't we leading the rest of the people to ensure women don't die? And we do that by being excellent in practice. Some of our members, some doctors are clinicians like many of you here. Some doctors are teachers like Dr. Waga is teaching. So he must teach PPH, prevention, other things in the best way possible. Some of us are researchers. So we must research. Some of these guidelines have been backed up by research. That's why I like the question about ice packs. There is no evidence it helps. Actually kill the woman. PPH, you're losing plasma. Plasma carries warmth. Now you're making me cold. You'll kill me. Okay. Then of course we have collaborations. That's why we want implementing partners. Somebody asked about Chiboga coming to Hoima. If we have another specialist joining from Chiboga, supporting Hoima, things will improve. If he's there isolated, things will not improve at all. So collaborations between specializations are also helpful. Then, of course, some of us are in advocacy. We make noise, both for our members, but also against our members, or whoever else is in the way of us dealing with a problem. So if you're a problem, you'll see me shouting, whether on the newspapers, press conference, I'll say, Dr. So-and-so, you're causing us problems. And of course, we have principles. So why are women dying? Why are women dying? Yet they are actually reaching a hospital. The commissioner said 80% of our women are delivering in health facilities. 80%. 46% out of every 100 women, 46 deliver at health center, 3, which is run by the midwife. So we must have skilled midwives, not the experienced, no, not experienced, skilled. Are you doing the right thing? Okay. 2, then the rest, about 19% deliver at Center 4. That's why we are saying we need an obstetrician at Center 4 to support the MOs there. So all these things of DIC, knowledge helps, by the way. Few of them are delivering at General Referral Hospital, less than 8%. So where is the problem? Where are the referrals coming from? Where should the effort be put? That's why I'm glad to see O&Gs in this room who are working at district hospital. So why do women die? For example, how much blood flows through the placental bed at term? Who is aware of how much blood flows through the placenta at 9 months pregnancy? Any idea? Okay, just guess at least. At term, 9 months, every minute, there are about 700 mils on average, which go through the placenta in 1 minute. 700 mils, almost a liter. A woman who is at term has about how much blood? About 4.85 liters of blood. Okay? So, it means if somebody is having uncontrolled PPH, uncontrolled, every minute they will lose at least 700 mils. So if I have 5 liters, how long will it take me to lose 100% of my blood volume? Like about 6 minutes. Okay, so sometimes you're saying PPH is controlled. No, the woman has lost all her blood. And you're saying, but there's no bleeding, there's no bleed. Everything is gone. So how can we accurately estimate the blood loss? Come over on this. So, and this is very important. Before I go to blood loss, we have our tools of trade. Does the midwife at Center 3 understand why we are saying put a cannula? Does she understand the colors? Many of us like to put a, normally I'll find this one. Usually these two. Do you know what those things mean? When you're doing audits, and I'm here, MPDSR committee, I'm listening. Usually I want to ask, what was the color of the cannula you found on the woman? People are saying, we did our best, we gave oxytocin, we gave fluids, we gave blood, but she still died. The tools of trade can save a life. So if you have the orange cannulas, we don't have them in Uganda here, but I know some facilities have. But normally we have the what? The gray, which is 16 gauge. What the gray means that if you open the giving set fully, you'll deliver 180 mils a minute. Okay? If I open fully and I start timing, 180 mils. Okay? So if I have 2 gray cannulas, I'm delivering 360 mils a minute. Remember, if I am losing 700 a minute, and I have my pink cannula, which is 60 mils a minute, people are like, but it's flowing well. I am losing 700. You're putting back 60. There is a deficit which happens, which is of how much? 700 minus 60. 640 mils of blood not replaced within 1 minute. So if I bleed again for 2 minutes, I'm just doubling the deficit It is now from 640 to 640 times 2, which is now 1,000, I think, and 300. Okay, so each minute that I'm bleeding and I'm not being replaced, the deficit keeps becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. So time is of the essence. Somebody asked, when do you make a decision to go to the next line? Eh? Do I first give them misoprostol, then I give the woman is going to die because of the deficit. She will bleed out, has a deficit which is never replaced. Okay, so the tools of, when they say put a cannula for oxytocin, don't put blue, pink. That woman will bleed on you and die. But you gave oxytocin, you gave this. The deficit has never been corrected. And am I making sense? I like this diagram a lot because the rate of blood loss should determine the rate of resuscitation. Okay? If my tank is pouring continuously, okay? If my tank is pouring continuously and I'm replacing with a pink cannula, of course this will become empty. Okay? So for me to manage PPH, I must make sure I plug this hole. Okay? Plug the bleeding. If it's a tear, repair it. If it's atony, all those compression maneuvers are geared towards reducing the rate of loss. Okay? As you reduce the rate of loss, always make sure dealing with it, replace, stop the bleeding as early as possible. Don't waste time. At the same time, make sure you know what you're doing up here. If you just know here, the woman will still die. That's why they become hypoxic. When they are bleeding here, you know, blood is an organ. Eh? Blood has, I think, 5 parts, right? It has plasma. What does plasma do? It is a transporter, eh? Okay? And it transports even warmth. So women with PPH should be kept warm. Many of them are, they're being given cool fluids. Of course, they will die. So they must be given warm fluids at an adequate rate. Plasma transports red blood cells. Okay? Plasma transports clotting factors. So a woman who is bleeding is losing red blood cells which transport oxygen. So she must have oxygen, what you are saying. Don't treat the PPH without oxygen. You must give her oxygen. Even if SpO2 is reading 99%, make sure that her blood cells she has are fully oxygenated. Otherwise, she will die on you. She's losing platelets while she's bleeding. So the more she bleeds and loses platelets, the more it will be difficult for her to clot. She just keep bleeding because she has lost all her clotting factors and the proteins and the platelets. So plug the hole, plug the hole, plug the hole. So how do we decide when to move forward? You can go to the word document. So how do we, Dr. Mugahi mentioned something important. Even if we have guidelines that don't talk to actions, there must be something which guides you as a clinician. What he asked, when do I move forward? What do I first give? The 40 of oxytocin? I'm like, she's pouring, not yet stopping. I get misoprostol, give. She's still pouring. Oh, I don't know, carbetocin? No. When do you decide? Expand it. So where I used to work, by the way, I like calling myself a gynecologist. I resigned from obstetrics. For them, you're in obstetrics, I'm a gynecologist. I resigned because of this problem. Busy facility, women are dying. I'm always in the medical council. Women die. So after arguing with all the brains in our facility, we came out with what we call target-driven. Do your work with a target. And the target is, do not reach here. That's all. Don't reach here. So And for us to be objective means we can all do the same thing. Okay? The only objective thing BPH management is monitoring. You know that? Not the blood loss. Because he will say, that's 20 mils. That one is 200. No. Blood pressure and pulse. We can all do a BP, and it is free. BP machines are there in the facilities. So, ours is a degree of shock protocol. Okay? All these bundles are inside here, by the way. But the way we deliver them to the clinician guides them. So, of course, when you bleed some little, the pressure will be normal at first, okay? But she may have some palpitations, dizziness. Let's move lower. Now, of course, here, our target is to avoid reaching the blood loss of more than 1.5 liters. And here, shortest time possible, make sure as soon as possible that's sorted. Notify doctors. IV access, oxytocin, normal saline is coming, miso has entered. This one has also entered in the system, tranexamic acid. Fundal massage is going on. At the same time, somebody is doing monitoring. We are assessing vital signs every 5 to 15 minutes. Somebody spoke about RBF, and I was going to be like, by the monitor, and just put there, pip, 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 5 minutes, show me the pulse, and keep monitoring the woman, okay? Folic catheter, all these things. So we want most of our mothers to stop here. Now, why is this painted red? Is that when you reach here, things can go either way, okay? That's why women die. In this range, they now have some form of shock, okay? But what is important here is the blood pressure is between 8, systolic blood pressure, not diastolic. The top one is between 80 to 100. So for us where I used to work, once somebody tells you, doctor, blood pressure is, systolic blood pressure is 90, you are in theater, not in the ward. Now bring more misoprostol. Now bring more oxytocin. No, you are in. That's when we move to second line. And that second line is given down there. We have tamponade, which is the balloon, nazi, or whatever you want to call it. And here, move down. We are going into these things here. Laparotomy, bleeding, no wasting time. Remember, we don't have blood. So if a blood bank comes here, it will take us another 30 years to have enough amounts of blood. So stop the bleeding, stop the bleeding, stop the bleeding. We don't waste time. So once BP reaches 90, 100 there, systolic, you're in theater already. And now saying, bleeding, give me, other things I'll discuss later, but first save the woman's life. So what has happened that I've found several specialists who will say, but first give oxytocin 40. It doesn't work. Now give us some more misoprostol. The woman is dying. Now bring a, no. Something objective can guide all of us. Objective, not that this looks like, I think you're 60 kilos, Dr. Musana. No, the weighing scale is there. BP is objective. And this is the recommended approach for the real work here. Dr. BP is now 90. Systolic. Call theater, open it. Let me go there. So this is the way we manage PPH, and we barely lose mothers these days. We shall talk about other things later. That why did you open the woman? Save the life first. That's why you need skills of bleeding. We need anesthesia people. We need midwives who understand the role of putting things like balloon tamponade as the transporting people. Don't allow the woman to bleed out. But oxygen, all these things you give, oxygen. Now, most of us, when we are referred, sometimes we are here. But as I've told you, once you cross here, it's as good as praying. Just go on your knees and begin praying. God, help us. The woman should never reach here. That's why it is important to monitor, monitor, monitor. The only savior is monitoring. Whether post-Caesar, whether what, monitor. When you come here, God bless you. These are women who are becoming a bit agitated. A doctor's woman's uncooperative. She has bleed. She has no oxygen. That's why she's uncooperative. She's becoming a bit. That's why we're giving diazepam. So once somebody tells me patient is uncooperative, I just know that there's a hypoxia already. Mama chuka, hypoxia. So for every PPH give, never allow a woman to reach the red zone, because it is up to God there, I think. Things may have gone wrong. Now, why am I here? Next presentation. I am here on Awogu business. AOGU, as I told you, is for obs and gyn, but also for midwives who are associate members. We pay. What brings us here is Dr. Boaga's money. What feeds us here is Dr. Boaga's money and other things. So we pay membership and then we pay subscription annually. It is good to be a member of an association which is professional, because number one, it makes you get networks. I know him, so if they ask me anything, when they were asking, when Dr. Mwaki was asking, what's that guy's name? He kept quiet. I thought he would be saying, I am so and so, so and so. Because when he comes here, he can change your life. You're the one he knows. Are you the best practitioner? Possibly not. But you're the one networking is very important. When I'm here, I haven't seen my senior colleague, I'm disappointed. I'm like, I've lost a network. I've lost accountability. I've lost. So please join associations and can move on. Move on, move on. Move on. Move on. Continue. So that is our mission and vision. We must be leaders. So doctor, you must be a leader in your facility. You must be a leader if you're a nurse. You must be a leader. You must be, all I'm hearing, some people are talking about leadership things here. Why aren't we being accountable? That's leadership. So must make sure people are accountable. So as AOGU, we want to make our members competent. When we come for these things here, we want to assess our members competent. If not, we have trainings we deliver, like the E2 programs, like to make sure, does the MO understand how to do a Caesar well? I'm also a trainer for master's students. When they come and say, but you specialists, I only see you here on Monday. The whole month I've done 40 Caesars, you've done one. Normally I tell them, you're doing them the wrong way. Because you must be competent. Competent means knowledge and skills. Okay, move on. We want partnerships. So when we are here, we are trying to see how can we support Hoima to make sure that Hoima delivers on its. If Hoima can't deliver, then he can help from Chiboga. So promote that one, let them partnerships. Okay. Then of course you want strong association. I want to be rushing through. So our key priorities, move on. Number one, why we are here today is that our priorities as AOGU is we want to make sure that we have evidence-based guidelines. And these guidelines here have been debated and debated. We called members all over the country to do this, right from hemorrhage, hypertension, and more are coming. Okay, move on to the next one. Then we want to make sure that every woman in Uganda has access to an obstetrician. That's why it's important for us to have them at Center 4. Even you, when you come to Hoima, you may not see an obstetrician. You may just say, you go see somebody. We want our clients to receive or to access us. I'm an oncologist. We are like, I think how many? Like 6 or 7 in the country. So it means there's no access. So we want access. We want to know where our members are. A part of my work is here, welfare. When I'm saying recruit a senior consultant, pay our health workers, give him a car. Welfare. And AOG was part of the team which tried to strike that time to increase pay. We said, no, you have to pay our members. And I hope they pay. They said they will pay. But as they pay, we shall also bring a gun, account for the payments Then, of course, the scope of practice. Things are changing rapidly. If I find him doing a cancer surgery, I will kill him. I will say, but doctor, you know that Kampala has oncologists and you know them by name. Why didn't you refer? If you find me managing DM in pregnancy, there is a problem with me because I know that guy is the one who sees the DM more frequently. So I have to send to him, whether it's in Chiboga or wherever. Of course, we want quality. MPDSR is a problem for us. And we want to make sure that every woman is accounted for. No woman should die. But also mentorship. Why I'm arguing for people to be promoted is that one. When there is leadership, there is mentorship. Some of us have gone where we are because of mentorship. They show you the way that pass here, don't go through there. Pass here, do things A, B, C, D, E. Can move on. Of course, you want partnerships. And now here of importance, you know this word here, doctors. You know what this means? We are coming soon. The council has asked us, just signing left, that you must regulate obstetric practice in the country. So wherever there is an obstetric practice, if you're doing wrong things, you shall be the ones to first sort you out, because it is us who know you. It is him who knows your colleagues. It is him who knows. So LGU is going to take over some of the functions in regulating practice. Okay, because we know where our members are and we the ones who know what we are doing. Of course, research. And now advocacy. Here, advocacy. That's most of my work as president. Advocate. Now I know Hoima's problems. You'll be hearing, but Hoima, you get it. So that things can begin to. Dr. Mga is also an advocate, by the way. He even knows those small facilities down there. He even knows the people down there. So when we meet, we are talking about now, who do we push? Now here he said, make an email, write to the PS. By the time I was there, it was finished already. Now to Linda answer. Promote our people. Okay, that's advocacy now. And you must give good reasons as to why. Of course, you want people in government. I work in private sector, but I'm sure if government pays, also may be like Dr. Waga, do you have a position in Hoima? I come also and get numeration. Yeah? We want to market our people. So now, our positions in this region, we must market you and say, you've come to Kampala, go back to Hoima and so we'll work on you. Okay? Then of course, service improvements, because even as we are human beings, my wife delivers in hospitals. So I must make sure that he's doing his work. Otherwise, my wife will die. You get it? Yeah. So I spoke about the consultants. Why am I focusing on the consultants? I am no expert in the nursing field, but I know that the nurses have those big people who have those, I don't know, who have those chepes, generous things here, and the black belts and the red belts. For us, we don't have those things, but we have titles. Yeah. So there is, in obstetrics, there is the foot soldier. When you go to fight a war, we have generals who are the senior consultants. For them, they don't fight on the war front. So I should not see a senior consultant doing more scissors than the special grade. That means there's a problem with that senior consultant because his level is strategy. Now, you've seen films of war. These are guys on the table saying, move this cap piece here, move this cap piece here. Strategy. Now, for us, the foot soldier special grade, we report to the consultant. Okay? And our work is to make sure that, by the way, we have the same qualification with the senior consultants. You know that. What is differing is the number of years of work. Okay? But plus some competencies. And our work is to assist in ensuring means making sure. So we must help the consultant make sure that services are covered in the hospital. Special grade is in the hospital. You get it? So if you're in Hoima, unless there is no consultant, you stay in the hospital and you cut all the scissors and finish them. But if there's no consultant, we promote you by default, not by paycheck, because there's no consultant. You become the consultant, you become the senior consultant. So you must know the work of the other person so that you can do it effectively. So part of Hoima's problem may be that because you don't have these cadres, the other cadres who are there have not yet taken themselves to that level. So when we come here, we look at Bwaga and say, well, I'm like, first put the gun back. First update them. Let's move to the next PDF. So the special grade is the foot soldier. Frontline. For the specialists. So we do the scissors, we do the hysterectomies, we carry the water, we do. Then we have the consultant, who is the sergeant in war. Supervisor. No, you bend like this, you shoot like this. Then it's okay, now move on. The nurses also have their people, like the SNOs. This one reports to the general. Okay, because the supervisor, you must give him a car so that he can move in the districts and supervise and do and mentor the MOs, mentor the special grades. You must give them a car, but they'll drive themselves. Same qualification like special grade. And their work is to assist. They assist the senior consultant. They assist the senior consultant because they report to the senior. So the one who gives them work is the senior consultant, not the hospital director, not the DHO, not the minister. The work is given by the senior consultant. Are you getting me? And they must appraise you. And part of their work is to, after assisting this big boss here, they then supervise and mentor special grade. So when I find a consultant not supervising the special grade, and it is vice versa, I'm like, I think they should demote you because you cannot do that work. Okay? So they assist the boss and they assist them through supervision. Then, of course, part of their work, let's first go back. Yeah. The other one was in the hospital. Now, this guy here, or this woman here, the terms have changed now. You get it? At General Referral Hospital, and it's so this guy here at this level is working at not just in the hospital, Hoima Hospital, also the catchment, and they're assisting this one to make sure. So there is no way anybody can stop you from entering any facility because you're supposed to do your work. So when you see, I don't know what Dr. Barunji walking in, don't say, why are you here? First ask the facility person. No, ask SPNO. No. The law has given them that responsibility. Any questions there? So the senior consultant is at the level of the nation, level of a commission. Now they can do as they please, as long as they are doing it in line with their work. So they'll supervise us, supervise the DHOs, supervise the what, to make sure that they, so that they can make sure, ensuring, that's the key word there, that these services are run well. Okay. Just food for thought. So know your rights sometimes. That's why certain things may not be improving in a region. Yet in the north where the big men are there, when they move, people just start, things happen. Things happen. I'd like to go to the next one. So when they say perform any other duties, not from the director, it is from the senior consultant who gives them the work. Now you go to Kakomiro and do a BCDE. But this guy needs a vehicle. but he will drive himself. The other guy, I'll show you why he needs a lead car, why they need a chauffeur, why they need an office and things like that, the PowerPoints. That one. So, because my mandate is for the obstetricians, but the nurses can copy. But that's my mandate is for the obstetricians. You get it? Because I come from LGU. So I want to talk about my colleagues or myself as a professional. Most of the issues you're discussing here are lack of professionalism, and they should be punishable. And if I also get to know, I don't be like this. I also say, but doctor, things are bad. Sort yourself out. Can move on. So a professional for the O&G, first of all, you must have a name made. That is clear. Then, of course, because you have a name made, you must conform to our standards. Technical. How do we do a Caesar? How do we do a hysterectomy? How do we manage our ethics? And these are set by fellow professionals. Like the people who do accounting. They have Simani CPA, those things, which guide them on how they do their work because they are professionals. So people who are finishing masters, that is how they become professionals. They first go through training to make them a professional. Then when they finish, they then become OBGYs. But let's move on. So because I'm a professional, the first thing I must commit to is professional competence. So any O&G not doing CPD, we shall collect you. As long as I am president, we shall collect you. And the council is now saying, make sure that your colleagues are competent because things keep changing. We are giving oxytocin, now I'm hearing cabetocin, now I'm hearing CG, what? Things keep, so I must update myself. So when I say updating myself, it means if I do 10 CPDs, okay, sessions, at least 8 must be in my field of specialization. Is that clear? But I'm an O&G, I'm doing a stroke in diabetes. I'm doing, I don't know what else is, somatostatin, whatever, those funny things. But not taking time to update myself in my field of specialization. So this session is also CPD points, and they'll be sent by Susan to the council. But of course, we must make sure that we meet licensure and subscriptions. So by next year, I expect all the O&Gs to have subscribed to LG. Otherwise, will not be licensed. That is just an order from above. That's why we're focusing a lot on the region, because that region, as a chapter of LGU, can make things happen and can improve things, both for themselves, but also for the other cadres that they work with, because we work as a team. So somebody kept saying this one, in red, highlighted, we must be accountable. Why weren't you there? Were you sick? Were you tired? Or you just a dodger? And we've had people fired, by the way, for these things as we move. That's just the truth. Because they're not, you keep today, mother has died. What happened? Doctor, we called him, he's gone. So accountability. And we are emphasizing accountability. At the same time, we've been fighting for, because very soon Dr. Waga will be buying a car, I think, every month, I think. So as he buys his car, he must serve you. Simple and plain. Okay, let's move. But number 6, this one. I want my obstetricians to look like the obstetricians. They should look like the other guy there. Money, they just look, the skin is smooth, the hair is well cut. They should look the part, so that when he looks the part, even the MOs can say, I want to be an obstetrician. That's how some of us joined obstetrics, because the guys looked the part. When you see the physicians are just there. But the O&Gs, because they're used to action, you're like, I want to be like that guy. So you must look the part, so the pocket must be heavy, the clothes must be the quality of obstetrician and things like that. So why I'm also here is to emphasize this person here in the middle there. Okay. Much as LGU supports everybody, for us to solve Uganda's health problems, this person in the middle must be taken care of. That's why we're advocating a lot. So for us who are in academics, policy like me, administrators, our work is to support this person deliver a service. That's why I was hoping I would find some DHOs here, and you must make sure that this guy can do their work, from supplies to whatever, leadership. I am trained to do scissors. So somebody must pay me. Somebody must make sure the supplies are there. Somebody, you get it? Somebody must give me information. The policy must be good for me to work. Some of my colleagues are working, I don't know how many hours a week. They're working, I think, the whole week. No, we should only work 48 hours and go home and rest. Things like that. So what do we want as AOGU? We don't want experienced people. We want experts. You may be 30 years, but an expert, and I may be 60, but automatically useless. I'm just been occupying space, and I say I want the promotion because I've been here in Hoima longest. We want these people. So we want experts who have prolonged and intense through practice and education, and they're the source of technique and skill. I have told you, much as I'm a specialist, I don't do the same work like he does. If I find a woman who has issues of fertility, I will say, you go and see, because I'm not an expert in fertility. Do I have a paper? I'm not the expert there, and I must know I'm not the expert there. So the reliable source of technique and skill. And experts do the same thing the right way every time. If they say you measure your step like this, that's how you measure the step every time. The one who is experienced normally wants to, they're very confident, by the way, these guys. They are doing the wrong thing, but with increasing confidence. I've cut 40 scissors, for you've only done 2. No one has died, but somebody is busy repairing your ureters somewhere. Somebody is repairing, like me who does cancer surgeries. I'm doing lots of post-scissor adhesions, endometriosis, because many of our people, even our SHOs, most of them come when they're here. And I've done 100 scissors in Kakumiro. But are you doing them the right way? But the guy is confident. You find he's the guy in the district and he's the one who is the law. But okay, so we want you to be an expert, then become experienced. Not experience without expertise. So now this is the meat of my things. In obstetrics and gynecology, I'll focus myself here. I'll not go here. These guys, okay, they are good, they eat the money and other things, but these ones are the guys who will sort us out in the health sector. They're the ones who see the patients most of the time. Okay. So what are we advocating for at Hoima? That's why it's in red. What are we advocating for as AOGU? The department at Hoima, because it's at this level, we want you to divide yourselves into 2. The obstetricians and though you have the same qualification, some can choose to do obstetrics and become very good at it. Don't be a jack of all trades. You're the mechanic, you repair the tire, you're the engine guy, you're the wiring guy, you'll make mistakes. So where possible, we want you to divide into these 2 groups so that our mothers don't die. So in obstetrics, we want those who deal with maternal fetal medicine, the high-risk pregnancies. And there should be clinics for that. And of course, the ones who deal general obstetrics. High risk is the preeclampsias, the diabetes, heart disease, somebody asked about heart disease, and things like that. Then of course that. Then gynecology, we have oncologists, we have urogyn. I am told in Hoima, and I'm coming back to fight, that there are bullies in Hoima in gynecology, I don't know, it's called urology or something. Whatever it is called, VVF and which those things. because I'm a gynecologist, if in my facility there's somebody who there's a surgeon
The general gynecologist, like you are well and clean cut everything. And of course, reproductive medicine fertility. Now, the guys here should be the one number because of our problem. But at a minimum, we should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people at that level at Hoima. So they need all the services not come from I mean, factor. Now, right, no, that's why we have those hospitals. Now, there is that
guy we are fighting for here. When you're fighting for senior consultant, should be saying, yeah, we get one. That big guy there should be available at Hoima, because this is the guy who most of the questions you're asking, he or she should answer them. Why are things not working well in Hoima? So at this level of yours, Dr. Bwaga, the senior consultant should supervise 2 consultants. So in your department, you must have minimum of 2 consultants, minimum. Those 2 consultants at a minimum should supervise 2 special grades. So this person here is supervising 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is the 6 obstetricians and gynecologists minimum. Then this one supervises 2. So in obs and gyne department, there should be, this is 7, right? 14 people in the department to manage our mothers. If they are less than that, you're doing quack medicine, because it means you're chronically fatigued. So you cannot perform. The same thing at Center 3. I am in Center 4. I am in antenatal midwife. Then I'm running to postnatal. Then I'm monitoring labor. Then theater comes, I run to theater. People will die. People will die. So our advocacy is focused here. Move on. So this is the first time I'm using the word office. The position of senior consultant is not a person. It is an office, like the office of the president, the office of the commissioner, like Dr. Mogahi. The office. So it means they must have an office. That office must have assistants. They must have, because they are at that level of assuring, you know what assuring is. If you become saved, you'll go to heaven. That's assurance. They must assure us that whatever all of us are doing in Hoima is quality. So, on all of this thing here, do you see any scissors being done? So the senior consultant's competences are not the ones of cutting scissors. It is these ones. Major ward rounds are like meetings, by the way. Don't just saying clear line and go. No, they're looking for quality issues, and those rounds should even have minutes. This is our plan for the next quarter. Grand rounds, technical meetings attended. They're the ones who are doing the CPD plans. They're the ones who are doing training needs assessments, support supervision plans and reports, quality improvement plans and reports, performance management plans and reports. There is no cesarean section or section in that place there. So even if I've spent 30 years in the department and I'm good at cutting people, cutting, if I cannot attend a meeting and remain awake, the level of strategy, I should not get promoted. Otherwise, everybody else suffers. Some of the problems you're suffering here because there is no office here. The guy who says, but I think our nurses should now not go for just this, let them go for maybe bachelors or, you get those things. So this guy needs a car, needs a driver because they get so tired, they're always in meetings, they must have per diem. So the DHO should prepare a per diem for this guy to come every time and check on him and say, hello, DHO, are things okay? Yes, good. This guy should be the one flying around Kampala and other things because that is their work. Some of the things you've seen here, when I come to facilities like this, I look at Michael and say, but I think Bwaga should go to the level of consultant because he has the competences of, he can cut also, of course, but there's something else unique that takes them to that level. Not because they have been here longest. Yeah, so let's go back. The ones who make us feel secure, they must guarantee us that things are good. That's a big position. You can even die of pressure in this position. They must make sure we don't doubt why are MOs doing scissors poorly. They must dispel things and they give us confidence. So that's why we've written an email today. What is that guy? Yeah. Can move on. I'm sorry. So then we have, I don't know if it's my level, I don't know, but I'm somewhere there, I think. So when Dr. Bwaga is coming for the interview, sometimes you fail the interview because you're not reached there. And you're like, but I've served here, I've struggled. Have you got the competences to take you to that level? But I'm the one willing to serve in Hoima. No. Have you got the competences of supervising the other people? So if I'm the special grade, I must know how to sweep the floor. The supervisor must know how to sweep the floor, how to show me how to sweep the floor, and how to tell me that it's actually clean. You're the ones who are observing me and directing special grade on the tasks of how to do them. That was done the wrong way. Do it like this. Okay? So supervisors, they are learning some of the things the other boss does. They are doing ward rounds, CPDs, but you now began to see something important here. They are running specialist clinics. It means they are clinicians, but a lot of their work is supervising. So if there is no consultant in the facility, the special grade goes up here. Okay? So you must learn how to supervise. And this is what it means with supervising. And you must learn how to manage talent. Okay? Manage talent of the special grades. Where I come from, you'd find they would say, for you, a obstetrician, but you're a good oncologist. So you go into training for oncology. For you, you're very poor with patient, what is it called, rapport. But you're a good researcher. So we take you in the back room where you start doing data and things because you must perform. Don't put a midwife who gets angry at the reception because she's what's the right word? Introverted. Someone is always quiet, very humble. Put them at the reception. They will get angry. Musao, doctor said this. Okay, I told you, you go to the lab, then you come back. Musao, what did you say again? I told you, go. So learn talent management, okay? Then, of course, for us, the foot soldiers, the special grade, you're the ones who do the ward rounds, CPD, clinics, scissors, everything, you're the ones doing. We are learning to do, we become solid. As we then learn also how to supervise. So in case the calling comes, when you go for the interview, don't say, what have you been doing? Doctor, I know I've been doing all the scissors, the job is for a consultant and telling me about scissors. Be telling me, no, I was supervising the medical officers. I was teaching them this, I was mentoring them. Those are the keywords you want to listen for. Not, I did all the scissors, I ran all the clinics, but the job is for consultant. Then the other guy wants to go to senior consultant and asking him, What have you been doing? You know, I was supervising. I go to the facilities. They want to hear catchwords. I was doing quality management projects. I was doing something like that. So as obstetricians, gynecologists, for us to fight this monster called PPH, we need the foot soldiers who will cut everything alive. Okay? But at the same time, we must have a supervisor who can tell us the right things, okay? Because they know and they can direct. At the same time, we must have the general. That's why I'm interested in having Chiboga come this way. Means you now become about 4 or 5 obstetricians in the region. Okay? And that can give you a powerhouse to even advocate for better things. So as LGU, in terms of PPH, we want the senior consultant to assure us, make us feel confident that women should not die of PPH. So what is their strategy? So when I find the topmost person is also busy, I'm like, then what's going on here? There's a problem. Somebody must be looking oversight. And I think this is press this button, press this button. Somebody said call for help. Normally I ask call for help to do what? So a consultant will know that when I'm called to help, I don't also dive into the perineum. Let me first look. No. They'll be like, okay, you go for blood. You do the monitoring, 5 minutes. You remain doing the VE and the compression. You keep talking to the clients, something like that. So the competences you require to manage PPH at the different levels should show. So I'm hoping that by the end of today, I know lots of things have been talked about, but as a specialist, we are employed to provide
So the protocol, not the management, is different. The nurse in Hoima is now always ready. They may be jumping all else to get to the Hoima. But the nurse in Hoima is the first going to
the facility. So the work is different, but the same qualification. So the protocol for managing PPH here may slightly differ. That's why we need the senior consultant here to tell us how is it different from Arua. Otherwise, no problem will get solved. They give us the same document, break it down for the nurse in Hoima, what it means to manage PPH in her setting. I'd like to thank you very much, and I wish you a good day.
I think we should give the presenter another round of applause, colleagues. Thank you so much, Dr. Musana, for that wonderful presentation. You always really portray the meaning of your name. The name Musana means something to do with the sun, light, something. So there is hope at the end of it all. Always there is some hope whenever it's communicating. Now, colleagues, we have come to the end of our sessions today. We had time where questions were raised and they were answered. And right about now, I want to invite my colleague, Susan, if you have some announcements to make, because we want to close and we go for lunch at the same time. So if there are any announcements, they are to be made at this point.
Good afternoon once again. Thank you for coming. We appreciate you giving time to attend this. I have a little something small for your facilitation. So once you're done, you can pass via my desk, and then also lunch is ready. And then we'd like to have a group photo just behind here.
Please don't miss in that photo. It's usually taken into our archives as AOGU. And yes, so for accountability purposes, but also for you to be seen at a national level. Yes, otherwise, where would your face appear? Oh, please, Chari Munganyire. So thank you so much for giving us this time. Actually, you've accorded us the whole day, I can say. And the purpose of this workshop, the intention has been fulfilled, really. We have taken back the message to our districts, and you may wonder why you are few from a district. You were purposely selected such that when you go back to the facilities, you will disseminate this information. These are new guidelines. They are intended to improve service delivery back in our facilities, and the slides will be shared to you. We will share them with you probably by way of email. I also need to inform you that we have an upcoming kind of routine activity that will be happening on a weekly basis every Friday. We will have Bunyoro MPDSR meetings every Friday between 8 to 9 a.m. We will have these sessions, and please don't hide information. If you have a challenge in Kagadi, you raise it on that platform. Because oftentimes we are being asked to explain certain things and we can't explain what's happening in Bulisa, for example, or in Masindi. It requires you to travel to Masindi, but if we have that kind of intimacy, that is what will help us together. We have to support each other for us to stand. Otherwise, if we don't do this, we are likely to remain in the red corridor. But we want to kind of enhance that kind of accountability feeling, so that if a patient died in Kiriandongo, surely we give you some kind of, not blaming really, but some minimal local beating, such that by the time the national level is trying to find out what's happening in Kiriandongo, even the person in Kakumiro knows. You get what I'm saying? So I hope you welcome this with open arms. Otherwise, I have nothing much to add to this. Thank you very much. Our lunch is ready. I would like to request one of our colleagues to give a prayer for this lunch. And Dr. Kato has not said a word. I can't allow this to happen. In the land of Bunyoro, Dr. Kato, you can't keep quiet. Please submit whatever you want and then bless the lunch.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Bwaga. I think my job can be simple. I would like to thank the AOGU president and the organizers of this whole meeting. We're really very, very grateful. This has been long overdue. And I think I pledge on behalf of my colleagues and the department head in absentia, and also my colleagues in the region at large, that really the information you have given us and what we have come to learn throughout this dissemination meeting is going to really have a positive impact going forward. So I'm really grateful, and we hope that this is really going to present a positive impact moving forward, and we shall see improvement in Bunyoro region as a whole. Thank you very much, and I wish everyone travel safe back home and to your respective work duties. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kato. Colleagues, I had forgotten one very, very important element. You see, the Association of Obs and Gyn is the powerhouse of obstetrics and gynecology practice in the country. We have taken this actually beyond the borders of Uganda, that we have to represent Uganda in the field of obstetrics and gynecology. So whoever wants to come to Uganda and they have anything to do with obstetrics gynecology, the entry point should ideally be the Association of Obs and Gyn of Uganda. Now, we have this activity happening because we have thought about this region. And I have personally advocated for this region, but this shouldn't be a one man's kind of effort. And I have colleagues here who have supported me in this. We have very many doctors in here, specialists in here. We have midwives in here. The association has midwives that subscribe to it and they become associate members. Imagine the mentorships that are happening in the region. You've been seeing some midwives coming to do kind of trainings and these C-monks and B-monks trainings. You've been seeing them coming around, isn't it? It's because they are associate members to the Association of Obs and Gyn. You are also capable of doing that. You only have to subscribe. The subscription annually is simply 50,000. It's not because of money, but even if it were money, you receive much more. Because if you pay 50,000 and you are able to retrieve more than 5 million in that year, is 50,000 worth mentioning? No. It is simply a body that brings us together and we have that sense of belonging. Yes, this is what we want. Colleagues, this is a call. I'm requesting all of us here, if we can, to subscribe, if possible today, to the Association of Obs and Gyn. For the obstetricians, Dr. Sewami, Dr. Kato, Dr. Isagara is a member. So for him, we are settled. Dr. Kata and Dr. Sewami, today, Chigwalero. For the midwives, I think we are sorted. Okay, with those few words, let me request Dr. Kayumba to give us a prayer for our lunch. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Let us humble ourselves and pray. Loving Father, I want to thank you for this training. I want to thank you for this session, the trainers and everyone at large. And we pray, King of Glory, that you bless our lunch. As we are going to have it, King of Glory, we pray that we utilize it, King of Glory, and you give us energy to continue to do your will. Even as we go back, may you protect us and make us reach our destinations safely. In Jesus' name we pray and believe. Amen.
Our lunch is ready. Don't forget to pass via the Secretariat's desk. And I think lunch is in the same place where we had breakfast. You will be guided. Thank you very much and have a wonderful evening.